good Sunday morning to you. We are taking a live look from Blowing Rock, where we are starting to see the very first impacts of the historic ice storm.
That's right. Thanks so much for starting your Sunday morning with us here on WCNC Charlotte at 5 a.m. I'm Lisa Washington, joined here with Autumn Bracey. We are weather alert this morning because of that winter weather system that's moving through our area. We have a team standing by to walk you through everything you need to know, including our Walker Lawson and Destiny Richards are both live to show you the latest conditions. And of course, our team of meteorologists are here to track it all for you. Let's start things off this morning with meteorologist Chris Mulcahy and that WCNC weather impact alert forecast. Chris.
Well, good morning. I just want to show you Kannapolis has never looked more beautiful. This has been like this pretty much since 7 o'clock. Yeah, this is ice baby frozen onto the lens. And by the way, it's myself. We have Becca Birdsall, a Majestic Storm. All three of us are going to be here throughout this morning, heading into the afternoon before Brad and Brittany comes over. There's going to be a weather party a little bit later on. At that point, things could be the worst. I just want to show you the other beautiful cameras that we have across the Mr. Sparky Carolina camera network. Monroe, Dallas, Charlotte, everything is frozen over. Now, it's a fairly light glaze to less than 1/10 of an inch so far. That's good news. The main event has always been in the forecast for the morning. So a lot of people might be waking up and say, see, this isn't that bad. Well, there's more precipitation to come. Right now, even the radar is confused. What is falling to the sky? This right now has a mix between snow and sleet. Likely a lot of the white that you're seeing in the accumulations, that wasn't snow, that's actually sleet. They're very close in comparison. One is just more frozen than the other, and that is the sleet. And what's going to happen is our sleet window is going to come to a close. I would say our sleet is complete within the next 3 hours or so. After that, it's really moving over to more of a freezing rain profile. I want to be wrong here. I want it to stay sleet, because guess what? Sleet is just going to add up to what we already have. You have a little bit of layer. It's the freezing rain that starts to attach to the power lines that really makes it treacherous and will be taking out the power. Right now, I just looked, less than 300 people without power here in Mecklenburg County. That's not bad. That's 0.04% of the county, and that's just focusing on one. But as far as the precipitation goes, it's really through this morning into the late morning to the early afternoon is where I think we see most of the precipitation. Not saying that we don't see any additional after that, but if we are going to get to that 1/4 to 3/4 of an inch mark, it's going to be during that time frame. And even areas like this that you don't see much going on, there's still a little bit of freezing mist and drizzle that is attaching onto things. We'll keep freezing rain, even a chance for a quick changeover to just rain before it falls back into freezing temperatures by the back end of this. Whew. A little bit later on, we're going to talk more about where our temperatures go from here, because with all this ice, this is going to be a long-lasting impact for our roads for days to come, especially if we have those power outages. And Becca and I will be back before you know it.
All right, thank you, Chris. Well, right now, thousands of people, they are waking up to dangerous conditions as sleet and ice continues to fall across our area.
WCNC Charlotte's Walker Lawson joins us live this morning from Mooresville. Walker, how are things where you are?
Yeah, guys, well, good morning. So last night when we got here around 6 o'clock, we were seeing that freezing rain taking place across the area. But when I walked out at 10 o'clock last night, I was a little surprised to see that we were getting some snow. So we do have some accumulation out here. Now, right now, as Chris mentioned, we're kind of seeing this mixed bag of precipitation. As you can see on the ground, that sleet has accumulated. You can see the grass, but on our roads, our parking lot that's here, and on our cars, it's actually completely covered. I can't even see the road anymore here where we are, but we're still seeing that mixed bag. I could hear the sleet pellets bouncing on my head just a moment ago, but now I can see that we're just getting a couple flakes falling, and then I can see from this light right here that's in front of me that some of it's just going straight down, so that's probably freezing rain that you're going to see that's sticking. So again, just this mixed bag out here of precipitation. From what I can see from where we are, the main road is also completely covered, just like this parking lot surface was that we showed you just a second ago.
All right, Walker Lawson live for us in Mooresville this morning. Walker, thanks so much for that. And of course, if you are going to be heading out on the roads this morning, you certainly need to be careful. We're seeing conditions like Walker just mentioned all across our area.
That's right. And we are now going to go to our Destiny Richards. She's live for us this morning in South Charlotte. Destiny, tell us what you're seeing right now. What's your update?
Yeah, here in the Charlotte area, we are seeing those icy sleet pellets fall from the ground. It's kind of like table salt. I want to show you down at my feet this morning. This is what it looks like accumulated in the parking lot ground here. It just looks like a bunch of table salt, not actual salt. Obviously, it's ice, but it is definitely sticking to the ground in terms of just how cold it is. And if you drive over it, it's going to be a little bit slippery. But then you look over to the grass, and it doesn't seem like it's accumulated there, but stepping on the grass, it's pretty stiff as well. So all of this just getting onto the ground all at once is what's making it sticky. And then windshields have also had that ice accumulation from overnight. So right now you may have a thin layer of ice on your windshield, but with more coming down and more coming down, it's going to solidify and be harder to scrape it off. But just holding my hand out, it's kind of bouncing off of my hand. It's bouncing off my face. It looks kind of pretty. It looks like glitter, but it hurts. So it's very cold outside. We were seeing just all of these ice pellets rain down at this time, and it's just very slippery out on the roads this morning. So you definitely don't want to go out if you don't have to. Sidewalks are also pretty slippery. And the thing that's kind of difficult is that in some areas, it's hard to actually see, is that wet, is that ice, but it is pretty slippery out there. So again, just seeing a lot of ice pellets rain down. I was outside around 3 o'clock this morning, and it was just kind of drizzling a little bit, but it's definitely coming down a lot more. And of course, we'll continue to keep you updated on the conditions out here in South Charlotte, but for now, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Destiny, thank you so much. As she noted, you definitely have to be careful out there.
For sure, and if something looks wet, you should treat it as ice, especially this time of the morning. All right, 5:06 now. A heads up for parents. Here's a look at what we know from school districts across our area so far as tomorrow is concerned. Anson, Cleveland, and Gaston County schools will be closed on Monday. York School District 1, Clover School District, Fort Mill, and Rock Hill will have e-learning or virtual classes. Now, CMS has canceled all weekend events and activities, but hasn't announced its plans for Monday yet. These are just the districts that we have heard from so far. Of course, we will keep you updated as we learn more.
And of course, one of the places that is being hit hardest by the storm is Charlotte Douglas. As we speak, more than 1,000 flights are canceled and many more are delayed. Now, airport officials say that you need to check your flight status on the airline's mobile app because we know this wintry precipitation is affecting a lot of people. Now, a lot of airlines, in light of this weather, is encouraging customers to rebook or cancel their flights. United, Delta, and Southwest Airlines have all released travel advisories. They're offering different options for customers to help them change their plans if they were scheduled to travel over the next few days. They're also waiving rebooking fees.
Due to the road and weather conditions, CATS is adjusting its service. Blue Line and bus service will not start until 10 this morning. The Gold Line streetcar is suspended and there will be no bus bridge. Officials urge riders to use the CATS Pass app for updates and, if it's possible, delay your travel until conditions improve.
All morning long, we're going to be answering some of your cold weather questions. One that just came in, or at least over the last couple of hours, was should I try to shovel the sleet out of the way? Good luck, because what's happened is we have a frozen layer here on the surface, and a lot of that sleet has now just solidified into a layer of ice. So you can try to chip it away, but I would just really wait until this storm is past and gone. We've only just begun, y'all. I'll have your full updated total map, what you can expect the rest of the day, and Beck and I are going to let you know where temperatures go as well. See you soon.
Go for all the hand-breaded chicken you can handle for only $19.99. It's bow time.
Coit's here to get your drapes quite clean. Our certified technicians will deep clean drapes and curtains with care and precision. It's not clean until it's quite clean. Call 1-800-4COIT or visit Coit.com today.
It's starting the day with hope. Knowing you're in the right place. Having access to more breakthrough treatments and the most experienced cancer experts. When you're facing cancer, it's not just one thing that makes the difference. It's everything. The big, the small, the unexpected that helps you keep moving forward. Atrium Health Levine Cancer. Cancer care that makes the difference.
Wow, I never thought I could enjoy my backyard like this. and I never thought this view could be in my budget. I worked with my Bella consultant on my replacement window project, and the result is incredible. Thanks, Bella, for a picture-perfect new view.
At Pella, we know that when it comes to replacement windows, you want distinctive design, enduring quality, and affordability. You can Pella. So schedule your free in-home consultation today.
You've had a serious injury. Now it's time to pick a lawyer.
Do you pick one with big verdicts? Many of us have handled million-dollar cases.
How about the recommendation of a friend?
We've probably helped someone in your neighborhood.
How about a firm with lots of resources?
You can get it all.
We're attorneys Tatum and Atkinson. Well-known and very effective.
When you call us about your injury, you'll know you've made the right decision.
Injured? Helping you is what we do.
Call the heavy hitters.
Call the heavy hitters. They'll work to get you more. 1-800-LAW-0804.
Frustrated with your backyard? Got the space, but not the setup? KB Home Improvement turns "we should do something" into "why didn't we do this sooner?" Covered patios, decks, screened-in porches, and sunrooms. Custom built to match your home, designed to fit your life. KB Home Improvement will transform your backyard today. Don't miss out on a free ceiling heater upgrade with a new backyard covered patio.
It's clearly time. It's bro time. Call 800-4-COIT or visit COIT.com for 35% off.
The people you trust COIT.
Time now 5:11. Thanks for starting your Sunday morning with us here on WCNC Charlotte as this winter weather system moves through our area. Taking a live look now. This is blowing rock conditions there, quite chilly, of course, and you can see the precipitation on the streets and the sidewalks there. Just a few moments ago, watching this camera, we saw someone using a plow on the sidewalks there. Our team of meteorologists this morning, Chris Mulcahy and Becca Birdsall, will have another check of your weather impact alert forecast in just a few minutes.
Well, right now we are seeing power outages across our area, and that freezing rain weighing on power lines and bringing down branches. At this hour, more than 1,300 homes are in the dark, including 286 here in Mecklenburg County. And as we take a look at that map, Duke Energy says that it's working to restore power to folks as we speak, adding that crews are working around the clock. Of course, we're going to keep you updated on these outages as the morning progresses. Now, if the winter storm knocks out your power, you are encouraged to stay calm. Keeping warm is your top priority.
WCNC Charlotte's Tanya Rivera shows us how to keep the heat in if your lights go off.
1 minute the lights are on. The next minute, the winter storm knocks the power out. Warmth is now the focus. So put towels along the bottom of your doors and your windows to keep cold air from sneaking in. Then you're going to want to go through your house and you're going to want to make sure every inside door is closed. And now it's time to pick your command center in the storm.
What we want to do is we want to create kind of a microclimate inside the house, a warm room, if you will. That's what we're looking to do. So think about this. However your home is designed, there are going to be rooms that are on the exterior of the home, maybe bedrooms or sort of things, and there's going to be a room that's more center, maybe the family room.
During the day, open up the blinds in your warm room and let in as much sunlight as possible. At night, cover the window with a towel or a blanket. For extra warmth, set up a tent inside your designated warm room. A blanket fort, it can work just as well too. That smaller area really helps lock in the body heat.
And if you do start to get a little chilly, do a little light exercise, step up and down, whatever the case may be, get the blood flowing. That will warm you up as well and help warm up the room.
You're going to need to layer up inside that very cold house, and we're looking at 3 different layers. We need an outer coat, a sweater, and like an inner base, like an undershirt or long johns. You want to avoid cotton for this base coat because it will soak up your sweat. It's going to make you more cold.
Tanya Rivera with that report. Dangerous conditions are not just a concern in our area, but across the Triad as well.
That's right. WCNC Charlotte's Manning Franks joins us now live this morning in Guilford County near Greensboro with the latest on conditions there. How are things going?
Well, y'all, right now it is bitterly cold, as you can imagine, as it is most aware across of North Carolina. But here in Greensboro in particular, it's still a little bit of a wintry mix. We haven't transitioned completely over to freezing rain, and we've kind of had a little bit of an on and off, making road conditions very unsafe to travel. As you would expect on a Sunday, there are not a lot of people out and about. That's mostly for weekdays as people head into work. So that's a good thing, especially if you are not going to expect heavily trafficked areas, which again, you shouldn't, because ideally you should be staying home. But if you have to get out and about, make sure that you use caution wherever you go. One of the things about Greensboro, we have the urban loop over here where people can get off of work. I know as I was heading into work today, the urban loop, which is usually very, very busy, even at early in the morning, there were hardly anyone on the urban loop at that time. The roads were still, while not impassable, were still very treacherous. So if you have to get out and about, no matter where you are in the Triad or the Triangle or in Charlotte, you have to make sure that you are using extra caution, because those roads within, I would snap my fingers, but I can't because I'm having to bundle up, but they would be as quickly as it seems safe, it can be unsafe in a blink of an eye, because that ice, especially as we get into these below freezing temperatures, more than likely you are going to have to worry about having those dangerous conditions lasting, even at least until we have the precipitation ending, lasting up until the next few days. So use extra caution, and no matter where you are in North Carolina, this is almost a near statewide event that we are currently experiencing. And while we do expect things to get worse, that doesn't mean that you should let your guard down no matter what time of day you're in, even if the sun starts to come out. So live here in Greensboro, I'm Manning Franks, WFMY News 2.
Manning, thanks so much for that, and he's correct. The impacts of this storm will be lingering for quite some time. All right, let's check back over with Chris now. I think you're going to be answering one of our viewer questions.
Yeah, so we're taking all your questions throughout the morning. The question that you would ask, are trees a concern? Yes and no. It just all depends where some of the heavier freezing rain is going to set up. We are still anticipating anywhere from about 1/4 to 1/2 inch of ice. If that comes through, especially if you get close to that 1/2 inch, we're going to see a lot of down tree limbs, and especially ones that are a little bit weakened by the drought. So yes, tree limbs coming down are a concern. Not as bad as the 2002 storm, but still watch out for that throughout the rest of the day. Not talking about big fallovers, but definitely something that we're going to be watching, and probably the biggest culprit for knocking out power and taking down power lines. We'll be right back after the break with your full forecast.
If we see ice, it won't take much of this to cause problems. You'll need 1/4 inch.
At that point, you're adding 500 pounds onto power lines. That's what leads to widespread power outages.
Stream extended coverage on WCNC+. Download on your TV and watch for free.
A blind spot that's never out of sight. How it should be. The Hyundai Tucson.
Get 0.99% APR or 1,000 bonus cash on a Tucson, or lease for only $279 a month. See your hometown Hyundai dealer.
I am very satisfied with the roof. I'm satisfied with our sales team at Gator. Our installer was fantastic, very professional, cleaned up, made sure he did a good quality job. So a standing seam metal roof has totally changed the look of our home. It's changed it for the better. It really just stands out and looks fantastic. So we're happy. We are very happy. Happy customers.
This season, in the Queen City, the Charlotte Checkers make their mark on the AHL, defending their crown as Eastern Conference champions.
To the side, he shoots and scores! And it's 5-2 Charlotte.
Catch the Checkers in action as they continue their hunt for another title, live at Bojangles Coliseum. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement. Get your tickets now at charlottecheckers.com.
in sport mode.
Loaded with features for everyone. How it should be. The Hyundai Elantra.
Get 2.99% APR or $750 bonus cash on an Elantra or lease for only $199 a month. See your hometown Hyundai dealer.
WCNC Charlotte is on whenever you're up with extended coverage. Watch from 4:30 to 7. Then stream 2 extra hours from 7 to 9. The news that impacts you. Stream on WCNC Plus.
Welcome back, everyone. All right, what do we have? A hodgepodge of a mess going on here. Regardless, for a lot of the people, and they are saying that this is going to be all rain, don't worry about it. We have had everything. We have literally had some snowflakes, some sleet, some freezing rain. Actually, yesterday it started as freezing rain. Now we're kind of making a tiny sleet sandwich. The only thing that's helping us out right now is that it is so dry that we're not having a lot of this precipitation hit the surface, but we are seeing signs that it is picking up in a few locations. So do not let your guard down. This is only the beginning. It was always a Sunday event starting late on Saturday. It just took its sweet time to really start adding up through the course of time. So here it is. This is what's going on for the time being. We are seeing just a widespread, millions upon millions under the gun as far as either an ice or a snow threat. However, for us, for the first time in Charlotte Metro history, we've had this much of the area covered in an ice storm warning. Now, this is one of the newer warnings compared to the history of the National Weather Service, but still, usually we're under a winter storm warning, so it really shows the rarity of this event. Still a chance for up to about a ½ inch of ice. But here's the deal. As of right now, we have less than 0.05 of an inch. That's not that much, but we are anticipating anywhere from about 1/10 to 2/10 of an inch. I think really falling over the next 6 to 8 hours or so, but we are seeing values starting to jump up to around that 1/4 of an inch. Now, I am keeping an eye on this area specifically. I think northwest of Charlotte, getting close to Asheville, that's where we're going to have some of the higher amounts. And some of these areas that aren't reporting the higher elevations could have upwards to about 3/4 of an inch to an inch of ice. So one thing that has changed is drier air has taken away a little bit of that freezing rain potential, but we're still close to that ½ inch mark that we were calling. We're splitting hairs here that maybe it's still maybe 1/10 just shy. So here's what it looks like on our future cast. I'm going to pretty much show you this every 15 minutes or so. We're going to hit somewhat of a little bit of a break. Once you get to about the afternoon, we're going to see the final passage of this. We're going to be done by the evening. So your general freezing rain rule, once you get up to 0.05 of an inch, it's drivable. About 1/10 of an inch, that's coming soon. That's where travel problems truly begin. And then later on this morning, into the afternoon is where we're picking up about that 1/4 inch. At that point, tree limbs are going to become a problem. And here's where we're going to be expecting most of the ice. That's the north and northwest. So please, please be safe in the near term. As far as what this is going to do, it's problematic could be a crippling storm, so just stay off the roads. But the temperatures, that's what's interesting. Becca, it is so cold right now. You have more about where we're going after this, because this isn't just a today's event. We still have impacts for days to come.
And that's another factor of this forecast. These temperatures will likely drop into the single digits by the time we get into your Tuesday morning. So that means when we see those impacts lingering, what that means is we're likely going to have the chance to keep that ice pack around throughout the work week. So today, a mostly freezing rain event, but we'll likely see those impacts lingering as we go into the week. Now, right now, it is cold. We've got freezing rain. Temperatures have dropped into the teens. It is 19 degrees as you step outdoors here in Charlotte, 14 over towards Ashe County. But when you combine any sort of wind with this, feels like 8 here in Charlotte. Feels like 10 over towards Lincoln. So as we go throughout the rest of your morning, just keep that in mind. If you do have any plans, I would stay home if you can, as we'll see those temperatures start to rise up into the lower to middle 20s, but wind chills will be much colder than that. Now, we are looking ahead to the coldest air of the season so far, and that is going to be arriving by Tuesday morning, looking at a low temperature right around the single digits, close to about 8 degrees. So that's what we're going to be watching for the potential of refreezes each and every night as we go over the next 7 days in this Jerry Hunt Supercenter 7-day forecast.
All right, Becca, thanks so much for that. And a reminder, folks, if you see some storm conditions where you are, and if they begin to pick up in your area, you see the weather impacts, please share that with us. If it is safe for you to do so, take a photo or a quick video, send it to us. All you have to do is use the Near Me feature that's in our free WCNC Charlotte mobile app, and be sure to tell us the location where you took that photo or video. It helps us to tell the story. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back here on WCNC Charlotte.
The Carolina Chevy Storm Tracker, only on WCNC Charlotte.
Touches of black. They stand for elegance, refinement. They make you see everything in a new light.
Get 0% APR for up to 48 months plus 0 payments for 90 days on the purchase of a new 2025 Telluride or 2026 Sorento.
My dad loves his job at Pinnacle Home Improvements. He gets to make people's homes look great. He always says,
"Your project begins with me."
With me.
With me.
And with me.
Now for a limited time at Pinnacle, make no payments and no interest till 2027 on all windows, roofing, and siding. Each of our team members takes pride in every home we remodel, so we can deliver beautiful home exteriors. That's why we say your project begins
with me.
Frustrated with your backyard? Got the space, but not the setup? KB Home Improvement turns "we should do something" into "why didn't we do this sooner?" Covered patios, decks, screened-in porches, and sunrooms. Custom built to match your home, designed to fit your life. KB Home Improvement will transform your backyard today. Don't miss out on a free ceiling heater upgrade with a new backyard covered patio.
A cold shiver on a freezing day that led to a realization that needed the right contractor for the perfect upgrade and up to $2,625 back. From water heater and plumbing repairs to heating and air upgrades, your journey to comfort and savings starts now. Get a free contractor referral and rebates at finditduke.com.
We don't want to see homeowners falling through their floors.
Certainly not.
So as the symptom goes, moisture, mildew, mold, any of that stuff.
That's bad. Wood doesn't like water. Every house that is on a crawl space needs an encapsulation.
It's so important, man. If this doesn't get done, like what happens to polite society now?
Your flooring's in jeopardy, ain't nobody safe.
Get a free inspection from a certified expert at DryPro, a Groundworks company.
That's right. Popcorn chicken is back at Jets. For a limited time, get a large popcorn chicken pizza like barbecue chicken or chicken bacon ranch for only $16.99. You can thank us later. This isn't pizza, it's Jets.
Touches of black. They stand for elegance, refinement. They make you see everything in a new light.
Get 0% APR for up to 48 months plus 0 payments for 90 days on the purchase of a new 2025 Telluride or 2026 Sorento.
Well, this morning, officials are urging folks to stay off the roads. Not only will this help ensure your safety, but it's also going to help roads stay clear for those emergency and utility crews. We know they're responding across the state.
Certainly, North Carolina's Governor Josh Stein says the ice may impact road conditions going into this week.
And the next week is going to be cold. In most of the state, we expect temperature to fall below freezing every night for the next week. Whatever ice or snow is on the ground at the end of the day will refreeze overnight. Black ice will remain a risk in many places into next week, especially on bridges, overpasses, and shaded areas.
Coit's here to get your tile and grout Coit clean. Our certified technicians will deep clean bathroom tile, floors, even shower glass. It's not clean until it's Coit clean. Call 1-800-4COIT or visit Coit.com today.
Windsor Run senior living residents love their community, but they do have one regret. They wish they'd moved here sooner, away from the worries of living alone, to a world where everything is at your fingertips. Great restaurants, all sorts of ways to keep busy and productive, and a community that feels more like family. Live your life at Windsor Run Senior Living. Call or visit us online to learn more.
There's nothing more personal than planning your estate. Maisha Blakeney is the Rock Hill Estate Planning Attorney. She will be the one answering your calls, your questions, your concerns, helping you ensure your loved ones are provided for, taxes are minimized, and help you plan for unforeseen setbacks. Take control of your estate before it's too late.
Your estate is personal to you, which makes it personal to me. That's why I handle every client personally. Call me today, Maisha Blakeney, the Rock Hill Estate Planning Attorney.
This is the 2026 Nissan Rogue with a 12.3-inch touch display. It's the most powerful Rogue ever and has 225 pound-feet of torque. That's a lot of torque. Go Rogue in the 2026 Nissan Rogue. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality. Now get 0% APR on select SUVs for well-qualified buyers or get $3,500 customer cash on Rogue.
It's your time at Catawba Two Kings Casino. Double down on excitement with live and electronic table games or win big in the new high-limit slot room. Grab a bite at the food truck, then bet, watch, and win at the sportsbook. Plus, new members can win their share of $5,000 in free play each week. Win up to $15,000 cash at our Winter Moneymaker Challenge. Take Exit 5 off 85 for Two Kings, your everyday getaway. Regulated by the Catawba Nation Gaming Commission. Must be 21 plus to play. Gambling problem? Call the National Council on Problem Gambling, 1-800-522-4700.
Coit's here to get your furniture quite clean. Our certified technicians will deep clean leather chairs and stubborn stains off most any fabric. It's not clean until it's quite clean. Call 1-800-4COIT or visit coit.com today.
Well, welcome back in. Good Sunday morning to you. Right now, we are taking a live look from Boone. You can see that the roads are snow covered, maybe some ice there too. You definitely want to be careful if you are choosing to get on the roadway this morning. Thanks again for staying with us. I'm Autumn Bracey.
And I'm Lisa Washington. This morning we have a team of meteorologists and our reporters spread out across the area to walk you through everything you need to know with this winter storm system. So let's get right to meteorologist Becca Birdsall. She has the WCNC Weather Impact Alert forecast. Becca.
Alert, and that is due to that freezing rain that is starting to become the dominant winter weather precipitation out there. So that ice storm will continue pretty much all day long today. But as we see lingering impacts with those cold temperatures, we could keep that ice pack around as we go into early next week. So we've been prepping you for the worst all week long. The roads are just beginning to deteriorate and will likely worsen as we go later on in the day with the potential of power outages. Precipitation types right now, it's a mixed bag. We've got snow, we've got sleet, we've got freezing rain, at least what the radar is picking up. But it's having trouble actually finding some ground truth of what exactly is falling at the ground. And that's because it's the setup. It's cold air damming. We've got a low deck of clouds, and the radar is overshooting a lot of that, which is why we're looking at cameras, and we will, of course, take all your reports of what you are seeing exactly in your neighborhood. But we're starting to see that radar fill in just a little bit more, work more into the Charlotte metro. Difference between sleet and freezing rain. Think of freezing rain like a glazed donut. Think of sleet as a sprinkled donut will bounce on contact with the ground. So this will continue throughout the day. We'll see those freezing rain impacts linger as we go into the afternoon and evening before pulling off by late tonight. Temperature-wise, it's cold out there. We're in the teens widespread from the mountains into the metro, and it is going to stay cold, guys, over the next several hours and as we go into early next week as well.
All right, thank you so much, Becca. Well, right now, thousands of people, they are waking up to dangerous conditions as sleet and ice continues to fall across our area.
WCNC Charlotte's Walker Lawson joins us live this morning from Mooresville. And Walker, I know that you've been outside now for quite some time. Is there still precipitation falling right now where you are? Tell us what you're seeing.
Yeah, Lisa, well, good morning. Of course, I grew up here in the area, and I have to say this is probably one of the coldest ice storms I've had to cover. It's in the teens, as Becca just mentioned. It is freezing out here. Make sure you have the chapstick handy as well. But taking a look, a car is a prime example of kind of what we're seeing. So you see the sleet that has accumulated here, but it is almost completely frozen. So it's kind of like that glacier that we were talking about earlier. And as Becca mentioned, you're seeing that glaze on everything. And the precipitation actually, since evidence you just tossed out to me has started to pick back up. I can hear the sleet pellets bouncing off of my jacket, but I can also see some of the precipitation falling just a little bit harder, which is that freezing rain that's going to fall right onto the surface and stick. I can see some of the trees in the distance as well that are glazed over. This is definitely a day to just stay home. Thankfully, it's a Sunday, so you can just stay indoors and look at it through your window. Again, as mentioned, at my feet, as we kind of pan over, you can see that the surface is completely covered here. And this is, again, just a parking lot here, but I can see that the main road right outside of our hotel looks exactly like this surface. So again, just being mindful, it has this sleet snow mix on the bottom of it. And as Becca has mentioned, we're going to continue to transition to freezing rain throughout the day, throughout the evening tonight. And that is just going to make things even more slippery out here, and kind of that compact sleet snow mix that you'll have at the bottom underneath that ice.
All right, Walker, continue to stay safe out there. Of course, not only the hazardous driving conditions, but those power lines, we're hoping that they aren't impacted too much.
For sure. Of course, we are seeing conditions like Walker mentioned all across our area. WCNC Charlotte's Destiny Richards is live this morning. She is in South Charlotte. Destiny, when we saw you in the last half hour, you said you could hear it, like as Walker mentioned, kind of bouncing on your hand, on your jacket there. Have the conditions improved a little bit, or are things still about the same?
Lisa, things picked up right at 5:30. When we just started our 5:30 half hour, I felt it and heard it get a lot louder. And we also can see that we're along a side street here next to a gas station. And while this isn't a main road, you can see it's just blanketed in white. This is not snow, but again, kind of like little grains of ice pellets. It looks like table salt. But if you go down here to the ground and walk on it, it's very grainy and it's pretty slippery. So this is definitely ice. This is not snow. And when you look at the grass, it's not accumulating the same. You see more grass. It's very stiff. It does have all of this in it, but all of this together and packing together is what it makes the ground very slippery. And we're seeing cars as well start to be accumulated, not with just that thin layer of ice, but it's turning white now, covered across it. So it's definitely picked up a lot more. Again, it looks like little ice pellets just bouncing. It's not rain. It is not snow, and it is accumulating a lot more. We're hoping that the roads are a lot better. The main roads that we're looking at here in South Charlotte, kind of over yonder, are looking like some people are on the roads, not going super slow. We've seen some people go kind of normal speed, but this morning it's definitely going to be very slick, and with it picking up in this at the top of this half hour and going to be picking up throughout the day, it's definitely going to get a lot worse. So if it's looking like this just in the last 30 minutes, a lot more covered in white, then you can only imagine what our crews have to keep up with out on the main road. So just take it safe, and we'll have another check coming up at 6.
All right, Destiny Richards live in South Charlotte. Be careful out there, Destiny. Thanks for showing us that. As she mentioned, she saw more of the accumulation sort of on the streets and the roads as opposed to on the grass there. Chris, I know you're answering a number of questions from our viewers, including that one. A lot of people have some questions this morning.
So in that shot, it was really tough to see. The sleet is so fine. What we're actually seeing here is it's accumulated on the roads because you can see it. The sleet is actually dropping in between the blades of grass, and it's actually accumulating below. Snow forms on the top because it connects to one another, so it is accumulating. You just can't see it as much. But on the roads, it is just instantly freezing. Just look at these temperatures in the teens. By the way, we're answering your questions all morning long. Your question was, any chance for grapple? Grapple is pretty much soft hail. It's almost a combination between snowflakes and sleet pellet. Well, you have a chance, I would say, up in the North Carolina mountains and really here from Morganton over to Hickory, maybe even down to northern Cleveland County. But that's a really outside chance. A lot of this precipitation is very fine, so most likely no grapple for today. But we have all the rest, the sleet, the freezing rain, even some snowflakes. Full forecast coming up.
The Carolina Chevy Storm Tracker, only on WCNC Charlotte.
My new car.
Now that I'm here, I'm used.
What?
Now replace my transmission. Buy me new tires. My check engine lights on.
Drive FlexCar, the only month-to-month car lease. Maintenance included. Switch cars anytime. FlexCar, you drive everything.
Frustrated with your backyard? Got the space, but not the setup? KB Home Improvement turns "we should do something" into "why didn't we do this sooner?" Covered patios, decks, screened-in porches, and sunrooms. Custom built to match your home, designed to fit your life. KB Home Improvement will transform your backyard today. Don't miss out on a free ceiling heater upgrade with a new backyard covered patio.
We did price having another shingle, having the shingle roof removed and having another shingle roof installed. Honestly, it would have been cheaper, but we have a custom home here and we really thought that the look of standing seam metal plus the lifetime warranty that comes with the standing seam metal would be a really good fit for our home. So we decided to spend a little bit more money and get this beautiful roof put on our house. I guess number one, I really like the look of standing seam. Number two, the standing seam's got the lifetime warranty and you don't have any screws that show. We felt like with a whole lot of the wind and snow that we get here in the mountains, standing seam metal would be an excellent choice for us. I know at the coast, they use a whole lot of standing seam metal as well because of the wind that comes in off the coast. So, you know, if it can stand up to the coast, it'll stand these mountain winds as well. For our home, we decided to go the extra mile and get the standing seam.
If you want total health care from a provider you trust,
hi, Blair. Hi.
Right in the palm of your hand, if you want soup, sweatpants, and zero in-person contact, if you want wellness wherever, our virtual primary care delivers with great website manner.
No worries.
So choose your doctor from our profiles and enjoy the healthiest online relationship you've ever had. House calls have evolved. Atrium Health.
My new car.
Now that I'm here, I'm used.
What?
Now replace my brakes, flush my coolant, buy me new tires.
Try FlexCar, the only month-to-month car lease. Maintenance included. Switch cars anytime. FlexCar, you drive everything.
Well, time now, 5:41, with a mixture of sleet and freezing rain continuing to blanket the ground. Road conditions are among the #1 concerns. And so we're going to check in with meteorologist Majestic Storm. She is live in our Chevy Storm Tracker this morning. Majestic, I know it's early, but are you seeing a lot of people on the roads? If so, how are the conditions?
Good morning, everyone. Well, really, we haven't seen a whole lot of drivers out on the road, so that is good news. That's what we've been preparing you for, to mostly stay at home unless you have someplace to be. Area roadways right now, honestly, they are covered. We have basically a mixture of that freezing, drizzle, mist, and then little tiny pellets of sleet. It's hard to even tell which lane we're in if you're not paying attention. We have done a couple of our brake checks to see how that is going, and honestly, if you're going fast, you're going to slide. So bottom line, if you do have someplace to be this morning, you're going to want to allow for plenty of time to make sure you are scraping all your windows. That took at least a good 10 to 15 minutes, warming up your car, making sure it's good to go. But really just driving slow. Allow for plenty of time to get to where you need to be. And when you do come up to those stop lights or stop signs, just make sure you're tapping on the brake slowly and you don't just slam on it. That's when you're going to really run into some issues. Right now, though, we are right here coming to our stoplight. We're on Billy Graham right now, so not too far away from our station. Again, as you can see, we stopped just fine, but I am seeing that all of the roads are covered with precipitation, and again, temperatures are, of course, below freezing. So we're anticipating that everything on the ground right now is frozen over, so just driving with caution. That's a look at traffic right now. I did just check total traffic, and we don't have any big accidents, but I'll also not only be keeping a close eye on weather, but also the roads. For now, though, we'll have another check on those roads all coming up here soon. Guys.
All right, Majestic, thanks so much for that. Again, stay safe out there. Thanks for showing us those road conditions. Now, we know this morning many of you have questions about this storm, and we are here to get the answers. Chris and Becca are joining us now, so let's dive in, guys. All right, the first one, we talked about this briefly, but it comes with a picture. Someone asking, why is the wintry mix and the ice sticking to the road but not the grass? Chris, I think you mentioned it's just a little harder to see. It is accumulating in the grass, but it is harder to see. So let's go to the second question. It says, if I use water to get ice off my by windshield. What temperature should it be? That's a great question.
Yes, that is a good question. I will go ahead and say you should not use water at all to get ice off of your windshield. You might think, oh, if I have boiling hot water, that will melt the ice super fast. But the difference in extreme temperatures between the teens that we're seeing right now and then the boiling water could actually crack your windshield. If you do it at all, maybe lukewarm water, but because it's so cold, it will likely just have a thick layer of ice on top of the ice. If you're trying to get off a scraper, it might be your best bet.
So this is a double meteorologist. Don't do it. I would just
double no.
Double no. So, and just because of everything that Becca just mentioned, and just in general, I think I would just, if you can get into your car, maybe just go the defrost method. Yes. All right, let's get to the next question.
All right, next question. When will the power outage risk be highest?
Okay, this is a good one. So, Becca, one thing that we've really seen is the precipitation is so light right now.
Yes.
But I think that really, I would say late morning into early afternoon is, I think, where we have some of the highest risk. But it's also interesting, too, because the winds are so light, but then I think that could change.
Yes, I'd say right now we're not seeing any major power outage issues. One thing is the freezing drizzle. You might think, oh, since it's falling so lightly that it actually isn't as bad, but the ice can accrete so much better when it's falling lighter. So you might think, oh, it's not doing much. Well, it's kind of more of the opposite effect. And then when we see that freezing rain event later on tonight, we're going to have the winds and the cold weather really kick in for Monday. So I think if we still have some ice pack on the power lines, that could also lead to some more power outage issues as well.
Yeah, to summarize, I would say pretty much by the afternoon is where I think that we're going to start to see them really come up, especially if we're getting some of those values up and over 1/4 inch. All right, one more question. What do we got?
All right, our final question is, my dog won't stop licking the rock salt off of my pavement. What should I do? We know there's a lot of pet owners out there.
Yes, I will say I was on a walk yesterday and the sidewalks are covered with this right now. So we were trying to avoid it as best we can. I have a husky, so he is not going to be putting on any sort of booties at all. But when you get home, wash their paws in warm water and do that pretty quickly. My dog didn't have an issue of licking his paws, but it has chemicals in it. It also cuts the paw pads or the toe beans, as I like to call it as well.
Yeah, so if you have that area, if you can maybe try to move them over to the grass, just try to avoid it, or if it's a smaller dog, lift them up, because as you mentioned, it's not just salt. There is a lot of chemicals in that. Okay, so we've only just begun. We're gonna do this all morning long. So if you have questions, it's easy. We all have our phones. Just make sure to text us anytime. That's gonna be 704-329-3600. We'll be here all morning long answering your questions. Take care, everyone. We'll be back after the break.
A Cessna C550 crashed while landing at the Statesville Airport.
This gun violence is leaving deep scars in families across communities.
Stream extended coverage on WCNC+. Download on your TV and watch for free.
Capability inside and out. How it should be. The Hyundai Santa Fe.
Get 0.99% APR or $1,500 bonus cash on the Santa Fe, or lease for $339 a month. See your hometown Hyundai dealer.
See our legal team. See our passion. See our experience. See our values. See our impact. See our results.
If you've been the victim of a serious accident, trust CR Legal Team to stand up for you.
CR Legal Team. Commitment, results. Call 888-THE-TEAM.
Winter does serious damage to your roof. Every freeze and thaw puts you closer to an expensive replacement. How's yours holding up? Call RoofMax for a free winter roof assessment with no obligation. Our treatment restores flexibility and strength to your shingles, adding up to 15 years of life to your roof. And right now, you'll get a free roof tune-up with your RoofMax treatment. We'll bring your roof out of winter better than it went in.
This season, in the Queen City, the Charlotte Checkers make their mark on the AHL, defending their crown as Eastern Conference champions.
To the sliding shoot and score! And it's 5-2 Charlotte.
Catch the Checkers in action as they continue their hunt for another title, live at Bojangles Coliseum. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement. Get your tickets now at charlottecheckers.com.
Behold, another college commercial.
We can talk about fancy buildings, historic bell towers, traditions, but what we really want you to see is our doors. Some doors are open for you. Some don't open without practice. Whatever kind they are, rush through them, dance through them, travel through them. Because if college doesn't open doors, what's the point?
A blind spot that's never out of sight. How it should be. The Hyundai Tucson.
Get 0.99% APR or 1,000 bonus cash on a Tucson or lease for only $279 a month. See your hometown Hyundai dealer.
The WCNC Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust. Track how the weather will impact your day. Breaking news, live from the scene. All the local news you need. WCNC Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free.
Welcome back, everyone. So, unless you tell us what's falling at your house, really anything goes. So this area of pink and the areas of white are representing a snow, a sleet, and even a freezing rain environment. It's mainly sleet and snow. I think the majority of this is some really fine sleet, little teeny ice pellets, easy to confuse. However, if you look off in the distance, it looked like it snowed, and you're still going to think up to about an inch of some of this activity. More so if you live northwest of Charlotte, up and around the Hickory area and the foothills, that's going to be a much better chance for some of that accumulation as well. So where are we going from here? What is going on here? First off, I want to show you a visual of what happened. We had a thin layer of ice. Now we're seeing really less than I would say a full inch of sleet, but that is still a solid coating. But we could still add another 1/4 to a 1/2 inch of ice on top of that. That's going to compact it even more. And then you have an already slippery skating rink. Right now, things are drivable. So letting you know, that's the good news. Once we get up to about a 1/10 of an inch, that things are really going to be changing on us going forward. And as far as how much precipitation that we're going to see as far as ice goes, we have some of the upper totals that are showing upwards to about 3/4 of an inch. Truly, I think this is going to be a little bit closer to a 1/2 inch. So I'm bringing the totals down a little bit only because of the drier air that is relatively just working into this system. So it's still a problem, but it's not comparatively to where we have been. So that's some good news. So I think that you still have a chance for up to a 1/2 inch. The 3/4 of an inch, I think, is mainly up in the higher elevations. So over the next few hours, and our Futurecast wasn't handling this, so we have to kind of take things minute by minute, hour by hour. I think that we're mainly going to be seeing sleet, I would say, over the next 2 to 3 hours. And then eventually, we're going to see a changeover. And the reason why I'm saying that, I stepped off just because I wanted to show you a little more visuals going on here, is that we're seeing sleet starting to take over down here to the south, but a lot of this profile is still very much sleet and even some fine snowflakes. This is also a whole lot heavier once you see some of those darker shadings. So eventually, we're going to start to push all this further off towards the north. That is going to allow for bigger problems once it glides along here. So the Charlotte area, and especially areas northwest, that's why we're calling for some higher totals just northwest of this area. So let me show you what we're looking at hour by hour. So I want to say I'm going to extend, even though the Futurecast isn't showing that, sleep possibility for the next 3 hours or so. So that's going to bring us up to about 7 to 8 o'clock. After that, we see accumulating freezing rain, much higher rates than we have been. If you look out the window, he's like, ha, it's raining. It's raining in the 20s. That's not a good thing. So it was raining at the surface. That's going to be freezing pretty much instantaneously, but that certainly is happening in our treetops and our power outages and our power lines, which is going to lead to power outages. I think that's going to be more so late morning heading through the afternoon, and then we'll keep that on and off freezing rain, especially here. So if you're watching pretty much from Asheville through Hickory up to North Wilkesboro, I would even include Statesville, that area right there, you're going to see the heaviest activity. And Becca mentioned this brilliantly earlier, that even if you have a freezing drizzle, that is still coating things perfectly because it has a better chance of not running off. So that's still going to add to our ice problem. So if we're going to have power outages, I think it's late morning through the afternoon. But Becca, there's a chance that these conditions could linger, leading to more problems and more power outages. Take it away.
That's due to 2 reasons, mainly because we're going to see really cold conditions as we go into early next week, but also the winds are going to be ramping up as we go into your Monday afternoon. So even after the freezing rain event ends on your Sunday later on today, we will see those impacts lingering into your Monday. So here is what's going to be happening. 1/2 inch of ice accumulation. Think of that as 500 pounds weighing on a single power line. So when that ice forms on that power line, it forms in a teardrop shape, but it kind of sinks down. And when it's windy, wires can sway and glide that creates a galloping effect. And we are expected to see those winds really start to increase as we go into your Monday. So let me show you what that looks like. Here comes Monday morning. We are seeing windy conditions up in the mountains, gusts 30 to 40 miles per hour, but we'll likely see it peak here in the Charlotte metro over 25 miles per hour at times. So putting this all together in this Jerry Hunt Supercenter 7-day forecast, we could see lingering impacts in terms not only of keeping the ice pack around with these very cold morning temperatures, followed by afternoon highs really only in the 30s and 40s, but also see the potential of more power outages as we go into your Monday. Highs this week are going to be very cold, you guys.
Cozy up with Bo's new salted caramel apple crisp for a limited time only. It's Bo time.
Touches of black. They stand for elegance, refinement. They make you see everything in a new light.
Get 0% APR for up to 48 months plus 0 payments for 90 days on the purchase of a new 2025 Telluride or 2026 Sorrento.
What's going on, night shift?
I just finished the call, and they'll have warm heat at their house tonight.
It's gonna be a late night for me, y'all. Next call is a dead garbage disposal. Over.
You know you don't have to say over, right?
I know. But it feels so official. Over.
Hey guys, Mr. Hearn just called. His furnace smells like dirty socks. Over.
It's go time. Over.
We're here till midnight, and we make it easy. Over.
Oh.
What's the matter, fella?
I was in a car wreck and I think I hurt my sacroiliac.
Well, why don't you see a doctor?
That costs money.
No worries. We're attorneys Tatum and Atkinson. We'll work to get the insurance company to pay for your doctors, your lost wages, and your pain and suffering.
Check my sacroiliac.
I don't think you have a sacroiliac.
Must have been an option.
Correct? Call us.
We're attorneys Tatum and Atkinson.
The heavy hitters.
Call the heavy hitters. They'll work to get you more. 1-800-LAW-0804.
A cold shiver on a freezing day that led to a realization that needed the right contractor for the perfect upgrade and up to $2,625 back. From water heater and plumbing repairs to heating and air upgrades, your journey to comfort and savings starts now. Get a free contractor referral and rebates at finditduke.com.
Windsor-run senior living residents love their community, but they do have one regret. They wish they'd moved here sooner, away from the worries of living alone, to a world where everything is at your fingertips. Great restaurants, all sorts of ways to keep busy and productive, and a community that feels more like family. Live your life at Windsor Run Senior Living. Call or visit us online to learn more.
I have 2 options for you to take a look at. What do you think?
From design and products to removal and installation, we handle the entire process to create a beautiful and functional bathroom for whatever your life needs. Rebath, with you every step of the way. Fast removal, fast installation. Our remodels take only days, not weeks, so you can love your bathroom sooner. Call us or visit rebath.com and save 10%.
Coit's here to get your drapes quite clean. Our certified technicians will deep clean drapes and curtains with care and precision. It's not clean until it's quite clean. Call 1-800-4COIT or visit coit.com today.
This is the 2026 Nissan Rogue. With a 12.3-inch touch display, it's the most powerful Rogue ever. And has 225 pound-feet of torque. That's a lot of torque. Go Rogue in the 2026 Nissan Rogue. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality. Now get 0% APR on select SUVs for well-qualified buyers, or get $3,500 customer cash on Rogue.
You may not recognize me, but I'm the Picanol girl. Remember?
Picanol Home Improvements. That's what I said. Picanol. Picanol.
Aren't you the Pinnacle girl?
Yes, and it's pronounced Picanol.
I still love my friends at Picanol. They work hard to make your home look beautiful.
Make your home look beautiful and make no payments and no interest till 2027 on all windows, roofing, and siding. That's no payments and no interest till 2027 at Pinnacle.
Imagine an injury law firm that's committed to preventing accidents, that educates the public on automobile and bike safety, and cares for the community.
That firm is CR Legal Team, and our entire team is equally committed to caring for the whole person after a crash, physically, emotionally, and financially. From way before to way after an accident happens, trust CR Legal Team to stand up for you. Call 888-THE-TEAM.
This right here is what the experts call a problem. Today I'm lifting some sunken concrete. So again, this is simply forming a new layer between the soil and the concrete, and it's expanding as we speak.
That's right.
That's moving.
It's moving.
Son of a gun. Get yourself a free concrete slab inspection from a certified expert. Call Dry Pro, a groundworks company. It's weirdly satisfying.
Isn't it?
It's clearly time. It's pro time. Call 800-4COIT or visit COIT.com for 35% off.
The people you trust Coit.
All right, welcome in this Sunday morning. Right now, we are taking a live look from King Street and Boone. You can see snow and ice and freezing rain impacting the roadways there. You're encouraged not to get out, but if you do, of course, you want to use extreme caution as this historic ice storm continues to settle across the Carolinas and really across the nation. Thanks again for joining us here on WCNC Charlotte at 6. I'm Autumn Bracey.
And I'm Lisa Washington. We have a team of meteorologists here this morning as we are weather alert. We also have a number of our reporters standing by to walk you through everything you need to know with this weather system. Our Walker Lawson and Destiny Richards are live to show you the latest conditions, and our weather team is here to track it all for you. Let's start things off this morning with meteorologist Chris Mulcahy and that WCNC weather impact alert forecast. Chris.
Sorry, I was checking the radar. That's why I wasn't in my box. But now we're back. Here we go. We're up in Banner Elk, and we can see some active frozen precipitation right here on the lens. And it depends where you are. Some areas seeing a lot more activity. Others just seeing barely any sleet or even a little bit of snow. But you can see those visibilities off in the distance. It is active. Right now, Charlotte Motor Speedway, everything is covered. You can see it in the stands. So now we're really starting to add up the sleet. So that is going to be the near term. So I want to bring up this graphic again because I think it really describes what we're encountering, what we're going to see. We've already had a thin layer of ice. That happened really as early as 7 o'clock. It's very, very thin. And that started to add through the overnight. And then we're going to see up to about an inch of sleet. I think some areas maybe could see a little bit more, but in general, let's average it out to about an inch. The problem is once this changes over to freezing rain, we get upwards to a quarter to a half inch of ice when all is said and done. So I want to show you exactly what this model is showing. Check this out. We are dealing with a quick little icing possible over the next few hours. I think it's more mid to late morning, but notice some of these totals getting up to about that quarter to even close to a half inch further off towards the west. But I think a quarter of an inch is going to be the norm in general, and we could continue that through the afternoon and also through the evening. So continue to be on guard as we're working our way through today. As far as our temperatures are concerned, gotta love that. Mainly hanging out in the 20s and the teens over the next couple of hours. Back to 25 by the end of the morning. You're expecting anywhere from sleet, maybe even a quick little burst of snow, and then freezing rain becomes the dominant feature. Even when it's not raining, still some of that freezing mist and drizzle is going to be attached to the power lines and some of the trees above you. So please be careful. As you mentioned, don't travel. That's easy. If you don't travel, you're going to be safe, and fingers crossed you don't lose power. We'll have another update coming up here shortly.
All right, a lot to watch out for. Thank you. Well, right now, thousands of people waking up to dangerous conditions as sleet and ice continues to fall across our area.
WCNC Charlotte's Walker Lawson joins us live this morning from Mooresville. Walker, how are things where you are? Now, when we spoke with you in our 5 o'clock hour, you said that things were picking up a bit. We heard Chris say if you don't have to be out, really just stay in to be safe. But tell us what it's like there in Mooresville.
Yeah, well, guys, it's definitely picking up even more so than the last time we spoke to you. We actually moved angles so the way the wind is blowing, it is coming right down on my face. It feels like I'll say unpleasant. Of course, we have a breeze out here, temperatures in the teens, and it's coming down kind of heavy now. So it feels like a little bit like glass falling on your face, but I'm going to walk around just a little bit just to kind of show you. This is our parking lot, which is pretty much obviously completely covered. So this is an area where they're not out plowing, moving stuff around, but I'm going to drop down to the ground a little bit just so you can see. Obviously, this is a nice dusting here on the ground, but underneath, as Chris had said, we have that ice that's down there. And then as we're seeing this kind of changeover from sleet to freezing rain, this will again just become a thick glacier that you'll have on the ground. Now, one of the main, it's not a main road, but it is a busy thoroughfare, I guess you would say. Behind me, it looks the same. It is completely covered. Of course, a lot of people choosing to stay here in the hotel. There's a hospital near here, so I know there were a couple nurses that were here last night checking in. So many people just trying to stay off the roadways. And of course, you're seeing roads like this one behind me and this parking lot that are already covered again in sleet as well as ice. And as Chris has mentioned, this is for the long haul. So we're going to be in this for most of the day into the evening hours. So again, if you don't have to, don't get out on the roadways. Thankfully, it is a Sunday, so most people don't have to work today. So again, just being mindful that you stay home. Again, just watch it from your window. It might be better than standing out here and feeling it hit your face in the teens.
All right, Walker, thank you so much. Continue to stay safe out there. By the look of those conditions, hopefully people stay off those roadways. We know things are expected to worsen.
Certainly. Now, Walker is in Mooresville, and we're seeing conditions like that all across our area this morning.
WCNC Charlotte's Destiny Richard, she joins us live this morning in South Charlotte. Destiny, what is your update? I know you said pellets were hitting you earlier. Are things improving? What are conditions like now?
Yeah, there's just more and more ice falling as we speak. You can kind of hear it hitting my jacket. It's been accumulating on my jacket, on my very warm headband here. And it's just really cold out here. And it does feel like, again, like Walker was saying, like glass hitting your face as well. But I also want to show how fast the accumulation has been building as well. The footprints that I was making earlier, the streaks that I was making along the road, have been covered already just in the last 30 minutes. So this stuff is coming down. It's coming down even harder now. And even though you can't see it on grass and on trees super close, you can see it though. And I want to show this bush that's behind us, just showing you every part of how this is affecting our environment. You can see that they're really frozen leaves on here, and the ice just breaks completely off. Oh, sorry, leaf. But yeah, so this stuff is accumulating fast. It is ice. It is not snow, even though it looks pretty and a blanket of white on the roads. Very dangerous, especially when it's accumulating this much and this fast. And I was just trying to scrape my car a little bit, just see how, you know, is it better? Is it worse? It's definitely worse trying to scrape your car as well. It's going to take a little bit more effort. A brush to brush off this fresh accumulation of ice pellets, but also that thin layer of ice from overnight as well. So it's a lot of effort. If you have to go out, just please be safe and be prepared as well. But it's definitely the best day to stay inside, especially as this comes down even harder as I'm speaking right now.
Destiny, thanks so much for that. It is pretty, but also can be quite dangerous. And if you are going to be going out, you'll need to allow yourself some extra time for your car to warm, to defrost. And as you said, that you're going to use that ice scraper. All right, Destiny Richards live in South Charlotte this morning. South Carolina's Governor Henry McMaster also urging people to stay alert and to avoid any travel that's not necessary.
The answer to what is facing us now with this cold weather and the ice all over the roads, on the power lines, is a real danger that we have to handle ourselves. So we're prepared, we're ready to go.
President Trump has approved an emergency declaration for North and South Carolina. FEMA announced that federal disaster assistance is now available to help with response efforts during this severe winter storm. The agency will be able to send equipment and resources to protect lives and property. The federal government will pay 75% of emergency response costs.
If you're up early with us, I'm answering your questions. Seriously, you got a cell phone, just text them to 704-329-3600. Becca and I will continue to keep you updated and answer your questions. But the question you asked, do you advise us to stay home on Monday? Yes, but if you need to do something, wait for the afternoon. At that point, temperatures will get back above freezing. That's going to help us out a little bit. But the main thing is Monday itself, in the morning, stay off the roads. That's why, even though they haven't done it yet, CMS likely going to be canceling schools, and schools will be out across the board. Take care, everybody. More questions to be answered coming up after the break.
At West Shore Home, we're making it easy to knock out your bathroom project right now with winter savings. All you have to do is schedule online at westshorebath.com to lock in free installation on your project. Plus, when you act now, get 18 months of no interest financing. From tub to shower conversions to walk-in tub installations and even full bathroom remodels, our crews of highly trained employee installers are ready to bring your dream project to life. Get started by visiting westshorebath.com for winter savings from West Shore Home.
What makes Zaxby's Giant Chicken Finger Quesadilla so giant? Crispy fingers, sauce, and melty cheese. Zaxby's Giant Chicken Finger Quesadillas. Who's got the sauce?
Zaxby's.
Here, matching bedazzled shirts are worn proudly, and phones are forgotten. Young ones are granted new power, and dad jokes are actually funny. Fireworks paint the sky every night, and hand-holding makes a comeback every day. Here, anything is possible if you can imagine it. And that's what makes Orlando unbelievably real.
Sure you got this?
Yeah, I've done this a few times. Gastonia Nissan and Rock Hill Nissan are coming together. That means a bigger selection of vehicles with 2 convenient locations and 1 low price. Right now, get a new Nissan for just $17,998. That's right, just $17,998 gets you a new Nissan. And with 2 great locations and same great deals and the service we've always delivered. Gastonia Nissan, Rock Hill Nissan. We're closer than... I got it. We're closer than you think. You're pretty easy to work with. I know, I get that a lot.
If you've been on the American River, it's uphill, it's downhill. There's trails everywhere that you can walk, and it just makes you happy. And I couldn't walk, and it was terrible. I was turning into a real crab. I went to the Good Feet store, and I tried on the arch supports. I never have taken them off since the day I bought them. I can walk, I can run, I can jump, I can do anything. My name's Terry, and that's my Good Feet story.
You too can get back out there with arch supports from the Good Feet store.
Coit's here to get your drapes quite clean. Our certified technicians will deep clean drapes and curtains with care and precision. It's not clean until it's quite clean. Call 1-800-4COIT or visit Coit.com today.
The Carolina Chevy Storm Tracker, only on WCNC Charlotte.
The time is now 6:11. Dangerous conditions are not just a concern at Charlotte Douglas, but across the South. Julie Martin is live this morning at Hartsfield-Jackson Airport in Atlanta, following the latest on the conditions there. Good morning, Julie.
Good morning, Lisa. Yes, airport is operational, but not many flights are going out. Take a look here at the cancellation board. You see a lot of red up there indicating this is the Delta hub here. All these Delta flights, about 500 of them are canceled for today. Nationwide, about 9,500 flights overall are canceled. Just checking there at Charlotte Douglas Airport, about 81% of the flights canceled for you. So not looking good in terms of travel, but the airport is operating right now. You do notice a few flights, a handful of them anyway, going out. Here in Atlanta, though, we are under a freeze warning until Monday, and unfortunately some of that has started this morning. The roads right now aren't too bad, and so people are still able to get to the airport, but the airlines have all really proactively canceled flights. This started about Thursday of last week, with all of the airlines really just canceling thousands of flights. So not a lot of flights really going out, not much volume. We were out here yesterday and noticeably much lighter than normal here at the world's busiest airport. Lisa?
All right, Julie, thanks so much for that report. Of course, that's the situation in Atlanta, Delta being the hub there. Here in Charlotte, of course, it's American Airlines. This morning, we know there are more than 1,000 cancellations already.
And right now, more than half of all Americans are under winter weather alerts across 37 states.
And those states will also experience
The Arctic blast's frigid introduction, slamming the country with snow, sleet, and freezing rain, set to impact more than half of all Americans. In Arkansas, roads littered with jackknife semis and cars skidding off the road. Chaos in Tennessee as crews rescue stranded drivers. At least 17 states declaring a state of emergency as 196 million Americans from Arizona to New England are under winter weather alerts. Wind chills crashing to the negative 20s and 30s across the plains and upper Midwest. In hard-hit North Texas, we saw highways typically packed with traffic nearly empty as Texans stay home. For those who can't, volunteers run life-saving warming centers.
It is deadly cold out, and it's going to get even colder.
Serving nearly 1,000 people with a warm meal and a place to ride out the storm.
What are the greatest needs you're seeing from people as they come in?
So people are coming in real cold, and thankfully the building is a warm place. People are hungry, so we're trying to get as much food as possible to them.
Farther north in Oklahoma City, people could get snow they haven't seen in years. Candace Sweat from our Dallas station is there.
The state of Oklahoma blanketed in snow today. People ventured out for tools they desperately needed. We even spoke to a man who snagged the very last shovel for his house.
How lucky did you feel?
Lucky.
The storm is a shock to the system for the South, ill-equipped to handle the worst of winter.
Please stay off the roadways. They're starting to cover back over.
This transportation nerve center in Tennessee watches the roads. Kathy Park is there.
How do residents typically react when there is winter weather moving this way?
It's a snow apocalypse, basically. It's mayhem. It's panic mode around here, but we always end up surviving and working together and cooperating as a community, and that's what we expect during this storm, too.
Thousands of power outages reported in Texas, Louisiana, and New Mexico. George Solis is tracking them from North Carolina.
A massive mobilization of resources has been deployed. Utility Duke Energy has more than 18,000 workers at the ready at sites just like this one, as everyone braces for an ice storm not seen in 2 decades.
Officials continuing to urge, staying safe means staying home.
Not only does staying off the roads ensure your safety, it ensures everybody's safety.
As I mentioned, answering all your questions through this morning, someone said, at what rate should we expect ice to melt on the roads given forecasted temps? This is a complicated question because there's so many variables, but typically heavier ice, 1/4 to 1/2 inch, can take 12 to 48 hours. Since we have temperatures barely above freezing, I truly don't think we melt a majority of this until about Wednesday. That's why it's going to be rough travel through Monday, Tuesday morning. By Tuesday afternoon, things start to improve as we get to the back end of that window. Full forecast with Becca and I coming up after the break.
The WCNC Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust. Track how the weather will impact your day. Breaking news, live from the scene. All the local news you need. WCNC Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free.
My family and I wanted a fresh start, but we didn't want the hassle of selling our home.
With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can close in as little as 21 days. There are no showings, no open houses, no stress. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer today.
This is the 2026 Nissan Rogue with a 12.3-inch touch display. It's the most powerful Rogue ever and has 225 pound-feet of torque. That's a lot of torque. Go Rogue in the 2026 Nissan Rogue. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality. Now get 0% APR on select SUVs for well-qualified buyers or get $3,500 customer cash on Rogue.
Having Spectrum, they prove their value all the time to us.
All our total sales come from the internet, so fast, high-speed internet is crucial in this kitchen.
Spectrum is a great value for us. Part of that value is how fast the internet is, how reliable the internet is. They also provide wonderful customer service for us, which is vital for us to run our business.
Get your business free fiber-powered internet forever. Call to find out how.
Skyrocketing utility bills? Champion Windows can help seal up your home with our buy two, get two free sale.
Did you know your windows can be the biggest source of energy loss in your home? Just the smallest gap around one window could be equivalent to a 12-inch hole in your house. So, more windows equals more energy loss. Champion Windows keeps more heating and cooling inside your home, right where it belongs.
Upgrading to energy-efficient windows is more affordable with Champion's buy two, get two free sale. Call 888-4CHAMPION or schedule online today.
My family and I wanted a fresh start, but we didn't want the hassle of selling our home.
The guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate keeps you in control. There are no showings, no open houses, no stress. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer today and start packing.
The WCNC Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust. Track how the weather will impact your day. Breaking news, live from the scene. All the local news you need. WCNC Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free.
Visit Jerry Hunt Supercenter today, the king of pre-owned vehicles in Salisbury and Lexington.
Just real quick, we just answered this question. How long is it going to take pretty much for everything to melt away? It's going to take a while. I said until Wednesday things really don't get truly better, but I think things are going to be drivable by about Monday afternoon from place to place, but it just really depends. Let's see what those power outages are going to lead to as well. I'm just letting you know, throughout this morning here on WCNC and also WCNC Plus, if you text 704-329-3600, we're going to continue to answer your questions, including kind of a rapid fire with Becca and I. So I just wanted to say that these are all your questions coming directly. So I want to answer as many as possible, especially as many of you waking up to see what's going on. I'm letting you know, compared to 3 hours ago, we had 0 inches per hour, meaning it was really just a mist and a drizzle. Now, I've had 2 confirmed reports from both of our reporters. We had Walker and Destiny both say, oh, it's starting to pick up. Well, guess what? This is now all sleet. Sleet is taking over, but there is still a chance for a little bit of snow. One thing that's showing the signs that we're starting to turn things up, turn down for what, is we have about 1/100 of an inch per hour. That's not too much, but if it changes over to freezing rain, that's going to be substantial. But our precipitation rate starts to get up to about 1/10 of an inch per hour. At that point, once we change it over to freezing rain, that is the problem here. We already have a thin layer of ice, and now we're adding more sleet on top of that. I say less than an inch, but the way things are going, we were forecasting 1 to 2 inches of sleet. I'm going to still keep that, but I just want to average it out to about an inch of sleet or so. Once you get the extra ice, which we are going to see, that's going to be a 1/4 to a 1/2 inch of ice on top of everything, which is going to further glue things down. So having kind of that freezing ice sandwich as that is the bread, that's the worst case scenario, because before we were looking at sleet, you put this on top. Well, this actually is worse. The only good thing that we have is some dry air has been eating into this at first, so that limited some of the overnight precipitation. The roads still aren't good. Trust me, Becca's going to have more on that in here in just a moment. But one thing I do think is that our futurecast is a little bit off about the timing. I'm going to call it about 8 o'clock to 9 that we start to see that freezing rain sneak up, and it's really 9 to, I would say, 2 that I think we have our best chance for the heaviest precipitation, because after that we're starting to break things up, but there's still a chance that we have widespread freezing rain, even heavy. The last thing you need is to really audibly hear the rain. When that happens with these temperatures, you are talking about a quick ice accumulation. We don't want to hear it. We barely can hear the taps of the sleet. It's starting to pick up, but the louder this precipitation is, just letting you know, the louder the chaos, because the more ice that we see in the power lines and the trees, well, tree limbs come down, that affects the roads, tree limbs come down, that affects the power lines. So I'm hoping we don't lose power, because boy, we're going to see a big shift in those temperatures. On the back side of this, though, we could change things over to rain, but I think things are trending much, much cooler. But even if it does get plain old rain, it's not technically ice accumulation. Guess what? Above our heads is colder, so likely it's still going to be accumulating in the power lines. This will be done by about, I would say, the early to mid evening, so either side of sunset, and then heading into tomorrow, calming things down besides a little bit of snow up in the mountains. Okay, so Becca, the roads, not good, but drivable for the most part, at least for now, but I think that will change.
That's right, Chris. This is when roads really start to deteriorate, but likely will get worse as we continue to get that ice accumulation as we go later on this afternoon and evening. Now, I want to give you a quick road check. The key message is if you don't have to travel, don't. Roads can look wet, but they are often glazed with ice. I can count how many cars I've seen from this South Carolina camera. This is looking right at the border between York and Mecklenburg County. Now, it's Sunday morning. If you could stay home, that would be my message, but I also want to give you an idea of what Charlotte looks like as well. So this is I-77 at Atondo, just north of Uptown. You can see how those roads are covered with that snow, sleet, and mixture of freezing rain, which is now the predominant precipitation that we're seeing. So just a couple of driving tips if you do have to be out early. I know people have to go to the hospital or work their nursing shift. There's a lot of things going on at this point. You'll want to make sure to, after the storm, clear all the ice and snow off of your vehicle, because any lingering winter precipitation can become a weapon, especially to the car behind you if you're running those windshield wipers. So make sure to allow that to increase your visibility, especially as you head out. Temperature-wise, it's going to be staying in the 20s. So not only do we have got icy conditions out there, but it's also just downright cold as well. So putting all of this together in this Jerry Hunt Supercenter 7-day forecast, if you could avoid travel, that would be my message as we go later in on today. Not only that, but we'll likely see those impacts lingering with these very cold temperatures as we go into the start of the work week. We will see some sunshine. That means partial melting of the ice, but we'll have that refreeze pretty much every night this week, with temperatures even making it down to about 11 degrees by the time you start off your Tuesday morning.
All right, Becca, thanks so much for that. Now, if you see storm conditions pick up in your area or any weather impacts, we'd like to see it too. If it is safe for you to do so, just take a photo or a quick video and send it to us using the Near Me feature in our free WCNC Charlotte mobile app. Make sure that you add the location in your photo to help us tell the story. We'll be right back after a short break.
My name is Angel, and I was seriously injured in a car accident. The insurance company did not want to pay. I called DeMayo Law Office because I needed an attorney that was going to defend me, defend my rights. DeMayo Law Offices, when they stepped in, these people didn't have a choice because DeMayo Law Office made them pay.
If you've been injured, call DeMayo Law Offices.
I got exactly what I deserved, and I love it.
When times are tough, life can be hard. But when you have kids, it's even harder.
Hi, sweetie. How are you?
It's my birthday.
Happy birthday.
You want to give them everything they want, even when you don't have it to give.
Excuse me.
But thanks to Food Lion Feeds,
we got you a little something special.
I can focus on what matters.
Thank you.
Like her next birthday wish.
Thank you.
Here to fill tables and hearts with hope. Food Lion Feeds.
You can't beat a classic. It's why at Dilling, we've carried the same promise into every Carolina home since 1955. From plumbing to power, season after season, Dilling is committed to serving your home the only way we know how. Right. Because true commitment doesn't fade. It serves as the foundation for forever. Dilling, classic home service, built on generations of trust. Visit dillingnc.com today.
The highest art is beautiful, breathtaking, timeless, and moving. Experience art with 5,000 years of history, inspired by the divine.
Shen Yun at the Belk Theater, February 20th through the 22nd. shenyun.com.
Who you share it with.
627 now. If you have a generator on standby, experts say it's critical that you follow some important safety steps. First, don't overload it. You should keep that generator out of the freezing rain and sleet and under something covered. Make sure that it's away from your windows and vents to prevent carbon monoxide poisoning. Now, some of you have a generator to use if that power goes out. Of course, you want to make sure that you don't plug the appliances directly into the generator. Don't connect it directly to your home circuits or your wiring. This could put working power crews at risk. Also, never run a generator indoors. And finally, if your generator is gas powered, make sure to shut it off when you add fuel. And right now, some live pictures of downtown Blowing Rock at 627 on this Sunday morning. You can see the mix of precipitation there, temperatures into the teens with the wind chill feeling even colder. So if you do not have to go out this morning, it is advised that you stay in. We'll be back with more live right here on WCNC Charlotte.
Weather Impact Radar is sponsored by Dilling Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical.
My new car. Now that I'm here, I'm used.
What? Now replace my transmission. Buy me new tires. My check engine light's on.
Drive FlexCar, the only month-to-month car lease. Maintenance included. Switch cars anytime. FlexCar, you drive everything.
Sure you got this? Yeah, I've done this a few times. Gastonia Nissan and Rock Hill Nissan are coming together. That means a bigger selection of vehicles with 2 convenient locations and 1 low price. Right now, get a new Nissan for just $17,998. That's right, just $17,998 gets you a new Nissan. And with 2 great locations and same great deals and the service we've always delivered. Gastonia Nissan, Rock Hill Nissan. We're closer than... I got it. We're closer than you think. You're pretty easy to work with. I know, I get that a lot.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on a team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final whistle and start counting that cash. Hold up. You get early payout on parlays too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365.
I'm Matt from Call Dad. Wonder what it would sound like if our heating and cooling services were sung in a jingle.
When air inside your home is iffy, Dad will be there in a jiffy. Dad will leave you feeling spiffy. Call Dad. All you gotta do is call Dad.com.
I like that.
All you gotta do is call Dad.com.
My new car. Now that I'm here, I'm used. What? Now replace my brakes, flush my coolants, buy me new tires.
Drive FlexCar, the only month-to-month car lease. Maintenance included. Switch cars anytime. FlexCar, you drive everything.
All right, well, good Sunday morning. We're so glad you are waking up with us. Thanks again. We are WCNC Charlotte at 6:30. I'm Autumn Bracey.
And I'm Lisa Washington. This morning, our team is standing by to walk you through everything you need to know as we are weather alert today. Let's get right to meteorologist Becca Birdsall with the check of the forecast. And Becca, important to know because you said some people are waking up thinking, oh, this doesn't look like much. This is not the end of this storm system.
Yeah, we are only just getting started, and we're starting to see more and more accumulation out there in terms of that freezing rain and sleet. So hopefully this will give you an idea of the conditions that we are waking up to right now. And again, this will only continue to worsen as we go later in on the day. This is Concord, Charlotte Motor Speedway, courtesy of Mr. Sparky. You can see that sleet and freezing rain very well on the roads there. And this is going to be the trend across the entire area. Now, if you look at the radar, we're looking at different types of winter weather. So the radar is actually having a tough time figuring out what exactly is falling, which is why we've been looking at all our cameras and looking at some ground truth here. So I think the majority of this is freezing rain with some sleet mixing in, and we're starting to see the radar fill in a little bit more with gaps. So we've been overcoming a lot of dry air early this morning, but I'd say right now more widespread out there. These are the conditions that you'll be facing. What exactly is falling from the sky? Here's the difference between sleet and freezing rain. Sleet is small ice pellets. Think of it like a sprinkled donut, while freezing rain is more like a glazed donut. We'll have a glaze of ice across the sleety conditions. Right now, 19 degrees here in Charlotte, 18 in Boone, and 16 as you step outdoors over towards Ashe County. So not only is it icy, but it is downright cold, and that is why we are weather impact alert. Temperatures will be staying in the 20s throughout the day. How much ice are we expected to accumulate total? I've got more details in my full forecast coming up next.
All right, we'll be watching. Thank you, Becca. Well, right now, thousands of people, they are waking up to dangerous conditions as sleet and ice are falling across the area.
WCNC Charlotte's Walker Lawson is live this morning in Mooresville. Walker, we've been checking in with you throughout the morning. Last time we saw you, you said it was just not pleasant. You said it seemed to be coming down, this freezing rain, at an angle. Is it still like that now?
Yeah, absolutely, guys. We're seeing that mix of sleet, freezing rain. I can even see a couple snowflakes because the sleet and freezing rain's coming down quite hard, but there's a couple snowflakes floating around. But it's pretty much bouncing off of me, so maybe primarily sleet at the moment. Right now, if you're like myself, when you woke up this morning, you might have been a little surprised to see everything covered in white, because I only went to bed 3 hours before and there was nothing on the ground out here. So we have seen quite the transition. Again, as Becca mentioned, this is just the beginning of a very long day ahead. She also mentioned that dry air, which I think is really important because I don't think people realize how cold and dry the air is out here. My lips, make sure you have the chapstick because you can feel it. Again, brutal cold. But this is one of those things where the ground's covered. But as Chris and Becca have been talking about this morning, we had some freezing rain last night first. So it was already pretty much a sheet of ice. We now have sleet. That freezing rain's mixing in and kind of compacting it to these vehicles. So again, for people out here, the car is kind of an example of what this ground looks like underneath me. So while there might be sleet on top, there is a sheet of ice underneath. And as we continue to see this sleet, freezing rain mix that we're having out here, this is only going to worsen. Again, this is a long day ahead. Of course, temperatures cold out here, but also it is pretty windy out here as well. So that'll be something to take note of later today as we see that freezing rain continue for the tree limbs and for the power lines. It'll definitely be something to watch out for.
All right, thank you, Walker. As you showcase the car with the ice on it, you know, it may not look like much, but you definitely need to take it slow.
Certainly, and we are seeing conditions like that all across our area. Our Destiny Richards is live for us this morning in South Charlotte. Destiny, the last time we spoke with you in our last half hour, we saw you were saying the precipitation on some of the plants there and the trees as well. You could see the ice just sticking to those limbs.
Ice wonderland this morning, and it's definitely not as pleasant as the song goes because this is very slippery stuff. We're looking at a blanket of white sleet this morning all across parking lots, on side streets. Main roads, of course, are probably going to be looking a little bit better, but still the stuff is accumulating really fast and it's not letting up this morning. So that's what you'll be dealing with. Driving my car up to this spot, it was a little bit slippery, not too bad, but you want to take it slow if you do have to go out. I do want to demonstrate though what you'll be seeing if you get out to your car this morning. Again, this fresh accumulation is just, you know, powdery stuff, but underneath it, it's going to be very hard, difficult to scrape ice. So if you have a brush, that'll be good for getting off all of this fresh accumulation, but you'll still have your work cut out for you when it comes to getting the ice off. So definitely warm up that vehicle. If you have some de-icer spray, I bought some. It was very helpful when I was working in Spokane, Washington to help accelerate the melt a little bit, but you definitely want to use those supplies you may have gathered ahead of time. But as we've been saying, it's a great day to stay home, especially since this stuff is going to be coming down all day long, and this is just going to make the roads, side roads, your neighborhood streets a mess. Of course, we'll keep you updated so that you can stay safe out here throughout the day.
All right, Destiny, thanks so much. Definitely need that scraper if you're going to be going out this morning. Now let's check back in with Chris. Now you have another question.
All right, the question was, will we reach the single digits? Well, let's just factor in some of the wind chills because winds are going to pick up going forward over the next couple of days. For the most part, no. Now, if you're from the mountains, we're talking about a different story, case and scenario, but how it feels on Tuesday morning and really Monday night into Tuesday, check it out, wind chills at 5 to 10. So yes, it will feel like the single digits heading into your Tuesday morning. Keep that in mind. That is bone chilling. That's why we're saying, hey, if you don't need to travel over the next couple of days, don't. More cold weather questions coming up.
Hey, our team tests products every day. We only bring you the winners, and this one is super important because it's about protecting your private information. I have spent years reporting on this and teaching you how to protect yourself, and this product really helps you do that. It's called the ID Defender Premium Stamp Roller Kit, and what it does is it uses patented technology to mask your address. So you can roll through and look, I'm comfortable holding this private information up because you cannot see past it when you use it. Did you know, I just printed out this fake document, when you use a Sharpie on something to cross out your name, your address, all that, a scammer can literally hold it up to the light and actually still be able to read it, but not with this. You roll it through like that, done. You hold this up, a scammer cannot get that information. And you get a 3-pack of these, okay? You get 1,600 uses, which is pretty incredible. And I'm just gonna show you some other documents too. A personal check. Florida vehicle identification card. Again, very comfortable showing you all this because this stuff works and I want you to use it because it does protect yourself. Normally this is $47.97 for a 3-pack kit. Today, a deal, $24.97. One of our biggest deals to date, 48% off. I urge you to go get it. Just scan the QR code on your screen or go to shoptvdeals.com.
What's under your home can get into your home. A sealed crawl space keeps out moisture, mold, and pests. Canty Foundation Specialist is your local trusted expert in crawl space sealing. Call us today for your free estimate.
Canty can fix it.
This is the 2026 Nissan Rogue. With a 12.3-inch touch display, it's the most powerful Rogue ever. And has 225 pound-feet of torque. That's a lot of torque. Go Rogue in the 2026 Nissan Rogue. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality. Now get 0% APR on select SUVs for well-qualified buyers or get $3,500 customer cash on Rogue.
There's nothing more personal than planning your estate. Maisha Blakeney is the Rock Hill Estate Planning Attorney. She will be the one answering your calls, your questions, your concerns, helping you ensure your loved ones are provided for, taxes are minimized, and help you plan for unforeseen setbacks. Take control of your estate before it's too late.
Your estate is personal to you, which makes it personal to me. That's why I handle every client personally. Call me today, Maisha Blakeney, the Rock Hill Estate Planning Attorney.
Everyone goes through tough times, and everyone can get through them, as long as they don't have to do it alone. Dial 988 if you need someone to talk to. Someone like me who can help you get to a better place. We're here 24/7. Together we'll find the support and resources that work best for you. You'll be glad you called. Call, text, or chat 988. 988, let's get through it together.
In Orlando, there are moments of adventure. Moments of being seen. Moments of connection. Here, some of the best memories are made in the moments in between. And that's what makes Orlando unbelievably real.
Snakes, rodents, and mold all live and grow beneath your home and eventually will find their way inside. Canty Foundation Specialist is your local trusted expert in crawl space sealing. Call us today for a free estimate.
Canty can fix it.
The Carolina Chevy Storm Tracker, only on WCNC Charlotte.
Welcome back at 6:41. With a mixture of sleet and freezing rain blanketing the ground, road conditions are among the #1 concerns. We're now going to check in with meteorologist Majestic Storm again. She is live for us this morning in our Chevy traffic. Majestic, how are things looking this morning? Are conditions improving any?
We are here early Sunday morning in our WCNC storm tracker, and we do have sleet covering the roads. Not only that, but we are really watching just layers of freezing precipitation. Now, I want to point out a couple of things. We've been traveling on Billy Graham Parkway, and honestly, it doesn't look great. So if you are somebody who's up early thinking you're heading out to the airport or around that area, this is where we're seeing a lot of that freezing precipitation out on those roads. So right now, this is Billy Graham Parkway, and you can tell how iced it is over. We're seeing that mist, the drizzle, and it's just really freezing over. I do want to also mention that once we were actually on Tryon, conditions were significantly better. I mean, we didn't have any of that sleet or precipitation really showing. We could see that black asphalt here. So now we are merging. We're getting on I-85 here. I'm noticing several plow trucks out already trying to treat the roads here. So now we're on I-85. We are now seeing still kind of the same conditions as to what we were seeing on Billy Graham Parkway. So my advice to you, if you are heading out the door anytime soon, you'll need a lot of time to make sure your car's warmed up. Make sure you allow for plenty of time to make sure it's all scraped off as well. We have sleet coming down right now. We can hear it on our windshield. And because temperatures are so cold, it is just freezing out on those roads. So again, right now, we are traveling on I-85. We're out near the airport, just got off of Billy Graham. And again, I haven't seen many cars out here, so that's good. I think a lot of people are kind of hunkered down. But this is what we're seeing now. It seems like we have a plow truck, or is this a utility truck, right in front of us. We'll have another update all coming up for you soon, but as of now, conditions are not looking great. Probably just a good morning to kind of hunker down, and if you do have to go anywhere, just make sure you're allowing for a lot of drive time to get to where you need to be.
All right, Majestic Storm and our storm tracker this morning. Thanks so much for that report. It's good to see the windshield there. She mentioned the sleet that's coming down right now. And this morning, many of you have questions about this storm, and we are here to get those answers for you. Chris and Becca join us now. So, guys, let's just dive in. Our next question, any chance for thunder sleet or thunder freezing rain? Is that even a thing?
Not really.
No, it's thunder snow or just plain thunder. I actually, if we can bring up weather one, I'll show you something. Now, there is some heavier rain that is possible that could move in here, but I think all in all, we're going to see a chance for just heavy rain. If there is any thunder with this, enough instability, but the reason why is you technically need a warmer surface, really cold air. We have a really cold surface and warmer air, so I think it's kind of reversed.
Yeah, you kind of want convection to see thunder and lightning. That's rising air. We don't really have any of that now, and especially with the setup between cold air damming, we've got a really low cloud deck, so I would not anticipate any sort of thunder sleet, which would translate more to thunder snow, but certainly not what we're expecting.
All right, and all right, next question, but this one I'm going to direct towards Becca.
Okay, next question says, I live in York, South Carolina. My ramp when I got up at 5 is coated in white snow. Your app says freezing rain. My Google weather app says snow showers until almost 10. Could you tell me, is it actually snowing out here or is it ice?
Yes, this is a great question, and I see why people would be confused, because if you look at the current radar, it's showing snow, it's showing sleet and freezing rain. So the radar is having a lot of trouble picking up what is actually falling, because the radar is overshooting a lot of that precipitation. So I actually saw some pictures from York, South Carolina, and what it looked like was sleet that is now turned into freezing rain. So that's like a glaze over the sleet right now, and that will be the predominant precipitation going forward.
And by the way, a viewer actually said specifically to shout out Becca there, because this is her show. It is Sunday. Just because you see Lisa and I here, it's not Monday. Don't be confused whatsoever. All right, next question.
That is true. We are guests on Sunday morning, Chris.
Great to be here.
Thanks for that. We are. Okay, question 3. Usually storms move west to east across the mountains, and we get protected from a lot of the brunt of the storms. Doesn't seem to be happening this time. Why? And it's interesting because this storm actually came from the south, yes?
Yeah, so in this setup, you are right. In general, storm system move from west to east, but the reason why you're really seeing this is actually everything is still meeting up like right in the middle. So let me try to bring up some precipitation I can show you here on a sponsored radar. So you're seeing everything down from the southeast because what you're doing is you're getting a blast out of the southwest. You have a low pressure system. The way that it rotates in here, I'll show you, is in general like this. So that's allowing everything to blast in. So yes, the reason why that this is happening is a classic nor'easter setup. We have a low that originates from right around the Gulf and moves to the northeast. So this is a typical nor'easter pattern. That's the reason why that this is coming from that direction compared to usual weather systems that are usually west to east or northwest to southeast. All right, next question.
Okay, next question. Do we have time for one more? We don't. Okay, well, we will get to it. We don't have time right now, but we will get to these questions, we promise. We're going to be doing it all morning. We're going to be here with you throughout this storm, so make sure that you keep it right here on WCNC Charlotte. And if you still have questions, it's very easy. Text us, 704-329-3600, and we will get your questions answered. Right now, though, we need to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
The WCNC Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust. Track how the weather will impact your day. Breaking news, live from the scene. All the local news you need. WCNC Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free.
If If you're not regularly treating your septic tank, you're risking a backup and significant repairs. Use Rid-X once a month. Simply add and flush to reduce monthly waste buildup by up to 20% and help prevent backups. Try Rid-X.
My husband takes his watch party grilling duties very seriously. Every sport, every season. And because we always find good deals at Food Lion, no one ever leaves hungry. I even got him his own signature touch.
Okay, I'll eat around it.
Make this season a win with MVP savings on all your fresh favorites at Food Lion.
Sure you got this? Yeah, I've done this a few times. Gastonia Nissan and Rock Hill Nissan are coming together. That means a bigger selection of vehicles with 2 convenient locations and 1 low price. Right now, get a new Nissan for just $17,998. That's right, just $17,998 gets you a new Nissan. And with 2 great locations and same great deals and the service we've always delivered. Gastonia Nissan, Rock Hill Nissan. We're closer than... I got it. We're closer than you think. You're pretty easy to work with. I know, I get that a lot.
When you have everything you need to get stronger, just around the corner, you can give everything you've got.
Just 30 more seconds.
With over 2,800 locations, there's always a Planet Fitness near you. Save $28 or more when you join for just $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends January 30th.
Planet Fitness is an official fitness center of the Carolina Panthers.
Popcorn chicken is back at Jets. For a limited time, get a large popcorn chicken pizza for only $16.99. This isn't pizza, it's Jets.
I'm Chris Mulcahy, morning meteorologist at WCNC Charlotte. Whether it be preparing you for colder temperatures in the mountains or dangerous road conditions from winter storms, we've got you covered. Make the move to WCNC Charlotte Morning News. Weekdays, live 4:30 to 9, anywhere you watch.
Closets by Design, proudly made in the Carolinas.
All right, what a mess. Okay, so we've been talking about really from about 6 to 9. This is going to be our transition to freezing rain. All right, we have a layer of sleet across the area. This is going to go under the National Weather Service categorization as snow/sleet. We have technically seen some of this snowflakes, but technically it is sleet on the ground. It can have the same exact impacts. So we have a layer of that. So it looks like a layer of snow out there, a layer of white, and there's ice underneath that. Now we're starting to change the profile. And it's only a difference by about 3,000 to 4,000 feet up in the atmosphere if it's above freezing or not. We now are seeing active freezing rain starting to move back in here around Union County and some much heftier precipitation down the southwest. So we're going to continue the accumulation of sleet. That's the profile that we have. But right now the time is 6:50. I think that this is going to be cut off over the next couple of hours. We're going to transition over to an all freezing rain event. At that point, things are going to go downhill, and that's going to up our potential for some of those power outages because it's going to add some extra weight on this all in all. So I just want everyone just to keep that in mind. Our Futurecast has been trying to let go of the sleet a lot earlier than what's actually come to fruition. So you just have to take my word for it, and let's move right to around 9 o'clock. It'll be all freezing rain at this point, at least for the greater Charlotte area. Once you get to, I think, the mountains, still going to be seeing some sleet mixing in. So I think our main freezing rain opportunity, where we could add up to a 1/4 inch of ice, and it's going to be very consistent, is mainly northwest of Charlotte, but it's mainly happening, I think, from about 9 o'clock until about 2 o'clock. You notice that it's still happening heading into the afternoon. I just think that that's the first initial stint. Then we start to add a little bit more. Could even get back above freezing, allowing for just plain rain, but then that's going to refreeze. So our power outages are not really a big factor to start off the morning, but later on, late morning, heading in the afternoon, that's where we're really going to be upping the possibility for that. And there's even a better possibility that we could take out some of the power lines because the winds start to pick up on the backside of this system, because this system is extremely complex where this is developing from. So first off, it's blasting all that moisture from the southwest. This is a ton of moisture. That's been the biggest deprecating factor, that we haven't really had enough of it that's reaching the surface. But as you can see, once this system passes, we will have some stronger winds that start to sink in, and it will be much colder. So now I move over to Becca. So it is going to be a big, big chill down once we're on the back side of this. So even though the event might be over, really, all in all, it's still continuing.
That's right. And if we, in fact, go to those wind chills, when you combine, of course, incoming bitter cold air with any sort of breeze, it is going to be absolutely bone chilling. So I want to show you these wind chills as you step outdoors for Monday. This is 7 o'clock, feeling like 26 in Charlotte. But when we see those wind gusts 30 to 40 miles per hour in the high country, it's going to be feeling like 4 below, feeling close to about 0 over towards Ashe County. Now, if we fast forward later on the day, this is 7 o'clock in the evening on Monday, feeling like 14 in Charlotte, but feeling like negative 14 below over towards Watauga County. And then here comes the coldest air of the season so far as we go into Tuesday morning. Actual air temperatures here in Charlotte will be falling to 11 degrees, again with wind chills making it feel much colder than that. This is why we're saying we may keep the ice around a little bit longer going into next week, just because we'll see some partial melting as we get more sunshine, as afternoon temperatures will be in the upper 30s, close to 40, but anything that doesn't completely dry off is going to refreeze definitely each and every night. We'll have a chance to do that. Outside now, not only is it icy, but it is cold. 19 degrees in Charlotte, 19 over towards Boone, and 16 in Jefferson. But of course, factoring in the wind, it feels a lot colder than that. So putting it all together in this Jerry Hunt Supercenter 7-day forecast, we'll see those temperatures high today of about 30 degrees as we go into Monday, close to about 40. We'll do just about that as we go into the work week ahead with some cold morning temperatures, guys.
Catch great sports action every weekend on WCNC Charlotte. Sponsored locally by Arby's. We have the meats.
Now this is a value meal. Arby's $7.99 meat in 3-box.
Hendrick. Now is a perfect time to find an affordable vehicle. Visit HendrickCars.com and shop our large selection, including over 1,000 vehicles priced under 20 grand. Plus, drive today but pay later with our payment deferral and 0 down options. Buy from the name you know and trust. Hendrick has received over 900,000 5-star online reviews. Over 1,000 vehicles under 20,000. Find yours at HendrickCars.com.
Accidents with big trucks are different from car wrecks. The injuries are often more severe, and trucking companies will have a team of lawyers that will move fast to protect themselves. You need to hire a firm that understands and is willing to take on big trucking companies. Preserve evidence that often goes missing. Get the right treatment from the right medical professional. After a truck wreck, call me, the lawyer who's also a doctor, at 1-800-MY-DR-TED or at drtedinjurylaw.com.
Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Bill Linger, and I like to tell people we're the caring and personal dentist here in Charlotte. Every day we're changing smiles with full mouth dental implants by treating patients who are struggling with their teeth. I'm proud to tell you that we treat the most complicated cases, that our level of training is top tier, that I'm certified as a master of the Academy of General Dentistry. We take care of all of our implant cases right here at one location with one doctor. That means you don't have to run around town and see a bunch of different medical providers to get the smile you deserve. To me, dentistry is an art and a science that requires the best in precision if you're going to be creating beautiful smiles. I don't want to see you go through life miserable and in pain. That's why our consultations are always free. If all this sounds good to you, we're just a phone call away, and we'll help you on your new smile journey.
It's clearly time. It's bro time. Call 800-4COIT or visit coit.com for 35% off.
The people you trust Coit.
If you haven't checked your carbon monoxide detector, do it now.
This weekend, many of us will be turning on furnaces, fireplaces, and space heaters to help stay warm, and this heightens the risk for carbon monoxide poisoning. Doctors warn prolonged exposure can be deadly, making working detectors a critical safety step. Now, if your carbon monoxide detector does go off, you want to get out of the house immediately and then call 911.
If you do develop symptoms, getting to the emergency department as soon as possible. And the first step in treatment is oxygen. And we put patients on 100% oxygen to help, because carbon monoxide actually impairs your body's ability to transport oxygen. So the more oxygen we can give you, the better you're going to be, and will help wash out that carbon monoxide.
So what should you be looking out for? Symptoms of carbon monoxide poisoning can include headaches, nausea, dizziness, and shortness of breath.
At 6:57, you're watching WCNC Charlotte as we take a live look at King Street. You see those snow-covered streets there. We'll be right back at the top of the hour with more winter weather coverage. Stay with us.
WCNC Charlotte is on whenever you're up with extended coverage. Watch from 4:30 to 7. Then stream 2 extra hours from 7 to 9. The news that impacts you. Stream on WCNC Plus. On weather impact alert days, watch extended coverage on WCNC Plus.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to take an adventure with rugged capability and commanding style. From the Kelley Blue Book Best Value brand. Hurry into your Honda dealer today.
You can't beat a classic. It's why at Dilling, we've carried the same promise into every Carolina home since 1955. From plumbing to power, season after season, Dilling is committed to serving your home the only way we know how. Right. Because true commitment doesn't fade. It serves as the foundation for forever. Dilling, classic home service, built on generations of trust. Visit dillingnc.com today.
When news moves fast, you need a team that moves with you. Make the move to WCNC Charlotte Morning News. Weekdays, live, 4:30 to 9, anywhere you watch.
My workers' comp checks were either delayed or wrong.
An experienced law firm can help you get the workers' compensation you may deserve to get your life back on track.
James Scott Farron. I got all my benefits.
Call the law offices of James Scott Farron on the Hurt Line.
Winter does serious damage to your roof. Every freeze and thaw puts you closer to an expensive replacement. How's yours holding up? Call RoofMax for a free winter roof assessment with no obligation. Our treatment restores flexibility and strength to your shingles, adding up to 15 years of life to your roof. And right now, you'll get a free roof tune-up with your RoofMax treatment. We'll bring your roof out of winter better than it went in.
Ring in the savings at Audi Charlotte, the #1 Audi dealer in North Carolina. Lease a new 2025 Audi Q3 for $479 a month, or buy a new 2025 Audi Q5 and get 2.99% APR for 72 months. Lease a new 2026 Audi A3 sedan for $459 a month, or buy a new 2026 Audi Q7 and get a $6,000 customer bonus. Your new Audi is at Audi Charlotte. Visit AudiCharlotte.com.
More than just beautiful dance. It's a touch of the divine. More than just legends. It's the beautiful culture and wisdom of China before communism. More than just a performance. It's an experience that awakens the soul. Shen Yun at the Belk Theater, February 20th through the 22nd. Buy tickets now at shenyun.com.
When you're hurt on the job, there are laws to protect you. Put a law firm with experience and knowledge on your side to find out how much more your case may be worth. Call the law offices of James Scott Farron right now.
All right, well, good at Sunday morning. We're so glad you're waking up with us. Take a look at that. We are taking a live look from Freedom Boat Club. You can see the snow covering the dock there. Very gorgeous. And we are continuing to see those impacts of a historic ice storm as it settles in across the Carolinas. Thanks for joining us here on WCNC Charlotte at 7 a.m. I'm Autumn Bracey.
And I'm Lisa Washington. Typically when we see that picture, we can see I-77 in the background, but obviously today we can't because of the weather conditions. We are weather alert this morning. Our team is here to walk you through everything that you need to know. Walker Lawson is live. He's in Mooresville. Our Destiny Richards is in South Charlotte. And our team of meteorologists are here tracking the storm system for you, Chris Mulcahy and Becca Birdsall. So let's jump right in. We'll start with Chris with the first look at the forecast.
All right, and well, first off, I want to start off with the freezing rain rules. We have roughly about a trace to, I would say, 0.05 of an inch, and that is below the sleet. So also take that with a grain of salt. At that point, it's drivable. So when you put the sleet on top of that, you're still able to compact it. As long as you go slow and you don't take any deep corners super fast, you're gonna be okay. There's gonna be some fishtailing. That's pretty much what we have. But we are gonna head to the possibility that on top of the sleet, we add 1/10 of an inch of ice. At that point, I think we're really gonna see the true travel problems begin. Truly, right now, it's not good, and we'll see that more from Majestic. And there's not a lot of cars on the road, so thank you so much. Everyone is listening. It's still early on a Sunday as well, but we're not really getting better anytime soon. It's actually only getting worse throughout the morning. And if we get to about 1/4 inch of ice, which is a good possibility later on this morning, well, at that point, we're going to see tree limbs and power lines starting to fall and fail. So that's what we're going to be watching really closely. So I'm going to bring through your Futurecast. What you can expect. Right now, the purples that you're looking at right now are sleet. The areas of pink, that's freezing rain. So we're now in the process that we're going to have accumulating sleet change over to freezing rain. I don't want to change over. The reason why, sleet, even though it's not great, it's actually much easier to drive on top of snow and sleet compared to freezing rain. But the way things are trending is eventually we're going to switch things back over to freezing rain, and that's where things are going to become more treacherous. Already our Futurecast is saying, freezing rain is now. No, it's not. So I'm letting you know, I would say over the next couple of hours, that's going to be the last of the sleet, where we could still add up to about another 1/2 inch plus, depending where you are. It is very light and fine, but we're starting to give up the light precipitation, and we eventually could move over to moderate. If we get moderate freezing rain, at that point, you could have up to 1/10 of an inch of freezing rain per hour. That's the worst case scenario, because that really starts to add up. Thank goodness the winds are a little bit lighter, but they will start to pick up, and we'll learn a little bit more from that from Becca a little bit later on. But we're going to hit a little bit of a break in the action, but I would say either side of noon heading in the early afternoon, mainly around the Charlotte area, down to Monroe and areas to the southeast. The problem I'm seeing here is, even though you see a break here on our Futurecast, you still have moisture. So mist, freezing fog, freezing drizzle. That's going to be out and about, and that's going to be accumulating especially above us, so it's still adding weight onto the power lines. We need more sleet. I hope this does not come to fruition, but things do look like the freezing rain profile is going to take over, and then eventually all rain. One thing I'm confused about here is the surface temperatures I think are still going to be barely below freezing. So even though it might show rain here on the radar, it's still going to be acting as freezing rain above our heads where it matters the most. So we are going to see an increase of our power outages really for the afternoon, but they could start as early as later on this morning. Keep that in mind. As far as our longer range forecast here, I'm just going to sneak in just to kind of show you, and Becca's going to have a lot more on this as well. Our 7-day forecast has a big extension as far as that cold weather goes. The maximum we're getting is to around 40 degrees. Other than that, look where we're going, 28 degrees. 11, 23. It's going to take a while to melt this ice, so stay off the roads today and certainly by tomorrow morning as well. Take care. We'll have a full update coming up here shortly and answering your weather questions.
All right, thanks, Chris. Well, this morning, thousands of people continue to wake up with these dangerous conditions as sleet and ice are falling in our area.
WCNC Charlotte's Walker Lawson joins us live this morning from Mooresville. Walk us through what the conditions are like where you are.
Yeah, well, as Chris was just kind of mentioning, we're kind of watching and monitoring this sleet, freezing rain profile, and I do want to show the top of the car first. If you can see it right now, just a second ago, we were getting a little bit of heavier precipitation, but we could see that it was bouncing, which was an indication that sleet is falling. So if you are like some people like ourselves that have to get up and go to work today, I know there's first responders, there's power crews, there are people that have to go out and work today. Obviously, this is a little bit different because our car has been on for a couple hours now, but your best bet, again, is to sweep the stuff off of your car. Now, as you notice, this is coming off pretty well, which means it's primarily sleet. We did have some freezing rain underneath that this morning. But again, if you're trying to flip this over, but just trying to scrape this off, as you can see, it's coming off easier because our car has been on for quite some time now. But you can see it gets a little bit harder closer down you get, which is kind of where that ice is right there, where it's melted a little bit more. Again, NCDOT has advised everyone, make sure your lights on your vehicles are clear if you have to go out from any snow or ice. Also, your windshield wipers, I know a lot of people forget about that, but just making sure, especially for back windshield wipers, sometimes I know, like myself, I don't really use it that often, but just making sure that that is clear from there, so when you're driving, it's not flying off and landing on other vehicles as they're trying to drive. Again, hazardous conditions out here today. So again, it's a Sunday. Just stay home if you can. Best day to have some soup or just watch a movie and not go out, guys.
All right, Walker Lawson reporting live for us in Mooresville this morning. You do have to be careful and certainly allow yourself lots of extra time if, in fact, you have to head out this morning. Well, take a look at these pictures. This is from South Carolina. We're just getting these in. This is in Clover. The police department there posting these pictures early from Main Street, and you can see what those conditions look like. They say the square in Clover is covered in ice. And, of course, they are asking people to stay inside if it's possible and don't travel unless you absolutely have to. And as you said, it looks like snow and maybe thin, but it is that layer of ice that's beneath the surface of what you're actually seeing, and then the sleet and freezing rain, which only make things more complicated this morning. So make sure you stay here with WCNC Charlotte for the latest on this winter weather system. We are seeing conditions like Walker mentioned all across our area this morning.
And now we're going to check in with WCNC Charlotte's Destiny Richard. She's live for us this morning in South Charlotte. Destiny, how are things going? Is precipitation changing any?
It just keeps coming down even more, Autumn. Right now, it looks like a blanket of white. You may be looking out your window and saying, oh my gosh, it snowed. Look at all that snow. It's not snow. It is sleet. And if we go down here, it's actually gotten a lot more pillowy, so it does look like snow. But again, all of this is like if someone spilled table salt. It's very fine. It's very granular this morning. And so you'll see this on the roads. All of this is packing together though, and it makes things really slippery. And then if you get freezing rain on top of that, which it could be underneath, it's very dangerous. And over in the grass, you see that accumulation as well, but it's not as much because like Chris said, it's collecting in between the blades of grass. And so we're just covered in ice. Your cars are going to be covered in ice this morning. Make sure if you do have to go out that it is completely clear and not just a hole for yourself in the driver's side. You want that completely clear. And it's going to take a while to clear it all as well. I do want to show you over here just what we're looking at on a side street. So this is the coverage, and like I said, every time we've been checking in with you here this morning, it's just been more and more. So we come out and we're surprised just by how fast this stuff is accumulated, and so it's also accumulating fast on our roads as well. Trying to, we know our crews are trying to keep up with that, but this stuff is coming down and it's going to be all day long. So definitely stay inside if you don't have to go out, and we'll have another check with you coming up in the next hour. I'll send it back to you guys.
We could see your footprints about 5 feet from where you are. I think it was during the 5 o'clock hour when you first showed us what the conditions were like, and now I see it's covered. We can't see them at all.
Right.
All right, Destiny Rich is live for us this morning in South Charlotte. A heads up for parents. Here's a look at what we know from school districts so far as it concerns tomorrow. Anson, Cleveland, and Gaston County schools will be closed on Monday. Burke County closed for Monday and Tuesday. York School District 1, Clover School District, Fort Mill, and Rock Hill will have e-learning or virtual classes tomorrow. CMS has canceled all weekend events and activities, but has not announced its plans for Monday just yet. Now, again, these are the districts we have heard from so far. As we get more information, of course, we will pass it along to you.
And of course, not only the roadways, but the skies are being hit as well in regards to this storm. Charlotte Douglas, as we speak, there, more than 1,000 flights have been canceled and 12 delays, as you can see on the screen. Airport officials encourage people to check your flight status on the airline's mobile app.
All right, the question that you had asked, we're going to have a little bit more about Waffle House coming up here shortly. Is it better to shovel the sleet now or wait until later? All right, so it's still kind of loose. You can if you want, but here's the problem. There is so much frozen precipitation from the ice that's frozen on there. You're going to get a little off, but there's not much you can do. So right now, I would just stay inside. Don't risk falling. I would just wait for it to play out, and then you can put the salt down by tomorrow. So you could shovel, but I think you're wasting your time. We're going to answer a bunch of other questions, including about Waffle House. That one's my favorite one of the morning so far. We'll see you soon after the break.
And of course, a reminder, our weather team is going to be answering those questions all morning long. As Chris said, if you have a question, just text us 704-329-3600. This morning, Chris and Becca are here. They are ready to answer your questions.
What's under your home can get into your home. A sealed crawl space keeps out moisture, mold, and pests. Canty Foundation Specialist is your local trusted expert in crawl space sealing. Call us today for your free estimate.
Canty can fix it.
Chevy trucks are as capable and dependable as the Chevy people who drive them. You probably know one. Your sister. Your buddy. The ones who always show up. They all have that little extra something. And maybe you got it too.
Start the year in drive. Right now, well-qualified buyers can get 1.9% financing on all Silverado 1500 models. Or get $7,350 in total value plus $1,250 trade assistance when you trade in an eligible vehicle.
So I had pain in my feet for a good 20 years.
It felt like I was standing on marbles.
Something wasn't working with my feet. Was diagnosed with plantar fasciitis.
If your feet aren't comfortable, the rest of the body suffers.
So I went into the Good Feet store and bam. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support.
You put in the arch supports, to me it was almost miraculous.
It really brought me back to being able to be me.
I can run, I can walk. This is not something that you could solve online.
Reclaim the good life with the free arch support fitting at the Good Feet store. Good feet, good life.
When times are tough, life can be hard. But when you have kids, it's even harder.
Hi, sweetie. How are you?
It's my birthday.
Happy birthday.
You want to give them everything they want, even when you don't have it to give.
Excuse me.
But thanks to Food Line Feeds,
We got you a little something special.
I can focus on what matters,
Thank you.
like her next birthday wish.
Thank you.
Here to fill tables and hearts with hope. Food Line Feeds.
Do you want free internet? Forever? You got it. Really. We mean it. Spectrum is offering free fiber-powered internet forever. Want it? Just call this number and switch 4 mobile lines to Spectrum for a lifetime of internet you never pay for. It's not a trial. It's an unprecedented offer. So we'll say it again. Free fiber-powered internet forever. Have you called yet? Because your internet is forever. But this ad ends now.
Sure you got this? Yeah, I've done this a few times. Gastonia Nissan and Rock Hill Nissan are coming together. That means a bigger selection of vehicles with 2 convenient locations and 1 low price.
Right now, get a new Nissan for just $17,998. That's right, just $17,998 gets you a new Nissan.
And with 2 great locations and same great deals and the service we've always delivered. Gastonia Nissan, Rock Hill Nissan. We're closer than... I got it. We're closer than you think. You're pretty easy to work with. I know, I get that a lot.
Water in your basement can cause big problems for you and the value of your home. Canty Foundation Specialist provides the best basement waterproofing solutions available. Call us today for a free estimate.
Canty can fix it.
The time is now 7:15. Thanks for waking up with WCNC Charlotte as we continue to be weather impact alert today. Dangerous conditions are not just a concern in our area, but across the triad as well.
That's right. We're going to check in with WCNC Charlotte's Giselle Thomas. She's live for us this morning in Alamance County. Now, Giselle, tell us a little bit about how the weather is faring in the triad.
Yes, so just to give you guys an idea, this covering that I have, when I tell you we've been feeling the wind whipping, also there's been some small like ice pellets that have been falling. It's been a lot going on here to say the least. On this covering I have, some of it has fallen on it. You can see a little bit of the accumulation there. We're getting a really good mix that I could say. Right now we're actually here in Burlington. We're close to I-40 off of here. So the Department of Transportation is saying that all of the main interstates and priority roads are covered in ice. Right here, we're actually by the Home Depot and also a Sheetz that's close by. This is a non-priority road, which you can see is completely covered. You can barely even tell that this is a road right here. So it's been a lot of different things going on. Also, we've been driving around throughout Alamance County. We've seen a lot of that pre-treatment that was already put down before the storm had came through. And when I tell you guys, in just about an hour or so, we have seen the melted snow from that pre-treatment freeze over because of these freezing temperatures. So it's a lot of different things going on. You can also see there's the wind that's continuously to come. Right now, we know that our state leaders are advising people to make sure that they're staying off of the roads. Thankfully, most of the people in this area are doing that.
We haven't had any, when I have reached out to EMS or any of those other services with them saying that they've made any weather-related calls, so that is something good to hear at this time. But we know that the storm is still coming through this area, so everyone's really just hunkering down and staying as safe as they can. And just a reminder for anyone out there, they're only saying unless it's an emergency, that is the only reason why you should be on these roads. Until then, just stay home. The visibility is not that great out here. Live in Burlington, Giselle Thomas, WCNC.
Thank you, Giselle. It's amazing seeing how this storm is stretching so far across the Carolinas.
Certainly, typically I-40, a very busy interstate, but you can see very few cars passing by at this time. All right, Giselle, thank you so much for that. Chris?
Yeah, if you don't travel, there's no problems for you, really. But this could be a problem. So one of your questions was, is wind a factor that increases the risk for power outages? 100%. The reason why is because of this. It's really called galloping. Technically, whenever you're going to have an increase as far as the winds go, and then you have that ice that goes back and forth, it kind of catches the icicles and can sway them back and forth. That eventually can sway that poundage up to 100 to 500 pounds, eventually break those power lines. Luckily today, the winds are fairly calm, but we are going to see a significant change heading into tomorrow. Becca and I are going to talk about the now, what's next, and what's new. See you after the break.
The WCNC Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust. Track how the weather will impact your day. Breaking news, live from the scene. All the local news you need. WCNC Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free.
I want to stop being sidelined by pain. I want to tell him I'm in. I want a surgeon who's fixed more knees than he can count. I want the best care in the game. I want a team that's with me every step of the way. I want to bounce back fast. I want to show them my best is yet to come.
For the best orthopedic care, you want Novant. Novant Health. Best surgeons, amazing nurses, remarkable care.
Before and after. Before and after. If you have a before kitchen, now's the time to call Kitchen Saver and get a beautiful after. With our custom cabinet renewal process, you can have a brand new kitchen within 3 to 5 days. We're so confident in our products that we'll back it all, labor and materials, with our 10-year limited warranty. Claim our special offer and become a satisfied customer today.
Prepare to be impressed. Kitchen Saver.
If you're not regularly treating your septic tank, you're risking a backup and significant repairs. Use Rid-X once a month. Simply add and flush to reduce monthly waste buildup by up to 20% and help prevent backups. Try Rid-X.
Today was amazing. Today was amazing.
Today was amazing.
Today was amazing. But my favorite part was being with you.
This is the 2026 Nissan Rogue. With a 12.3-inch touch display, it's the most powerful Rogue ever. And has 225 pound-feet of torque. That's a lot of torque. Go Rogue in the 2026 Nissan Rogue. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality. Now get 0% APR on select SUVs for well-qualified buyers, or get $3,500 customer cash on Rogue.
Coit's here to get your furniture quite clean. Our certified technicians will deep clean leather chairs and stubborn stains off most any fabric. It's not clean until it's quite clean. Call 1-800-4COIT or visit Coit.com today.
If we see ice, it won't take much of this to cause problems. You'll need a 1/4 inch.
At that point, you're adding 500 pounds onto power lines. That's what leads to widespread power outages.
Stream extended coverage on WCNC Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free. The Carolina Chevy Storm Tracker, only on WCNC Charlotte.
Good Sunday morning. Want to show you this massive winter storm that stretches all the way from Texas to the Carolinas. So we've got ice storm warnings all across the area. And as the system continues to move in, we will continue to see that transition from sleet over to freezing rain. So if we head over to Max 2, I will actually show you what we are looking at in terms of the radar. So you can see on satellite radar, it's a little bit of a mixed bag. We've got snow in the center, and then in the pink, that is that wintry mix of snow and freezing rain. So if we switch over to Max 2 or Weather 2, there we go. We've got cold rain mixing in as well. So right now, this is just the beginning phase. We're seeing mainly sleet. This will transition over into a freezing rain as we go over the next couple of hours. That's basically inversion above our heads, that it's above freezing. So that is why we're kind of seeing that mixed precipitation. So if you go outside and you see a layer of what looks like snow, that is likely sleet, and we're seeing freezing rain on top of that, that's going to be the trend as we go over the next couple of hours. There is going to be some breaks in between the precipitation, but even though we may not see anything falling necessarily on radar, this will likely be filled by freezing drizzle, which sometimes is even worse because that ice can accrete so much more efficiently when it is falling very lightly. This is an all-day event, so the roads are starting to deteriorate now, but they will only continue to worsen, and that threat for power outages will only become higher as we go later in on the day. So all-day event, you can see this will continue until late tonight before exiting off by early Monday morning. Then here comes the cold temperatures. So whatever falls, that's going to stay with us as we go into early next week, just because temperatures are still going to be so cold. Biggest impacts will be the freezing rain covering the roads with ice, making for slick conditions out there. If you can, stay home as we go throughout the rest of today, but the highest risk is definitely going to be that risk for power outages as well. That ice potential, I think we could very well pick up anywhere from a quarter, even upwards of half an inch, especially in some of those highest elevations. But again, that freezing rain and ice threat is going to be the biggest issue. We can see it out there from our WCNC tower cam. We're just in a deck of clouds. Temperatures are very cold out there, 18 degrees. But even with a sustained wind of 12 miles per hour, that is making it feel like 5 degrees out there. So not only is it cold, but it's also icy, and temperatures are going to be staying below 30 degrees throughout the rest of today. With a little bit of wind, those wind chills are going to make it feel even colder. Then here comes the coldest air of the season so far. By Tuesday morning, we are forecasting a low temperature of 11 degrees in this Jerry Hunt Supercenter 7-day forecast. So while we will see some partial melting as we get some sunshine early next week, anything that doesn't completely dry off, guess what? We'll definitely freeze each and every morning. We'll go through that pattern all throughout this week.
All right, Becca, thanks so much. A reminder, if you see storm conditions pick up in your area or any weather impacts, we'd like to see it as well. If it's safe for you to do so, just take a photo or a video, send it to us using the Near Me feature that's in the free WCNC Charlotte mobile app, and be sure to include the location so we know where it is. It helps us to tell the story. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more here on WCNC Charlotte.
My name is Angel, and I was seriously injured in a car accident. If you're looking for somebody that care genuinely, the Mayo Law Offices is the only place I will refer anybody to.
If you've been injured, call DeMayo Law Offices.
Tasha believes confidence comes with a number, steps, sleep, and how many times her watch says you're crushing it. Wells Fargo totally gets it. With shout-outs from their mobile app, she can see if she's crushing her savings goals too. Tasha, turn it on. However you make money work, we can work with that.
A new year means new deals with Tough Shed. With a million uses, we have the perfect building to support your January resolutions. This year, ditch the clutter, work from home, or create the home gym of your dreams with Tough Shed. Right now, customize and save with 50% off select upgrades. Buy now to lock in 2025 pricing and get priority scheduling. With year-round installation and low monthly payments, now is the time to save big. Click Call or visit today.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you can turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on.
Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365.
When you have everything you need to get stronger just around the corner, you can give everything you've got.
Just 30 more seconds.
With over 2,800 locations, there's always a Planet Fitness near you. Save $28 or more when you join for just $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends January 30th.
Planet Fitness is an official fitness center of the Carolina Panthers.
Chevy is more than just a name you can trust. It's everything you want for less than you'd expect. It's power that pulls its weight and confidence you can feel. All the capability you need and the quick charge that keeps you moving.
Get 3.9% APR for 60 months on all 2026 Equinox models. Or qualified lessees can get this 2026 Equinox LT for around $269 a month.
You want to hold it? Good job, Art.
Everyone deserves a team they can count on. At DeMayo Law Offices, when you need us, we'll be here. We got you.
Your Time and Temp is sponsored by Honda Dealers of the Carolinas.
Well, heads up to anyone who lives in the Pineville area. Crews are on the scene right now. There is a water break. This is the area of Highway 51 and Downs Road. Now, Highway 51 was closed for a bit because of this, but Pineville Public Works team was able to open the lanes to traffic. And as far as that water main break goes, Charlotte crews are on site and they are working to get it fixed. Of course, we'll bring you the latest as we get it.
We want to show some new video to you. Take a look at this. This is just in from south of Loso. This is from the hotel near Tryon and Billy Graham, and you can see the fresh sleet falling there this morning on the cars, many of them just covered in ice. We have seen power crews staged at this hotel to help when it is needed again. You can see the conditions this morning as this winter system continues moving through our area. We're going to take another break, but we'll be right back with more here on WCNC Charlotte.
Afraid your roof won't make it through the winter? RoofMax can tune up and restore your roof for a fraction of the cost of a replacement. Call now, and the tune-up portion is free with your RoofMax treatment.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to take an adventure with rugged capability and commanding style. From the Kelley Blue Book Best Value brand. Hurry into your Honda dealer today.
We don't want to see homeowners falling through their floors.
Certainly not.
So as the symptom goes, moisture, mildew, mold, any of that stuff.
That's bad. Wood doesn't like water. Every house that is on a crawl space needs an encapsulation.
It's so important, man. If this doesn't get done, like what happens to polite society, man?
When your flooring's in jeopardy, ain't nobody safe.
Get a free inspection from a certified expert at DryPro, a Groundworks company.
If you're not regularly treating your septic tank, you're risking a backup and significant repairs. Use Rid-X once a month. Simply add and flush to reduce monthly waste buildup by up to 20% and help prevent backups. Try Rid-X.
Style or substance. Somehow, it became one or the other. But there is another choice. Not stopping until you have everything in the GMC Sierra.
Or get a total value of over $8,000 on this Sierra 1500 model, plus get $3,500 trade allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle.
You can't beat a classic. It's why at Dilling, we've carried the same promise into every Carolina home since 1955. From plumbing to power, season after season, Dilling is committed to serving your home the only way we know how. Right. Because true commitment doesn't fade. It serves as the foundation for forever. Dilling, classic home service, built on generations of trust. Visit dillingnc.com today.
We'll welcome in this Sunday. It is 7:31. We are taking a live look from Maggie Valley, North Carolina, and you can see the precipitation still on the camera there. Beautiful mountainscape in the background. Of course, we know that wintry precipitation still affecting a lot of people here in the Carolinas. Thanks again for staying with us here on WCNC Charlotte at 7:30. I'm Autumn Bracey.
And I'm Lisa Washington. Pleasure to be here with you on this Sunday morning. Of course, our team is standing by as we continue to track this system moving through our area. While it does look beautiful, it can be dangerous because there's a mix of precipitation. We're talking about sleet and freezing rain in the area. We're going to check in with meteorologist Becca Birdsall with more on our forecast.
Yeah, some of those cameras can look a little bit deceiving, looking very wet on the camera lands, but keep in mind, temperatures are very cold out there, mostly in the teens. So all of that moisture is freezing. So that ice storm will continue not only this morning, but throughout the day. And with cold temperatures as we go into the start of the work week, we will continue to be weather impact alert as those impacts linger. You'll want to still prepare today for power outages. Plan for that for days, and travel becoming impossible in some areas. And we're starting to see the roads worsen as we continue to get that combination of sleet and freezing rain. Right now, Concord, I think we're mainly seeing sleet. This is over towards the Charlotte Motor Speedway, courtesy of Mr. Sparky. So this is not snow, what you're waking up to right now. We still have that, what we call the warm nose. So that's above our heads. Remember, that's that inversion of warmer air. That's temperatures above freezing. That's why this is not all snow. And the purple, that is sleet. That encompasses basically from the foothills from Hickory all the way down into the greater Charlotte area. But in the pink, freezing rain, that is starting to set up over towards those highest elevations, as well as some of our most southeastern counties. As that warm nose continues to thicken, all of this transitions into a freezing rain event, basically for the entirety of the day. And as we continue to get that ice accrete on surfaces, roads, power lines, tree limbs, that's when we'll start to see those conditions worsen. Not only is it icy, it is downright cold. 18 degrees in Charlotte, 19 in Boone, and 19 between York and Chester County, and it stays cold all day long. Temperatures will not get above freezing. Now, how much ice are we expected to accumulate? We've got that in the full forecast coming up in a few minutes.
All right, thanks for that update, Becca. Well, as you're waking up this Sunday morning, you may have noticed there's some dangerous conditions outside as sleet and ice has continued to fall across our area. That includes in the mountains of western North Carolina.
And that is where we find WCNC Charlotte's Richard Devane this morning. He is in Boone. All right, Richard, give us an update. Tell us what things are looking like there in Boone.
Absolutely, Lisa. Good morning to you. Good morning, Autumn. Good Sunday morning, everyone. Yeah, we're here in Boone where we've got some ice. We've got some accumulation. I'm sorry, it's Sunday morning, guys. But I'll step out of the way and let you see. Folks from Estate Maintenance are here. They've been plowing the grounds. They work on the sidewalks right here. They've been clearing this way. This is the Walmart in Boone. Everyone knows that it was the place that was flooded out. But one of the things we've noticed from a lot of folks up here is that they're prepared for the snow. They're prepared for the ice. You see these crews have been working all morning. They said they've been here for hours working the same thing up the street off of Blowing Rock Road. We saw at a Taco Bell, we saw some folks shoveling. They say they've got about 11 locations that they need to work on. Now, this is the sidewalk crew right here from Estate Maintenance. There's also parking lot crews which have been shoveling up the accumulation, and they're still doing it for this Walmart so that it can open. This is a process that's going to continue. As a matter of fact, this crew that's doing the sidewalk has several other jobs they're going to do. They're also going to be working on the Publix up the road. They also have a couple locations in nearby Blowing Rock. They say that they'll be busy today, and the assessment from their supervisor just a few moments ago was that they're keeping things under control. As for the roads, now folks, I'm going to say this, but that doesn't mean go out on the roads. Folks in this area know about it. The roads have been treated. There is still accumulation, but we see trucks going through on a routine basis all up and down this particular area. But of course, as you know, the best advice today is to stay home and watch us. Watch Lisa and Autumn and Chris and Becca give you updates, and the rest of the crew give you updates. And a quick shout out to Ruben and to Pierre and to Manny, the photographers out there, and Paul driving Majestic around, crews behind the scenes working, and all our producers making this happen. So just want to keep you updated. Things in Boone look good. We have not seen a lot of cars on the road. Crews are working to keep them clear. That's the situation right here. Guys, can't make snowballs yet, but we'll send it back to you.
All right, Richard, thanks so much for that. And so we appreciate the work of all those working to keep everyone safe in this winter weather.
Truly is a team effort. All right, well, right now we are seeing power outages across our area, that freezing rain weighing on power lines, and it can bring down branches as well. At this hour, more than 4,500 homes are in the dark. That includes more than 300 here in Mecklenburg County. As we are taking a look at that outage map, Duke Energy says that it's working to restore power to folks as quickly as possible. They share that crews are working around the clock. And of course, we'll keep you updated on these outages. We know they start at the most pivotal points like I-77 first, and then go to like hospitals and firefighters next.
Widespread power outages are a major concern this weekend. This week on our Live Impact News on WCNC Plus, we spoke with Jacob Puckett from Blue Ridge Energy, which covers Western North Carolina.
He says they are ready to help get the lights back on. He's also urging everyone to do their part to help keep the crews safe.
If the last 2 years in the mountains have taught us anything, we're prepared for storms and we're ready to respond. Keep following us. We'll keep you updated along the way, and please stay off the roads. And if you are on the roads, please watch out for our crews who might be working on the shoulder of a road in icy conditions. They want to get home too.
Now, when it comes to people who have Blue Ridge Energy, there are some steps you need to take if your power does go out. So if you have any questions, you can text the word out. That number is 70216. You can also text the word status to the same number, where you're going to have a chance to get an update on some of the progress as crews are working to restore power in your particular area. Now, these updates are available in the Blue Ridge mobile app, or you can call 1-800-448-2383.
Well, this is Sunday morning, and we know that many of you would typically be getting ready to head to church, but many churches will not be holding Sunday services or Mass today. More than 70 churches in our area have canceled services, and you can find a full list of those closures on our website and the WCNC Charlotte mobile app.
All right, the question was, how is ice measured? So plain and simple, what you're gonna do is you're gonna find a flat surface. At that point, you're gonna measure to the 10th of an inch. That's how it does. That's roughly about a 16th mark or so, like that. So estimated ruler, say, has an 1/8 of an inch or a 16th inch marks. Repeat that on other surfaces and then take the average. So it's all about the average across multiple surfaces. You also wanna make sure that the wind hasn't been blowing things all around, for at least when you're measuring sleet, which is technically ice. So that's how ice is measured. However, if there's barely anything, you can't really measure anything, they usually just call it a trace. As for us already, we have several 10ths of an inch of sleet across the area. Ice, more of a trace to 500ths of an inch. I'll tell you how that's impacting the roads, and we're also gonna continue to answer your questions. If you wanna join the fun, 704-329-3600. Becca and I will be here all morning to answer your questions.
My new car.
Now that I'm here, I'm used.
What?
Now replace my transmission. Buy me new tires. My check engine light's on.
Drive FlexCar, the only month-to-month car lease. Maintenance included. Switch cars anytime. FlexCar, you drive everything.
When you think of the hero of your home, who or what comes to mind? At Universal Windows Direct, our Unishield windows use super spacer insulation technology to keep you comfortable and save you money on energy bills. Right now, buy 4 windows, get 4 free, plus 60 months of 0% interest and a bonus $1,000 off your next project. Not all heroes wear capes, but this one will save your day. Visit universalwindowsdirect.com today.
Catch the Checkers in action as they continue their hunt for another title live at Bojangles Coliseum. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement. Get your tickets now at charlottecheckers.com.
Sure you got this? Yeah, I've done this a few times. Gastonia Nissan and Rock Hill Nissan are coming together. That means a bigger selection of vehicles with 2 convenient locations and 1 low price. Right now, get a new Nissan for just $17,998. That's right, just $17,998 gets you a new Nissan. And with 2 great locations and same great deals and the service we've always delivered. Gastonia Nissan, Rock Hill Nissan. We're closer than... I got it. We're closer than you think. You're pretty easy to work with. I know, I get that a lot.
It's bow time. The Bojangles Chicken Rice Bowl is back. Get dirty rice, slow-cooked Cajun pintos, cheese, and your choice of chicken for just $7.49. But order now. It's only here for a limited time. It's bow time.
I'm taking on RMS with Briumvi.
Briumvi is a prescription medication for adults with relapsing forms of multiple sclerosis. Briumvi is different. It's the only B-cell therapy approved for RMS that is given in 1 hour twice per year. Don't take Briumvi if you've had a life-threatening allergic reaction to it or have hepatitis B. Your doctor should test for Hep B before treatment. If you've had it, it could return, which may cause serious liver problems or death. Briumvi can cause serious side effects, including infusion reactions. Some may require hospitalization. Briumvi may cause liver problems, increase your risk of infections, and decrease some antibodies. Some infections may be life-threatening. Signs of infection include fever, chills, constant cough, or painful urination. PML, a rare brain infection that may be fatal or cause severe disability, can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or plan to become pregnant, as it's unknown if Briumvi will harm your unborn baby, or if you have symptoms of infection, liver problems, and about your medical conditions, medications, and vaccines.
Ask your doctor if Briumvi is right for you.
My new car.
Now that I'm here, I'm used.
What?
Now replace my brakes, flush my coolant, buy me new tires.
Try FlexCar, the only month-to-month car lease. Maintenance included. Switch cars anytime. FlexCar, you drive everything.
Weather Impact Radar is sponsored by Dilling Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical.
The time is now 7:43. If you are wondering what the roads look like this morning, take a look at this video. This is actually from one of our employees who was driving in around 6:45 this morning. Now, this is on Tryon, and you'll see them then head toward Billy Graham Parkway, headed toward the airport. And as you can see, there's a lot of ice on the roads this morning. Thankfully, though, not a lot of cars, with people listening to that message to stay home and don't go out unless you absolutely have to. But if you do need to get out and drive this morning, some things to remember if you're going to be driving on ice. First, and very important, do not use cruise control. Increase your following distance. Make sure that there is enough space between you and other cars on the road. Also, you should accelerate and brake slowly. And stay calm. If you start to skid, you should steer into the direction that your car is headed. You want to remain calm and just steer slowly. Also, some important notes about black ice. It can form on any road. It is more prevalent at night, but it can be found in the morning. The main thing, just don't drive if you don't have to. Again, make sure that you stay home unless you have to be out on the roads this morning. And we know that many of you do have questions about this storm. That's why our team of meteorologists are here to give you the answers that you need. Chris and Becca, let's get back into it. We've got some more questions, okay? First one. Hey, Chris, it says, Waffle House in Greenville, South Carolina is closed. Have you ever seen Waffle House closed because of inclement weather? Now, we know this is a big deal because there is a Waffle House thing with closing during storms. All right, give us the answer.
Okay, yes, but it's most likely from hurricanes. Florence, we had some big shutdowns here in the Carolinas, and I think parts of Helene also shut things down. So here's the Waffle House Index. This is no joke. Because of all the restaurants, the businesses, this is the last one to close. So if Waffle House is closed and you weren't paying attention to the weather, that's all you need. So that's how significant this is. So Greenville is expecting a lot more ice. So in the red, that means severe damage or unsafe conditions. We are across the area under a yellow Waffle House Index. Power issues, supply chain problems, or staff shortages. Just things are bad, but at least manageable for them.
Yeah, when it's hard for staff to actually get to their place of work, I think that's when they start to go more into the yellow, into the red. So the fact that we're starting to see some of these go more into the red, some of the other ones in the yellow, it definitely tells the story there.
They should have waffles, though, at least. All right, Lisa, next question.
People do depend on Waffle House. All right. Question number 2. I'm a teacher with CMS.
Okay.
When this week do y'all think roads will be declared safe?
See, this is so tough, Becca, because of the buses, which are a completely different game.
It's very subjective as well. I think with temperatures staying below freezing today, anything that falls is going to stay with us as we go into Monday. We'll see some sunshine Monday afternoon, but anything that does completely dry off, guess what? Hard freeze by Tuesday morning.
Yeah, see, and because Tuesday's so cold,
yes.
I could see, like, again, they haven't fully done this. I said I would bet my degree that there's no school on Monday, trust me. And then Tuesday, I think just because of how cold it is, so I'm thinking Wednesday, but again, it's very speculative.
Yes, I agree.
And again, we should mention CMS has canceled weekend activities, but we have not yet heard from the district about classes on Monday or later in the week. All right, if you have a question, text us 704-329-3600. Chris and Becca will have answers for you. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
WCNC Charlotte is on whenever you're up with extended coverage. Watch from 4:30 to 7. Then stream 2 extra hours from 7 to 9. The news that impacts you. Stream on WCNC Plus.
Chevy trucks are as capable and dependable as the Chevy people who drive them. You probably know one. Your sister. Your buddy. The ones who always show up. They all have that little extra something. And maybe you got it too.
Start the year in drive. Right now, well-qualified buyers can get 1.9% financing on all Silverado 1500 models. Or get $7,350 in total value plus $1,250 trade assistance when you trade in an eligible vehicle.
Coit's here to get your tile and grout Coit clean. Our certified technicians will deep clean bathroom tile, floors, even shower glass. It's not clean until it's Coit clean. Call 1-800-4COIT or visit Coit.com today.
My husband takes his watch party grilling duties very seriously. Every sport, every season. And because we always find good deals at Food Lion, no one ever leaves hungry. I even got him his own signature touch.
Okay, I'll eat around it.
Make this season a win with MVP savings on all your fresh favorites at Food Lion.
This is the 2026 Nissan Rogue with a 12.3-inch touch display. It's the most powerful Rogue ever and has 225 pound-feet of torque. That's a lot of torque. Go Rogue in the 2026 Nissan Rogue. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality. Now get 0% APR on select SUVs for well-qualified buyers or get $3,500 customer cash on Rogue.
So what do you think about these?
We're going to take everything
From
out.
design and products to removal and installation, Rebath is with you through every step of your remodel. Call us or visit rebath.com and save $1,250 off your complete bathroom remodel.
The WCNC Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust. Track how the weather will impact your day. Breaking news, live from the scene. All the local news you need. WCNC Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free. The Carolina Chevy Storm Tracker, only on WCNC Charlotte.
Well, welcome back on this weather alert day. We are continuing to wake up, and if you've been outside, you know there's sleet and ice that's been falling all throughout the overnight hours.
That's right, including in the mountains of western North Carolina and here in the Charlotte metro area as well. WCNC Charlotte's Jessie Pierre joins us live on this Sunday morning. She is in Concord. Good morning to you, Jessie. Tell us what the conditions are like there and what you saw this morning.
Good morning. Yes, from Cabarrus County, right, where the sleet snow has been falling overnight all through the morning. And, you know, we can see some of the accumulation on these cars. You can see some of the cars, too. They have their windshield wipers up, you know, for safety, for protection and so forth. And folks are definitely taking a little bit more time in their cars to warm it up and so forth. Again, the main thing, the safe thing is if you don't have to go out, you don't want to go out. We're also really close to where we're going to flip the camera over. Kevin's going to get that. Over here, you can see there's about like a dozen Duke Energy crews out there. And I was speaking to one of the staff members over there, and he says, you know, they're warming up their cars and so forth, and they're just getting ready for the call. He said, again, the biggest concern really is the ice. And he says they have crews stationed all throughout. Obviously, they have about a dozen here, but the main area is the racetrack where they have hundreds of trucks ready to go. But overall, you know, he said that as this continues to fall, when that ice gets on those power lines, that's what they're worried about, right? That breaking those lines, and they are ready for the call, pretty much stationed everywhere. And so they're over here getting their cars warmed up, getting that ice off their windshields and getting ready for that. But the main thing, again, if you don't have to go out, you want to stay home. This is a perfect day to, pull out the board games, hang out with the family, put the the phones and TVs away, and just, connect with your family. And if you're using any type of heating devices, right, safety. Make sure if you have any one of those portable heaters, keep them away from anything flammable. Again, you want to, if you're staying home, stay safe, layer up, conserve energy by setting your thermostat and forgetting it. Don't keep continuing to just up. Set it, forget it. That's one of the tips I was told, to make sure to conserve energy. So again, we're here in Cabarrus County, more specifically in Concord. It's really quiet this morning. We have seen a couple of folks, having to leave and so forth, having to travel, spending a little bit more time in their cars, warming them up, because again, there is ice and accumulation on their windshield. But so far so good. We haven't heard of anything too crazy, just watching again, all the snow coming down. Back to you.
Jesse, thanks so much for that. Of course, safety and staying warm are the priorities this morning. But she's right. If you have to go out, again, only if you have to, you definitely have to have that extra time to let your car warm up if you aren't in a garage, because you've got that layer of thin ice that's on many windshields. So you'll need to let it defrost before you do drive. All right, Jesse, thanks so much for that. Let's check in now with Chris. I believe you have an update. You're still tracking this system.
Yeah, well, for one, this is what you'd be driving in. Now, the crews have done a really good job coming out there. The good news is the precipitation is so light, so the crews are kind of able to get ahead of this, and that's allowing the brine to win out. Now, if we get more freezing rain, that's going to be a little bit more problematic, but one of our more recent shots, we are looking at an okay shot for across much of the area, but still a lot of sleet on the ground. And all of our cameras, I can't even show you what it looks like, because we have ice on the lens in Monroe, Kannapolis, Charlotte, actually right on top of our tower here, and then over in Dallas as well. Now notice how Dallas has the most ice. They're also about 1,500 feet up in the air. So here's what's happening right now. We've had some active sleet that has been on top of a layer of ice. We actually had some freezing rain sneak in, and then that sleet was able to freeze really quickly on top of it. And I think we're seeing totals anywhere from about a ½ inch to an inch, a little bit more further off towards north, but we still now have a chance for a transition of pure freezing rain to a 1/4 to a ½ inch. Luckily, I don't think we're going to see some of those totals, about 3/4 of an inch to an inch around the Charlotte area. But if you just take the pure moisture that we've had so far, we've had up to about a 1/4 inch around Boone. That's a lot more significant sleet and snow that's fallen with this. But once we get these values anywhere from about a 1/4 to a ½ inch, and I want to direct you over to Greenville. Greenville's already starting to see the transition over to pure freezing rain. That's going to be the cause of concern. So if we're getting about a 1/10 of an inch per hour, we're not there yet, that's where things are really going to turn on us. But boy, are we super cold for this. We're starting to lose the battle down towards the south from snow and sleet. You want the snow and sleet, which, by the way, are both coupled together. So we were calling for mainly sleet, and that's pretty much what it is. But at first glance, when you look out the door, you're going to be like, ha, it did snow. It was technically sleet. But there were some signs there were some snowflakes, and there's a little bit more so up in the mountains. But the mountains, you're now starting to see a glaze of that freezing rain that's starting to take over, especially down here to the south, and that's where we're going to be changing things up. So I haven't changed this map yet because I really do think it's going to be around that worst case scenario if we do get it up and over about a ½ inch. So we're still going to keep that around for the upper bounds, but if we do see some heavier rain totals or freezing rain totals, it's well to the north and west. So here's what that looks like. Our futurecast is going to be cruising by, flying through, allowing for really some of the heavier precipitation that is going to be back and forth. Sorry, that went super fast on me. I took out the pause points. So here's what that looks like. So you're really starting, I think, by the late afternoon that you're going to start to see things start to change on us, but it's right about here. Notice right around noon, we start to see a little bit of clearing down towards the southeast, but I don't want you to think that it's just a big old break, because you still have a lot of moisture in the atmosphere. So above our heads, we're still adding some moisture onto the tree branches and the power lines. So we're still going to have a chance for added weight and even increased power outages. We already have 4,000 people that are without power here in North Carolina. I think that is going to change, especially once we add a lot more ice, because it's especially heavy heading into the afternoon. So late morning, early afternoon, I think is where we're seeing most of the activity, and plain old rain after that. So our power outages from this system in general are now up and over 100,000 without power in Texas, Mississippi, and Tennessee. We're starting to see increases over here in Kentucky. Now, a lot of this is either ice or snow, and also increased totals. We're almost up to 100,000 right here around Louisiana. We're going to continue to fill in states and Becca. This isn't just a today thing. With winds picking up, could be problematic heading into Monday as well.
Chris, this will only continue to worsen, and that's kind of like looking into the future. The problems with power outages we're seeing from Texas all the way over towards Tennessee and Kentucky, that's what's headed our way and will only continue to deteriorate as we go later in on the day. This is a question we've been getting asked all week. How does freezing rain or ice impact those power lines? Well, it weighs it down. Half an inch of ice accumulation on a single power line can weigh up to 500 pounds. Now, if you think about it, when freezing rain starts to have that ice accretion on that power line, it forms as a teardrop shape. So it kind of sags a little bit down. When you add wind, that's when wires can sway. They can start to collide as well. That's what's called galloping. And I want to show you that futurecast wind gusts, because once the freezing rain event actually leaves us, it's really the breezy conditions we're worried about for Monday. This is 3 o'clock. We've got wind gusts 30 to 40 miles per hour up towards the high country, peaking right around 25 here in the Charlotte metro. We'll continue that all day as well. Now, if you also think up towards the mountains, of course, Helene did a lot of damage to those trees, and a lot of those trees are still heavily damaged or leaning to one side. So when you get freezing rain on top of those trees, this is when we also could see those tree limbs down as well. So yes, the freezing rain event, that ends tonight, but we will have impacts lingering with cold temperatures and breezy conditions as we go into the start of the work week. That is why we are weather impact alert through Tuesday morning in this Jerry Hunt Supercenter 7-day forecast. You'll notice Tuesday morning, that is by far the coldest one, 11 degrees. In the mountains, we'll likely see those temperatures well below zero. Afternoon highs this week will mainly be in the 30s, even to the low 40s. So that's going to be followed by each morning seeing sub-freezing temperatures and afternoons really not warming up much.
All right, being careful is key, especially with that refreezing possibility. Thank you, Becca. Well, if you do see storm conditions pick up in your area or on any weather impacts, we want to see it here on WCNC Charlotte. So if it is safe to do so, you are encouraged to take a photo or video and send it to us. You can use the Near Me feature in our free WCNC Charlotte mobile app. And you want to be sure to tell us the location of that photo that you're capturing. It will help us tell your story. We'll be right back with more winter weather coverage after this quick break.
My workers' comp checks were either delayed or wrong. An experienced law firm can help you get the workers' compensation you may deserve to get your life back on track. James Scott Farron. I got all my benefits. Call the law offices of James Scott Farron on the Hurt Line.
Hendrick. Now is a perfect time to find an affordable vehicle. Visit HendrickCars.com and shop our large selection, including over 1,000 vehicles priced under 20 grand. Plus, drive today but pay later with our payment deferral and zero down options. Buy from the name you know and trust. Hendrick has received over 900,000 five-star online reviews. Over 1,000 vehicles under 20,000. Find yours at HendrickCars.com.
Here, everyone saves adulting for another time. 3-course meals end with chocolate piñatas. And conference rooms are traded for water slides. Fireworks paint the sky every night. And happy hour can happen at any hour. Here, anything is possible, as long as you can imagine it. And that's what makes Orlando unbelievably real.
To Leo, skipping the buy one, get one means losing 50% of his savings potential. To Leo's mom, his logic is a work in progress. So she helped him open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account with no overdraft fees and tools to track spending. He's learning, Mom, at his own Leo pace. However you make money work, we can work with that.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, watch extended coverage on WCNC+.
Our area is seeing snow, ice, and sleet. So what's the difference in the precipitation?
That's a question a lot of people have. Well, WCNC Charlotte meteorologist Chris Mulcahy, he's going to break it down for us with a winter precipitation refresher to help you raise your weather IQ.
Winter is officially here, so now it's time for a crash course on winter precipitation types. Let's raise that weather IQ. Let's start with the obvious, snow. We all know what snow is, but did you know the consistency of snow depends on how cold it is from the ground to thousands of feet above our heads? Snow forms when the entire atmosphere stays below freezing. Fluffy, powdery flakes form when it's cold, and heavier, wetter snow happens when temperatures are closer to 32 degrees. Note, but how a snowflake looks really depends on temperature and the level of humidity. When temperatures are below 10 degrees, you have snowflakes that are the most stellar, that look like this. Sleet is snow that melts partially as it falls, then refreezes before hitting the ground. It bounces like popcorn off your windshield and piles up fast. Stat alert! Sleet actually accumulates faster than snow and can often make driving more treacherous. Freezing rain. Freezing rain has a reputation to be the most treacherous. Snow melts into supercooled rain, then freezes on contact with below freezing surfaces. A half inch of accumulated ice can add around 500 pounds to power lines and make driving impossible. Last on the list is grapple. This is also known as soft hail. Tiny snow pellets form in strong updrafts. Supercooled water droplets in a cloud freeze onto the falling snowflake, gradually coating in this rime ice until it becomes a small ice pellet that can easily be crushed in your fingers. So be safe this winter, especially when we're up here saying there's a mixed bag of wintry precipitation. I'm meteorologist Chris Mulcahy with another Weather IQ.
All right, Chris, thanks so much for raising our weather IQ. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with more here on WCNC Charlotte.
Think you need a new roof? Think again. Save thousands with Roof Max.
My family and I wanted a fresh start, but we didn't want the hassle of selling our home.
With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can close in as little as 21 days. There are no showings, no open houses, no stress. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer today.
Now turn any good morning into a great one with a sausage McMuffin with egg. Now just $2.69. Or a 2 for $5 mix and match with a sausage McMuffin with egg and a bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit. 2 great options for a delicious breakfast at McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
What do you think are the advantages of having a Gator metal roof?
We had a lot of problems with the asphalt roof that we had before. The shingles would blow off in the hurricanes, and this is the first time in like 8 years since the last little tiny hurricane that our roof hasn't leaked, and so the Gator metal roofing.
Longevity, everything about it is a lot better than shingles.
Yeah,
I like it. I like the color. That offsets, other than just getting black or brown shingles, it's like night and day.
When it rains, I can open the window just a little bit and you can hear the tinkling of the rain on the roof, and it's very calming and relaxing. It just has been a really, really great experience, our Gator metal roof. We've really, really appreciated it.
There's nothing more personal than planning your estate. Maisha Blakeney is the Rock Hill Estate Planning Attorney. She will be the one answering your calls, your questions, your concerns, helping you ensure your loved ones are provided for, taxes are minimized, and help you plan for unforeseen setbacks. Take control of your estate before it's too late.
Your estate is personal to you, which makes it personal to me. That's why I handle every client personally. Call me today, Maisha Blakeney, the Rock Hill Estate Planning Attorney.
Ready for a better mattress shopping experience? Stop by and see why the Original Mattress Factory was once again named the top-rated mattress store by Consumer Reports. The Original Mattress Factory, Consumer Reports' top-rated mattress store.
My family and I wanted a fresh start, but we didn't want the hassle of selling our home.
The guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate keeps you in control. There are no showings, no open houses, no stress. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer today and start packing.
Well, thanks for joining us this Sunday morning. We are taking a live look from Freedom Boat Club. You see it there, the dock, the snow, the sleet has fallen down, the precipitation during the overnight hours, and you can see it's cleared up most recently. Thanks again for joining us. I'm Autumn Bracey.
And I'm Lisa Washington. Thanks for waking up with WCNC Charlotte on this Sunday morning. We are weather alert this morning, of course, because of that winter weather system moving through our area. And our team is here to walk you through everything that you need to know. We have our Richard Devane, who is live in Boone. Destiny Richards is in South Charlotte to show you the latest conditions of the weather system. And of course, our meteorologists are here because they are tracking this for you. Chris Mulcahy is in, as well as has meteorologist Becca Birdsall.
All right, so let's jump right to it. First of all, if you step outside across pretty much the entirety of the 45 loop, that's where you're actually able to see off in the distance up around Lake Norman. We have another pocket of dry air. This is our best friend because here's the deal. We don't want a ½ inch of ice. I would rather have all the naysayers online and say, see, you're wrong, good. Do you know what? We didn't want that for the worst case scenario. But I'm not saying it's not going to happen because here's the deal. You're still dealing with a lot of sleet. The roads aren't great. So I'm really happy that there is such a low volume of traffic. We've been seeing Majestic on and off throughout the morning, but you have a lot more of this pink down here. Eventually, we're going to transition things over that all the precipitation is going to be a freezing rain variety. So even though we have a break right around Mecklenburg County, there's still some heavier precipitation, but it could be a whole lot worse. But we are always looking down towards the southwest into the west saying, what are they dealing with? Well, as of right now, the most recent update, there are over 500,000 customers across the United States that don't have power from this system. And then as you can see for that color code, anything in the blue is more of 10 to 50,000 customers. And then we have 2 states which have 100 to 500,000. Actually, Tennessee is almost up to 200,000 customers without power, and they're dealing with a mix of ice and even some of that snow as well. North Carolina is close to about 5,000 customers. Mecklenburg County specifically, only 306. So really low values, but I think that we're going to change that once we see a chance for ice. So looking at the most recent models, we still have a chance for this to happen over the coming hours. I think maybe up to another glaze or so, so about 0.05 to about 1/10 of an inch, right around 11 to noon. Now, this has been such a slow precipitation event that it has allowed crews to really get out there and treat the roads. However, some heavier precip that arrives a little bit later on in the afternoon, so I think our highest risk for any power outages for 1/4 inch or greater is going to be a little bit later on this afternoon specifically. So let me show you what that looks like on our futurecast all in all. You're going to see on and off freezing rain and sleet with some dry slots heading through this morning. Now what has changed is that drier air looks like it wants to take over. So there's actually a solid batch, and this is some of the best news that I've seen with this system. Most of the moisture is further off towards the west, so not everyone's going to be so lucky. Pretty much from Morganton up to Shelby and Hickory, you have a much higher chance for a lot more accumulation of precip before it starts to move back in later on this afternoon, and the heaviest arriving later on today. We still have a high risk for some of those power outages, especially as some of the winds pick up a little bit later on the backside of the system, staying below freezing much of the day. Still not a good situation and not a great drive. As long as you stay safe at home, you're good to go, and fingers crossed that you do not lose power. Take care. We'll have your full weather update, what you can expect through today, tonight, and over the next several days as we are still cooling down for some of the coldest air of the season after this.
All right, Chris, thanks so much for that update. Again, important to note that this storm system is not over yet. We know that many of you are waking up to those dangerous conditions and different types of precipitation.
We're going to check back in with WCNC Charlotte's Destiny Richard. She's live for us this morning in South Charlotte. Destiny, you've been providing great coverage all morning long. As the sun has come up, are conditions changing any?
Yeah, good morning. We are seeing the precip start to lull a little bit this morning, so it has let up. My face is not being pelted with those ice pellets at this moment, but we are now up here by Johnston Road here in Ballantyne, definitely a major thoroughfare in South Charlotte, and we're seeing lots of cars here on the road, not a whole bunch, but more than I was expecting, and a lot of people driving safely, increasing their stopping times when they approach the intersections, but you can definitely see that the roads are covered this morning. A couple of tire tracks from people driving around, but it's definitely going to be slippery out there, especially if you're not driving safely. We do see crews out and about though. That is a good thing, and we've actually seen more crews from the city, NCDOT, than cars out here this morning, so that's definitely good news. But it's definitely great news that the precip has slowed down a bit. Right now I'm feeling just a little bit, maybe a little bit of mist. It's not quite feeling like ice this morning, but at this time it's improved. Okay, it's bouncing off my gloves, so it's definitely still ice this morning, but just make sure that you take it safe out there. It's definitely a situation where you don't want to drive as normal. You want to slow down. We're seeing people stop here at Johnston and Brixham Hill. They are stopping great. It's also difficult to see the lane separation too, so you just want to exercise caution if you do happen to go out. But I'll send it back to you guys for now.
Certainly, you do have to use caution for sure. All right, Destiny Richards live this morning in South Charlotte. Thank you for that report. And again, we are seeing varying conditions across our area. Let's check in now with our Richard Devane. He is live this morning up in Boone. We saw some snow plows behind you the last time that we spoke with you, Richard. Are they still working to clear? I think it was a parking lot there, maybe some sidewalks.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct, Lisa. Good morning to you. Good morning, all. Good Sunday morning, everyone. Yeah, we're checking out the consistency of this snow. Can't make great snowballs, but we can tell you we've seen these crews still out here. We're at the Walmart in Boone. This is right off of Blowing Rock Highway. You can see there are crews still working. They've been working throughout the day. Getting this up. One of the crews that we spoke to said a little bit ago that they're getting a good handle on this. But of course, we're seeing more precipitation coming down. It's colder, and the concerns are what happens later in the day. So from what we heard, basically, they're trying to make sure they can stay ahead of it. Great news I want to report. Blowing Rock folks are familiar, used to the inclement conditions like this. People are not on the roads that much. This Walmart is open, and very few people, if any, have gone inside. Same thing at a couple of the gas stations. People are letting work crews do their thing. That's the situation right now. We spoke to a crew who's actually been out cleaning up the sidewalks at this and a number of locations. They were talking about the job of making sure that they get things clear and get things done. Take a listen.
We've been real busy. Got out about 2 o'clock this morning. Made a couple runs on these sidewalks over at Publix, here, Food Line, Blue Ridge Electric, all the places that we think people are going to be going to, need to, maybe. Staying at home is probably the best bet, but it is the mountains. People are going to get out. It is what it is. So the snow, you know, it's you shovel it once and you're about done. It's a lot lighter too, but with the ice, like I said, we've made a couple passes. We throw the salt, let it work, go around, throw it on everything, then come back and shovel it. Then it snowed again. We'll throw a little more salt, come back, make another round. It's about an hour and a half, 2 hours to make the whole round. We've done that a couple, 3 times already. Like I said, go grab a bite to eat, come do it again. So ice is
Yeah, and they actually are going off to get a bite to eat and do it again. We can tell you that there's still crews working here. That's the scene right here in Boone. People are saying they're so far keeping their fingers crossed, but they know there's more to come. We're live. We'll send it back to you guys.
There certainly is more to come. All right, Richard, thanks for that live report up in Boone this morning with our severe weather coverage. Now, due to road and weather conditions, CATS is adjusting its service. Blue Line and the bus service won't start until 10 this morning. The Gold Line streetcar, that's actually suspended, and there will be no bus bridge. Officials are urging riders to use the CATS Pass app for updates and, if possible, delay your travel until the conditions improve. All right, Chris, we have another question, I do believe.
Yeah, so somebody had asked, should I shovel now or should I just wait until later? And right now, what I would actually say is if you are up with us and you see a bunch of sleet outside, maybe you want to just get that out of the way because we do have a better chance for freezing rain a little bit later on. Could even have a little bit of lull. So I'm actually changing my answer compared to what I had earlier today. So yes, if you have an opportunity, because there's a lot of slushy stuff, especially if you put some salt down, try to get it out of the way. That is going to give you an advantage on some of your walkways and some of your stairs. Don't do the whole driveway because I want you to relax this morning. Coming up, we're going to have a lot more questions. Again, make sure to text us, all of that number coming up as well as a brand new update. What are you going to expect for the rest of the afternoon? Things are changing, actually in a good way.
This is where we go.
To Oliver, eating here instead of buying a stadium hot dog is like putting away $20. With the Wells Fargo mobile app, tracking his savings is simple. Whoops.
This is the 2026 Nissan Rogue. With a 12.3-inch touch display, it's the most powerful Rogue ever. And has 225 pound-feet of torque. That's a lot of torque. Go Rogue in the 2026 Nissan Rogue. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality. Now get 0% APR on select SUVs for well-qualified buyers, or get $3,500 customer cash on Rogue.
What's for dinner?
The toughest challenge of my day. My kids can be picky.
Totes!
And just once I'd like to make something they'll love and ask for seconds and, Yeah, like this.
With 30 quick and tasty one-pan meals.
I'm gonna keep helper handy.
Yes!
I'm Mark Henry with Alloy Wealth. Catch Money Matters Mondays in the 4 p.m. news on WCNC Charlotte, where I share real financial insight you can use right away. And also join me for Living Large, my show all about turning those insights into an actual plan for retirement, from creating income that lasts to protecting what matters most. That's Living Large, every Sunday morning at 11 a.m. right here on WCNC Charlotte.
The 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline saves lives.
No matter your struggle, you are not alone. The 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is free, private, and always available.
Call, text, or chat 988-24/7.
Hops Discount Building Materials is the place to go for all your home building material needs. Get lost in our huge inventory of doors, vanities, cabinets, windows, flooring, and so much more. You can find top quality items to complete your dream space with ready-to-go quality inventory. Don't wait for something on back order. Find it at Pops now. You never know what you'll find at Pops Discount Building Materials in Charlotte.
To Leo, buy one, get one snacks means maximizing his savings potential. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
A Cessna C550 crashed while landing at the Statesville Airport.
This gun violence is leaving deep scars in families across communities.
Stream extended coverage on WCNC+. Download on your TV and watch for free.
8:17 our time now. Right now we are seeing power outages across our area. That's what happens when freezing rain weighing on power lines, and it brings down branches as well. Now at this hour, more than 1,300 homes are in the dark, including more than 300 here in Mecklenburg County. And as we take a look at this map, Duke's Energy says that it's working to restore power to folks as we speak, adding that crews are working around the clock. We know across the country, at least in the southern part, we're seeing about 600,000 people without power as well, as this winter storm is impacting people literally across the country. Chris.
So even though things are improving, one question that we had earlier was, do you think that we'll lose power? Well, it all depends, but I'm letting you know, we have now 4 states that over 100,000 people are without power. That's a total of 618,244 customers. So that's just customers. The amount of people is even higher. Right now, North Carolina not under the gun yet, but we will eventually change the shading. I'm gonna let you know the window of opportunity we most likely could lose power and how many we potentially could see.
Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
Coit's here to get your tile and grout Coit clean. Our certified technicians will deep clean bathroom tile, floors, even shower glass. It's not clean until it's Coit clean. Call 1-800-4COIT or visit Coit.com today.
Surf or turf? With the Zaxby's box, the answer is both.
Get Zaxby's Southern Fried Shrimp and their famous fingers together for a boatload of flavor.
It's the Zaxby's flavor you love. Now on shrimp. Who's got the sauce?
Zaxby's.
Good morning. Door installed. Let's show these guys how it's done. What's up? Right here. Oh, no. All part of the plan.
Taking doors off, putting doors back on. What a world.
So I just gotta come back tomorrow and finish the trim.
There's a reason West Shore Home is America's most trusted home remodeler.
That looks good.
West Shore Home. Remodeling reimagined.
Hendrick. Now is a perfect time to find an affordable vehicle. Visit HendrickCars.com and shop our large selection, including over 1,000 vehicles priced under 20 grand. Plus, drive today but pay later with our payment deferral and zero down options. Buy from the name you know and trust. Hendrick has received over 900,000 five-star online reviews. Over 1,000 vehicles under 20,000. Find yours at HendrickCars.com.
If you're not regularly treating your septic tank, you're risking a backup and significant repairs. Use Rid-X once a month. Simply add and flush to reduce monthly waste buildup by up to 20% and help prevent backups. Try Rid-X.
There's nothing more personal than planning your estate. Maisha Blakeney is the Rock Hill Estate Planning Attorney. She will be the one answering your calls, your questions, your concerns, helping you ensure your loved ones are provided for, taxes are minimized, and help you plan for unforeseen setbacks. Take control of your estate before it's too late.
Your estate is personal to you, which makes it personal to me. That's why I handle every client personally. Call me today, Maisha Blakeney, the Rock Hill Estate Planning Attorney.
Coit's here to get your furniture quite clean. Our certified technicians will deep clean leather chairs and stubborn stains off most any fabric. It's not clean until it's quite clean. Call 1-800-4COIT or visit coit.com today.
Welcome back, everyone. Okay, so here's the deal. Right now we're dealing with a little bit of a break depending where you are. You're looking out your window. It actually looks like you had a solid little coating of snow. It's actually sleet. If we had snow, we would have had well over an inch and it would be a little bit fluffier and a little more joyous. But if you put any of the ice melt down, and still a chance if you want to try to throw some out, but we have freezing rain that might wash it away, so I'd hold off. We are trending in a good direction. The temperatures will be warming up from the upper teens through the 20s, but that is going to move us over into more of a freezing rain profile, keeping our impacts around for most of the day, and then by the early evening, we're saying goodbye to the chance for freezing rain. But temperatures in the 20s with on and off freezing rain, yeah, it's not going to be great. Right now, we're still dealing with a chance for sleet. Temperatures anywhere from 18 to 21 degrees. Chance for a little burst of snow as well. But what's really interesting with this system as a whole is that all the moisture is further off towards the west. One thing that's really helping us out is that we haven't really had the big access, the main opportunity for a lot of moisture to allow this to kind of be heavier precipitation, and I'm not complaining. It looked like at this point we were going to be seeing some heavier sleet. Now it's kind of taking a big step back and looked like we could have been seeing a bigger transition to some heavier freezing rain. That's taking its time as well. So the slowdown is definitely helping us out, but we're not out of the woods yet. I think we're going to see some big changes in a hurry as far as that freezing rain is concerned, that we still have a chance for up to about 1/4 of an inch. But instead of there being a 1/2 to 3/4 of an inch, I think we can take a step down as far as how much that we're going to see here, but it still is all about what's happening a little bit later on this afternoon heading into the evening. So here it is. First off, we have a little bit of a lull right now, but I think that we're going to have a sizable break in the precip, but still a chance for a little bit of mist and drizzle. That's freezing mist and drizzle, because notice those temperatures in the mid-20s by about 11 a.m. But here's the change. We see some of that heavier precip. It's showing up as rain further off towards the west, and then 27 degrees right around Shelby, 26 degrees in Morganton. I think it's really aligned from Shelby up through Hickory up to the mountains. It's that little axis that could easily pick up 1/4 to a 1/2 inch of ice, and that's happening very fast. So any of that rain, you can look out the window. If you audibly hear the rain, that's where you have a cause of concern. I want this to be a quiet event, because quiet means that it's a light precipitation, but then all that potentially could swing its way a little bit close to the Charlotte area. So if we are going to have some problems as far as power outages, I think they're going to start west to east, mainly during the afternoon. So yes, things are trending down, and I'm not mad about it, because that means a whole lot less freezing rain. So the dry air is going to be potentially our savior. You're seeing a little bit of green here, but notice the temperatures. I think all in all, temperatures are still slightly below freezing. So even though it might technically be showing green on the radar, it's still going to be some impacts and likely still some freezing rain on the power lines as temperatures dip below that 30-degree point. So keep that in mind. Our Jerry Hunt Supercenter 7-day forecast has some real chilly lows on the way. We have 30 degrees for a high today, 28 by tomorrow. We're going to get back above freezing, which is going to melt a lot of this away. I truly think it's tomorrow morning that's going to be hazardous. That's why we're not looking at any school. But then by Tuesday, it's a big question mark on how much that we can kind of clean things up. But then it starts to get dangerously cold. Kids at the bus stop are likely going to be standing in the single digits with a low of 11 degrees. After that, right around 40 degrees, staying cold. But definitely stay off the roads today and tomorrow morning as we still have on and off winter precip and some of those freezing conditions. Take care.
All right, Chris, thanks so much. And a reminder, if you see the storm conditions pick up in your area or really any weather impacts, we'd like to see it as well. If it's safe for you to do so, just take a photo or maybe a quick video and send it to us. Use the Near Me feature that's in the free WCNC Charlotte mobile app. Now be sure to tell us the location so that we can help tell your story and share those pictures and videos. Right now, we're going to take a quick break at 8:25. We'll be right back.
My new car.
Now that I'm here, I'm used.
What?
Now replace my transmission. Buy me new tires. My check engine light's on.
Drive FlexCar, the only month-to-month car lease. Maintenance included. Switch cars anytime. FlexCar, you drive everything.
I like the fact that it definitely was being built right there in front of my eyes. It really made a difference to me. I can't imagine someplace else that would have a better service staff or a better experience.
A blind spot that's never out of sight. How it should be. The Hyundai Tucson.
Get 0.99% APR or $1,000 bonus cash on a Tucson or lease for only $279 a month. See your hometown Hyundai dealer.
How many roofs have you had before your Gator Metal roof?
This is the third complete roof I have put on my house since I've been here. I've had shingle roofs before, and with wind comes, shingles blow off and they wear out, and you know the weather, the heat takes effect on shingles, and eventually you have to replace them. So I said I'm going metal this time, so it'll be one and done, never no more.
What has been some of the advantages of your Gator Metal roof?
The main advantage is I will never have to buy another roof. With Gator Metal Roofing, got a lifetime warranty, guaranteed not to rust nor fade. And once again, about the lifetime warranty, it's the last roof I'll ever have to buy. That's why I went with Gator Metal Roofing.
Anytime I had a question, I was able to contact the salespeople. They answered all my questions. They worked really hard to get a good price for me. When we started talking about the dollars and cents of Gator Metal Roofing, Gator Metal does offer financing, and we did take advantage of that to help with our cash flow.
My name is Angel, and I was seriously injured in a car accident. If you're looking for somebody that care genuinely, the Mayo Law Offices is the only place I will refer anybody to.
If you've been injured, call DeMayo Law Offices.
My new car.
Now that I'm here, I'm used.
What?
Now replace my brakes, flush my coolants, buy me new tires.
Drive FlexCar, the only month-to-month car lease. Maintenance included. Switch cars anytime. FlexCar, you drive everything.
All right, 8:28 now. Take a look at this photo from the Monroe Police Department. The department says everything out there, just a sheet of ice. They say the main roads have been treated and salted and are still drivable. However, they say the conditions are dangerous, especially on those side streets and in the untreated areas. Again, they are still asking people to stay off the roads if possible. This coming in from the Monroe Police Department. Now, the department says they have responded to a few medical emergencies so far this morning. They say if you can, make sure that you check on your neighbors who may be vulnerable, especially those who are older, who have medical needs, or anyone without adequate heat. And this morning, officials are urging folks to stay off the roads, not only to ensure your safety, but to help those crews who are out working to clear the roads, as well as the emergency crews. North Carolina's Governor Josh Stein says the ice may impact conditions going into this week.
And the next week is going to be cold. In most of the state, we expect temperature to fall below freezing every night for the next week. Whatever ice or snow is on the ground at the end of the day will refreeze overnight. Black ice will remain a risk in many places into next week, especially on bridges, overpasses, and shaded areas.
North Carolina's Governor Josh Stein speaking there. This is a live look now. I-45 mile marker 12. This is near Mount Holly Road. This gives you an idea of what the conditions are like this morning. Again, the word to the wise, if you don't have to go out this morning, stay inside. We'll be right back.
Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
Touches of black. They stand for elegance, refinement. They make you see everything in a new light.
Get 0% APR for up to 48 months plus 0 payments for 90 days on the purchase of a new 2025 Telluride or 2026 Sorento.
Wow, I never thought I could enjoy my backyard like this. And I never thought this view could be in my budget. I worked with my Bella consultant on my replacement window project, and the result is incredible. Thanks, Bella, for a picture-perfect new view.
At Pella, we know that when it comes to replacement windows, you want distinctive design, enduring quality, and affordability. You can Pella. So schedule your free in-home consultation today.
So what do you think about these?
Yeah, we're going to take...
From design and products to removal and installation, we handle the entire process to create a beautiful and functional bathroom for whatever your life needs. Rebath, with you every step of the way. Don't relocate, renovate. As your needs change, update your bathroom with aging and accessibility solutions designed to keep the space safe and stylish. Call us or visit rebath.com and save 10% off your entire project.
A cold shiver on a freezing day that led to a realization that needed the right contractor for the perfect upgrade and up to $2,625 back. From water heater and plumbing repairs to heating and air upgrades, your journey to comfort and savings starts now. Get a free contractor referral and rebates at finditduke.com.
If you're hurting a job, you need tough, local, and experience.
You need Tippins and Zarowski.
Since 1998, we take on the billion-dollar corporations and insurance companies fighting to get you the justice you deserve.
We've always been bulldogs, fighters, and warriors for the people. It's all we know.
Unleash us on your workers' compensation case and get the legal representation you need.
Call Tippins and Zarowski, your North Carolina and South Carolina workers' compensation solution.
Touches of black. They stand for elegance, refinement. They make you see everything in a new light.
Get 0% APR for up to 48 months plus 0 payments for 90 days on the purchase of a new 2025 Telluride or 2026 Sorento.
Good Sunday morning to you. Thanks for waking up with WCNC Charlotte. 8:32 now. We are weather impact alert today because of this winter weather system that is moving through our area. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Lisa Washington. We're glad that you are here. This morning, our team is standing by to walk you through everything you need to know about this winter system and the different types of precipitation that we've seen overnight and what's continuing today. Let's get right to meteorologist Becca Birdsall now with a check of the forecast.
So we're starting to see more of that sleet and ice accumulation just pile up. Now, where you were looking at over towards the mountains, Boone, King Street, over towards Watauga County, they're seeing a freezing rate. Temperatures are below freezing right now from the mountains into the metro, which can look a little bit deceiving. These are the conditions outside from our Charlotte Motor Speedway cam, courtesy of Mr. Sparky, and it's really accumulating well on those road surfaces, and these are the conditions you will face as you venture out. Now, yesterday we had some snow accumulation over towards the high country. So you're seeing that kind of combo, mixed bag is what we call it, of snow, sleet, and freezing rain. That continues and will only continue to worsen as we get more of that transition to freezing rain later on. This is the current radar right now. We've got purple, blues, and pinks. Well, what does that mean? The pink is the freezing rain, more of what we're seeing over towards our southeastern counties, as well as some of those highest elevations. And the purple, that is sleet. Now, where it's not currently technically seeing any of that precipitation precipitation falling. It is still drizzling out there. We're seeing freezing drizzle and mist, which sometimes can be even worse because ice accretion with freezing drizzle can accrete so much more efficiently when it is actually falling lighter. So we'll see this transition to freezing rain later on, but I do want to show you a couple of these storm reports that we're seeing over towards Lenore. We did get this one, a sleet accumulation of 0.3 of an inch. So the difference between sleet and freezing rain, well, sleet kind of looks like a sprinkled donut, while as freezing rain is more of a glaze of ice. You'll notice sleet also bounces on the surface as well. Here's a picture of what the future cast will look like as we go later in on today, eventually exiting off late tonight. But not only are we dealing with the winter weather, it is so cold out there. 18 now here in Charlotte, 17 over towards Statesville, and 19 over towards Chester. So the rest of today will feature all below freezing temperatures. That means everything that falls today will stick with us, with those impacts lingering for early next week. And the coldest air of the season so far will be arriving by Tuesday. We've got all of those details in that full forecast coming up in a few minutes.
All right, Becca, thanks so much. Well, right now, thousands of people are waking up to dangerous conditions as that sleet and ice continues to fall across the area. This morning, WCNC Charlotte's Walker Lawson is live in Mooresville to show us what the conditions are like there. And Walker, last time you were saying it was just hitting you in the face. It was, what'd you just say? Not pleasant.
Yeah, not pleasant to say the least. I'll actually say the one thing you really can't see that is probably bugging me the most this morning is how cold it is. I mean, I've lived here for 23 out of my 26 years in life, and I have never covered or lived through a winter event that has felt this cold while it's happening. It's currently 18, 19 degrees, but we're also feeling the wind whip occasionally through here, and that is adding insult to injury. As Becca kind of mentioned just a moment ago, that radar kind of seeing the precipitation fill in, but it's funny because throughout the morning, even when we weren't really seeing anything on the radar, we've continuously had something falling, whether it's drizzling, that freezing rain, or if we're seeing a little bit of sleet here and there. I haven't seen it stop since we got out here this morning. Again, since we've been here, it has calmed down just a little bit over the last couple of hours. I know last time you checked in, it was blowing pretty hard, but it's remained consistent out here. Again, all of the parking lot is completely covered out here. We also can see that some secondary roads behind me are covered as well. So again, conditions out here, it's definitely cold. One of those Sunday mornings that it's just best to stay inside and not go out unless you absolutely have to.
All right, great advice there, Walker, reporting from Mooresville this morning. Thank you so much for that live report. We want to show you some more video. Take a look at this. This is in from Clover this morning. The Clover Police Department posted these pictures earlier. This is Main Street, and you can see what the conditions were there. They say the square in Clover is completely covered in ice. And of course, like other departments across our area, they're asking that you stay inside and do not head out onto the roads unless it is absolutely necessary. Now, we know this is Sunday morning, and many of you would typically be getting ready to head out to church, but many churches in our area are not going to be having service or mass today. In fact, more than 70 in our area have canceled their services for this Sunday. You can find that full list of closures on our website, also on the WCNC Charlotte mobile app. All right, our meteorologists this morning have been asking your questions. Many of you have texted us with your questions, and Chris and Becca, here's one more for you. Another viewer with a question for you.
When leaving my faucet dripping, do I leave cold water dripping or hot water? That's a really good question. Really, I would have the warmer water the furthest away from your water heater. So that's going to be the best news. As far as when that you're going to drip, it is always a good idea to make sure to do it much earlier on. So because of how cold it's been, anytime temperatures are 28 degrees for 4 hours or more, you're going to need to do it. When temperatures are below 20 degrees for more than 4 hours, those pipes can freeze within 6 hours. Guess what we've already done so far this morning, and guess what we're absolutely doing on Tuesday morning. So drip those pipes now, tomorrow, tonight, heading through the middle of this week. Full forecast coming up from myself and Becca Birdsall.
a Cessna C550 crashed while landing at the Statesville Airport.
This gun violence is leaving deep scars in families across communities.
Stream extended coverage on WCNC+. Download on your TV and watch for free.
My workers' comp checks were either delayed or wrong.
An experienced law firm can help you get the workers' compensation you may deserve to get your life back on track.
James Scott Farron. I got all my benefits.
Call the law offices of James Scott Farron on the Hurt Line.
This is the 2026 Nissan Rogue with a 12.3-inch touch display. It's the most powerful Rogue ever and has 225 pound-feet of torque. That's a lot of torque. Go Rogue in the 2026 Nissan Rogue. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality. Now get 0% APR on select SUVs for well-qualified buyers or get $3,500 customer cash on Rogue.
This season, in the Queen City, the Charlotte Checkers make their mark on the AHL, defending their crown as Eastern Conference champions.
To the side, he shoots and scores! 5-2 Charlotte.
Catch the Checkers in action as they continue their hunt for another title, live at Bojangles Coliseum. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement. Get your tickets now at charlottecheckers.com.
Slow or clogged drains? Call the family of Michael & Son today and get a free estimate on any drain clearing. Our licensed plumbing professionals use the latest in drain clearing technology to get through the toughest clogs. Get same-day service by calling Michael & Son and get to the root of your problem with a free estimate on any drain clearing today at 800-948-MIKE or visit michaelandson.com.
If you can, we can. Michael & Son.
That's right. Popcorn chicken is back at Jets. For a limited time, get a large popcorn chicken pizza like barbecue chicken or chicken bacon ranch for only $16.99. You can thank us later. This isn't pizza, it's Jets.
When you're hurt on the job, there are laws to protect you. Put a law firm with experience and knowledge on your side to find out how much more your case may be worth. Call the law offices of James Scott Farron right now.
The WCNC Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust. Track how the weather will impact your day. Breaking news, live from the scene. All the local news you need. WCNC Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free.
The time is now 8:41. Again, thanks for waking up with WCNC Charlotte on this Sunday morning as we are weather alert today. We have a couple of questions that you have been sending in, and our team of meteorologists, Becca Birdsall and Chris Mulcahy, are here with a look at those questions and to get some answers for you. The first question, someone wants to know, have the number of power outages gone down? I think we have the answer to that, but we'll ask you guys just in case to give us the answer.
Kind of the opposite effect. Here in North Carolina, it hasn't been that bad, but Chris has been keeping a close eye on this.
Yeah, actually, let's bring this up. So the most recent update, and actually I can even bring you even more of a most recent update. So I was showing these red states. That's showing over 100,000 outages so far. Most recent number is 690,000 across the United States. And Becca, I think that's a good way. It's the simplest thing for meteorologists is you look upstream what's coming. So I think that our ice potentials come down. I don't think we're going to see the 3/4 of an inch of ice, but this afternoon is going to be a little tricky.
I think it's going to be a bad sign. So this is why we keep, reminding you to check back in with us as we'll continue to get more updates. But I think that power outage risk only continues to increase later on today.
Yeah, and you have been saying this perfectly, that even though there might be a break in the precipitation up above, sometimes that really mist and that freezing fog can be more of a hindrance than if you actually have like a heavy freezing rain.
Yes, and then we'll be talking about the potential for breezy conditions on Monday. So when we have any of that ice kind of lingering on those power lines can also cause issues even after the freezing rain event ends.
There's even a chance for even winds to pick up a little bit by the end of today as it swings through. And that actually brings us up to our next question. And Lisa, I'm just going to read this one right here. Is the heaviest precipitation behind us? And we could say that again. No, actually, it is very much in front of us.
Yeah, we've got a long day ahead. What we've been seeing, I'd say, is mainly sort of light precipitation falling, but it's been heavier in some portions of the area. It's been very variable, but there will be one band, I think, as we go later in this evening that will be heavier.
So oftentimes, like when it's super cold and we have snow, it's that really fine snow. So I think that that's also been a big player, that we've been so dry and so cold recently. I think we actually need temperatures to get close to freezing, because it's usually more of a wetter snow whenever you're close to freezing. In this case, you're going to have a better environment for freezing rain going forward. So as far as the heaviest precipitation, look at that bright pink that's behind us. This is showing really in between, I would say early to mid-afternoon is where it flourishes, and then it's trying to rain down here towards the south, but all this is, I think, going to be our biggest impact. So this afternoon, you might think, I'm fine. There will be a exponential increase for the power outages that we have, I think, this afternoon and this evening.
Yes, which is why we will take any criticism or concerns after this system goes through, where we'll be able to verify all the data and the forecasts that we've been giving.
Yeah, and actually speaking freely, there's been a lot of people who says, is like, this is the worst winter forecast. It's not over yet.
It's only just begun, you guys, so we've got a long Sunday to get through.
All right, do we have time for another question?
We do. We have one more question, and this question is, I have a ramp and steps. When is the best time to put out salt? I hope this isn't too late for this person, but you guys have the answer.
I'm going to say kind of before the event starts is normally good, before and during.
Yeah, and I would even say brine is put down beforehand because it does well, but if for the now, you got to wait, because the rain that we were looking at, because it's so heavy, I'm worried that a lot of it's going to get washed away. So as soon as things dry out, now here, I'm going to move this forward. Let's go like right about there. This shows 9 o'clock. So once you can look on your radar, hopefully it's the WCNC app that has a great little radar, a little shameless plug there. Once you get to the evening and things start to dial themselves back, salt is best after the event. So put it down, and then that's going to melt away a lot of that ice. And as we've been mentioning all morning, just stay indoors, because even though it's only a little bit of sleet, it's still in a layer of ice, and it's only going to get worse later in the afternoon.
And on those steps, you have to be careful. We've been talking about how the roads are treacherous, but we've been seeing videos of slip and slides. I've seen them all across the country, so just exercise some caution.
Stay safe. We'll continue to keep you updated right here on WCNC, and we have one more question, right?
Actually, we don't, but we want the questions to keep coming in. We don't have time for one more right now. Text us if you do have a question. Chris and Becca will give you an answer. The phone number is 704-329-3600. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Make sure that you keep it right here on WCNC Charlotte.
The Carolina Chevy Storm Tracker, only on WCNC Charlotte.
Coit's here to get your drapes quite clean. Our certified technicians will deep clean drapes and curtains with care and precision. It's not clean until it's quite clean. Call 1-800-4COIT or visit Coit.com today.
Look at this guy.
What? Yo, sick car, man. Hey, what's going on, bro?
Can I charge my phone? Ooh. Hey, can I get the password for the Wi-Fi?
Yo, let's change the music.
Bose? Dang. Have I got something in my teeth? Oh.
Loaded with features for everyone.
Nice, man.
How it should be. The Hyundai Elantra.
Get 2.99% APR or $750 bonus cash on an Elantra or lease for only $199 a month. See your hometown Hyundai dealer.
See our legal team. See our passion. See our experience. See our values. See our impact. See our results.
If you've been the victim of a serious accident, trust CR Legal Team to stand up for you.
CR Legal Team. Commitment, results. Call 888-THE-TEAM.
It's your time at Catawba Two Kings Casino. Double down on excitement with live and electronic table games, or win big in the new high-limit slot room. Grab a bite at the food truck, then bet, watch, and win at the sportsbook. Plus, new members can win their share of $5,000 in free play each week. Win up to $15,000 cash at our Winter Moneymaker Challenge. Take Exit 5 off 85 for Two Kings, your everyday getaway. Regulated by the Catawba Nation Gaming Commission. Must be 21 plus to play. Gambling problem? Call the National Council on Problem Gambling. 1-800-522-4700.
The highest art is beautiful, breathtaking, timeless, and moving. Experience art with 5,000 years of history, inspired by the divine. Shen Yun at the Belk Theater, February 20th through the 22nd. shenyun.com.
If your basement walls are peeling, that is not appealing.
So this is water damage,
Yes,
Manny?
sir. That's water damage.
How many people right now have compromise in their basement brought on by water?
Oh, the majority. I mean, water is the enemy of a home.
Right.
But it's better to have it assessed to give you that ease of mind.
Sure.
Inspections are free. Might as well just give us a call to help.
Get a free inspection from a certified expert at DrivePro, a groundworks company.
It's clearly time. It's bro time. Call 800-4COIT or visit Coit.com for 35% off.
The people you trust Coit.
Well, good morning, everybody. So overall, our cameras have been all over the place, but I just wanted to show you our current temperature right now. We are currently at 18 degrees with a real feel of 5, so absolutely yikes. So I don't like the status where that's going. So I was trying to show you some of the traffic cameras that we have across the area, but pretty much everything is either more of a slush or just a sheet of sleet that is also on top of some of that freezing rain. So I was showing you a lot of this about what was potentially going to be on the slate for today. Many of us saw anywhere from just a trace or up to an inch of sleet. Now we still have a chance for up to about a 1/4 inch to a 1/2 inch of ice. I think it's more so going to be about the 1/4 inch of ice that looks to be the main name of the game. But it really all depends on what's going to happen later on in the afternoon. So right now it is very slippery, and then the NCDOT has done a really good job, also SCDOT, just depending where you are, about putting down some of the solution that is softening up some of that ice. Now the best thing that's happened to us is some of that drier air that has broken up some of this activity, and that's going to allow for less precipitation. But hold on, it's not an end game here, because now we're starting to see some of the precipitation pick up further off towards the west. But if you were watching from the western side of our viewing area, I would say really west of Gastonia, you're going to have a better chance for more of that sleet to mix in to add on top of that, because we're dealing with some more dry air around the Charlotte area up into Concord. But then those pinks that you're seeing down towards the south, that's going to be a little bit more problematic. So here's what's happening with this system in general. So this is going to turn anything in pink, anything goes. That's going to either be a sleet snow mix, or you're seeing more of a transition over to freezing rain. But look down towards the south. This is what's helping us out. We're dealing with a lot of moisture down towards the south here, but it's not really reaching the surface. So all the moisture is over here. So once that starts to swing a little bit close to the Charlotte area, that's going to help us out. So that's why it's more of a problem to the northwest of the area compared to what we actually have, say, close to Charlotte. So that's actually some good news. I didn't want the ice. Do you know what? There was a chance that we could have up to 3/4 of an inch of ice. That's why we're on the ice storm warning. I think just because of how slow this has been and how light it was initially, we're cutting our totals in half. So I'm super pumped about that. We have about a 5 to 1/100ths of an inch to about a 1/10 of an inch possible by the end of this morning, and then it's a little bit of a lull. Then you have a chance, I think, really mid to late afternoon to flourish these totals, and it's at that point that I think we're going to have the higher end chances for maybe some gustier winds, and also a better chance for some power outages as well. So I'm quickly going to go through your futurecast before I get over to Becca to talk about the colder changes or just the aftermath of all of this. Temperatures mainly remaining in the mid to the upper 20s. At that point, it's going to allow more moisture to move back in by the back end of the day. So I'd really say anywhere between 3 and 6 is where we could have some of the heaviest ice across the area, and then it starts to fizzle out from northwest to southeast, and by the middle of the evening, we are past and gone. So Becca, I'm really happy that we're seeing less ice here with some of that drier air, but we're not out of the woods yet, so I don't want people to let their guards down, but definitely over the next few hours, it's more just a little bit of sleet, but hey, it could be a whole lot worse.
That's right. We've got a long Sunday to go, and it's that time of day where we start looking at local storm reports. So I actually want to show you what we're looking at kind of statewide and just across the area. It is a complete mixed bag, and that's kind of the word of choice this morning. Snow, sleet, and freezing rain. We had snow especially yesterday up in the highest country, and then it's mainly been a sleet and freezing rain event so far this morning. So I want to get to some of those storm reports. This is over towards Troutman. Do have reports of a 1/10 of an inch of ice accumulation. Remember, that's kind of like a light glaze on the roads and services and causes kind of minor traffic issues. And then we're also getting a report of 1/10 of an inch of ice, same over towards Crowders in Gaston County as well. And then a report of 3/10 of sleet that is up over towards Lenore and near Sawmills. Also giving you an idea of kind of what these conditions are like out on the roads. This is kind of like what Chris was trying to show you. This is I-77 out of Tondo, and the camera is frozen right now, but I could count how many cars I've been seeing over the past couple of hours. So if you don't have to travel, don't. This is a live view from York and Mecklenburg County line showing those exact same conditions. It is very slick out there. So if you do have to go out, maybe it's an emergency or you really have to get to work, here's what you'll want to do. You'll want to clear your ice and snow off your vehicle, or the sleet in this terms, and then any lingering winter precipitation can quickly become a weapon. In terms of if you use your windshield wipers, all that sleet gets dumped onto the car behind you, and you do not want that. In this Jerry Hunt Supercenter 7-day forecast, we've got very cold temperatures ahead. So again, if we see some partial melting as we go into Monday with some sunshine, all of that, if it doesn't dry off, is going to be refreezing. And this continues each and every night with cold morning lows below freezing, followed by afternoon temperatures in the 30s and 40s.
My family and I wanted a fresh start, but we didn't want the hassle of selling our home.
With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can close in as little as 21 days. There are no showings, no open houses, no stress. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer today.
What did you think about your experience with Gator Metal Roofing?
I wasn't able to be here at the time, so my wife came in and took care of all of it. I saw it on TV, we made the call, and it was fast and efficient. I'd recommend y'all to anybody. I just had put a new roof on this house 2 years ago, and I've had damage a couple of times because of the weather around here, so it's time to go with metal. I was tied up, so I let my wife come down and handle it. All the men were courteous. The ladies that met her was very nice. Everything went smooth. I was impressed by everything that went on from the beginning to the end. I was really impressed about how fast they got the job done.
I met them about 9 o'clock, and we were accomplished and done by 12.
Wow, that is great. That's awesome.
And they were very courteous guys, respectful guys. They were a wonderful team.
For decades, I've helped thousands of people with workplace injuries and Social Security disability claims. These cases aren't easy. I know how to fight for you, whether it's workers' comp or a disability claim. We'll guide you through the process to maximize your recovery. Documents must be filed correctly. Do not miss deadlines. Hire a team who understands the process. Get the benefits you've earned. Call me, the lawyer who's also a doctor, at 1-800-MY-DR-TED or at drtedinjurylaw.com.
Frustrated with your backyard? Got the space, but not the setup? KB Home Improvement turns "we should do something" into "why didn't we do this sooner?" Covered patios, decks, screened-in porches, and sunrooms. Custom built to match your home, designed to fit your life. KB Home Improvement will transform your backyard today. Don't miss out on a free ceiling heater upgrade with a new backyard covered patio.
My family and I wanted a fresh start, but we didn't want the hassle of selling our home.
The guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate keeps you in control. There are no showings, no open houses, no stress. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer today and start packing.
Well, with a mixture of sleet and freezing rain blanketing the ground, road conditions are among the #1 concern. WCNC Charlotte's meteorologist Majestic Storm is live in our Chevy Storm Tracker this morning. Majestic, I know you've been monitoring the conditions out on the roads. Tell us, 1, where you are, and 2, what you're seeing.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Right now, we are seeing the airport right behind us. We're on Little Rock Road, now nearing I-85. We're getting on I-85 right here, and we've been traveling all around. We've gone to Independence, I-77, Wilkinson Boulevard, South End. I mean, we've been traveling to see what those road conditions look like. And honestly, NCDOT has been doing a really good job with treating the roads. And bottom line, I would say they're not perfect, but they're not drivable. Really, if you do have to be out in those roads, you just have to drive slow. A lot of people are taking the storm seriously, which is what I like to see. We haven't seen a ton of cars out on those roads, and I've actually only seen 2 accidents for you this morning. So this is where we are right now. Again, we are traveling on I-85. A few things is that we still have a little bit of precipitation still coming down. I mean, not a lot, but I notice if our defrosters are not on, then this will start freezing on our windshields very fastly. So putting things into perspective, that what you're seeing on the ground right here, again, this is not snow. This is a sheet of ice. But again, if you're traveling slowly because it is mixed in with some of that sleet, you can still control your car as you need to. A few other things, I've been keeping a close eye on any big accidents, and And honestly, I haven't seen many. I mentioned I've seen 2 so far, but when I'm looking at SIG Alert to see if there's anything significant in and around our area, I haven't. So I like to see that. Mentioning this is behind our WCNC Chevy Storm Tracker. No cars even behind us. Typically on a normal day, we would see I-85 quite busy at this point. Again, coming up on some plow trucks to the right of us. They are out here trying to push a lot of that sleet off of the roads and then treat those roads. A few of the roads that we have drove on that I think are actually really good. Tryon has looked great. Independence, surprisingly, no big problems there. I-77, I think actually I-77 looks better than what we're seeing here on I-85. Some areas that I would say are a little bit iffy would be in and around Uptown. However, a lot of businesses have been clearing their sidewalks, treating their sidewalks and pathways there. And then again, just want to switch it over just to give you a perspective. If you're just tuning in, this is what we're seeing on I-85 here. Still some very light precipitation coming down. If you're in South Carolina and you want to know what the roads are looking like, a great app that I've been looking at is SCDOT 511. That is what you can see when you're looking at I-77 heading in from York County into Mecklenburg County. You have real-time cameras and it'll let you know if there's any accidents there too. So again, we're keeping a close eye on everything for you. Bottom line, if you don't have to be anywhere, nobody really wants to travel in this, but if you do, I know there's lots of essential workers who really have no other choice. Just drive carefully, make sure you have plenty of time, and when you're coming to those stoplights and stop signs, just make sure you're easing it down to a stop, and then as you're accelerating, just kind of take it nice and easy. We'll have another check on those roads coming up here soon. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Meteorologist Majestic Storm with that live report from our Chevy Storm Tracker. Majestic, thanks for that. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back with more here on WCNC Charlotte.
Call, text, or chat 988-24/7.
Welcome to Take 5 Oil Change.
Hey, how long will this take? I'm kind of in a rush.
Oh, just 10 minutes.
Get out! 10 minutes? Y'all are like...
A well-oiled machine.
I was gonna go there, but then it felt obvious.
Take 5, the stay-in-your-car 10-minute oil change.
Coit's here to get your drapes quite clean. Our certified technicians will deep clean drapes and curtains with care and precision. It's not clean until it's quite clean. Call 1-800-4COIT or visit Coit.com today.
Chevy trucks are as capable and dependable as the Chevy people who drive them. You probably know one. Your sister. Your buddy. The ones who always show up. They all have that little extra something. And maybe you got it too.
Start the year in drive. Right now, well-qualified buyers can get 1.9% financing on all Silverado 1500 models. Or get $7,350 in total value plus $1,250 trade assistance when you trade in an eligible vehicle.
If your family's anything like mine, life brings in dirt and messes.
Touchdown!
Yes! Sit back, relax, and leave the deep cleaning to the pros. Your home isn't clean until it's Stanley Steamer Clean.
Stanley Steamer gets your home cleaner.
Charlotte's on the move, and so is your station.
News Talk WBT, now at 107.9 FM.
News, talk, traffic, weather, sports.
Live and local.
Wherever you are, we're there too.
107.9 WBT.
Your city, your station.
If you're a do-it-yourselfer and like hunting for the best deals, then Pop's Discount Building Materials is the place for you. Every week, there's always new items ready for pickup. Don't wait for something on back order. Find it at Pop's now. Doors, vanities, cabinets, windows, flooring, and so much more. Top quality items. At Pop's in Weaverville, you'll find new product mix like appliances, lighting, hardware, plywood, and lumber. You never know what you'll find at Pop's. With locations in Asheville, Charlotte, and Weaverville.
Welcome to Take 5 Oil Change.
Hey, how long will this take? I'm kind of in a rush.
Oh, just 10 minutes.
Get out! 10 minutes? Y'all are like...
A well-oiled machine.
I was gonna go there, but then it felt obvious.
Take 5, the stay-in-your-car 10-minute oil change.
Good Good Sunday morning. Thanks so much for starting your day with WCNC Charlotte. It's a pleasure to have you along. This is a weather impact alert day as we are tracking that winter weather system moving through our area. Live pictures right now from Appalachian Mountain. You can see the ski lift there, of course, and no one is out skiing this morning as we are weather alert. Temperatures in the teens this morning with the wind chill feeling even colder, and of course the different precipitation this morning. A lot of you sending us your questions as well as texting us some pictures. We are so thankful for that. We do have our team spread out across the area so that they can show you what the conditions are like where they are, including our meteorologists who are here this morning as well. We have Chris Mulcahy and Becca Birdsall. We also have WCNC Charlotte's Richard Devane. He is in Boone this morning. Our Destiny Richards is in South Charlotte, so we'll have live reports from them coming out. But first, we're going to start with our meteorologists to get an update on this system. You guys are still tracking it. It's important to note this is still far from over.
Yeah, just because this morning has been a gift because we saw some freezing rain and then we saw some sleet on top of that. But actually, two of the viewers reached out to me on Facebook. We have Kathy Cole. Actually, that's Rock Hill. I forgot to change that. Rock Hill, South Carolina, and then Amber Howell from Monroe. As you can see, Monroe, you can still see the cobblestone. So that really represents that likely it was only about a 1/4 inch of sleet. If this was snow, it would have been probably a little bit closer to about an inch of snow overall. But that's one thing that's going to be misleading. I guarantee you're going to say, haha, you said it was no snow. My son is out playing in this right now, and you don't even really see his footsteps in a lot of it. So that really shows that this is more ice. That's the difference here. Yes, sleet and snow are categorized together by the National Weather Service. So just kind of keep that in mind that yes, you can make a snowball out of it, but it's more of just a ball of ice. But it looks pretty, right? But you notice how there's not a lot of accumulation on the grass over there? That was one of our weather questions, and we're going to answer as many as we can as possible throughout the morning. But one question was, well, why is it more so on the concrete and not so much off in the distance? It's because a lot of that is settled below the blades of grass. If it was snow, that clumps together a little bit more, so it rests on top. Sleet, since it's so dense, it really falls to the bottom. So there you go. Here's a look what it looks like as far as our precipitation types go for the time being. We have a mix of everything. Really, some of that heavier sleet starting to move back in, but I'm seeing signs of some freezing rain. 18 degrees, by the way. It's a moist 18. Sorry if you don't like that word, but it's this type of environment that doesn't feel great. Austin Walker's been saying it. Destiny's been saying it. Richard Devane has been saying it as well. It's because of that moisture with 18 degrees. This is one of the coldest mornings that we've had so far, and we potentially could have our coldest morning that we've had in over a year going forward. So what's going to happen, I want to get you real quick to show you the development that's about to ensue. I think we're going to see a mix of that freezing rain and sleet over the next few hours. By about noon, there's a slight chance that we could have a little bit of a breakdown towards the southeast. It's going to be right in here, but I think you're still dealing with some freezing mist and drizzle. But the worst of it really arrives later on in the afternoon. Still on and off freezing mist, drizzle, and light rain, but it's mid to late afternoon that we're looking at the heaviest freezing rain. This is where it's going to be most problematic, where we're going to have the most power outages, seeing the last of it roll through the middle of the evening before we start to clear out. So coming up, we're going to have your temperature swings, how cold we're about to get, and I'm going to answer as many questions as you can. You've been sending a lot of them. There's a lot of questions to ask about this, about the now, and what you can expect over the next 5 days. We'll see you soon.
And we continue to take a look at the impacts of this storm. Many of you seeing that sleet and freezing rain across the area. WCNC Charlotte's Destiny Richards live in South Charlotte this morning. All right, Destiny, give us an update. You've been out there now for several hours. Tell us how the conditions have changed, if they've improved, if they've gotten worse. What are you seeing?
Yeah, so the last time we were here with you about an hour ago, the pellets were so fine that it almost felt like it was melting on my face, so it was not as painful. And then about 10 minutes ago, the accumulation started coming down hard again. It was almost like coarse kosher salt that you would buy in the store. That's what it looked like. And now it seems like it's a wispiness of ice pellets once again. So not coming down really hard at this point, but it has accumulated for hours now on the roads, and that's what we're seeing here on Johnston Road in Ballantyne. Looking all the way at the I-45 ramp, which heads to Pineville and Matthews from here. It has been slow going for cars trying to get up that hill. So it's definitely pretty slick out here this morning. We've seen, some treated areas. Cars have been traveling on these roads, so there are tire tracks where you can get some traction. But for the most part, it's pretty slick. The lanes are blurred as well, so difficult to see. We've seen a moderate amount of cars out here between here on Johnson Road near Brixham Hill Avenue. That's where we're at right now. But no one going super fast. Maybe if they have a truck or a SUV that's all-wheel drive. But for some sedans that we've been seeing out here, they're taking it slow. And the name of the game today really is to take it slow if you happen to be out. But it's a great day, of course, to stay inside, just because while there have been moments where the precipitation has been letting up, there have been moments where it's just still coming down and coming down even harder. And in the grass this morning, we're again not seeing as much accumulation as you would see on the road. A big contrast there. This is definitely not, like Chris said, a snowman building type of precipitation, but really just balls of ice that you can make here. So definitely be careful out there, and especially if you're out here driving. But for now, I'll send it back to you guys live here from South Charlotte.
And Destiny, it's good to see that a number of people are heeding that suggestion to stay in. We only saw a few cars during your live report there, actually on Johnson Road this morning. And that's really the advice from state leaders as well as our meteorologists. If you don't have to be out this morning, they encourage you to stay in, be safe, and of course, stay warm. Destiny, thanks so much for that report. Let's check in with our Richard DeVane. He is up in western North Carolina this morning in the Boone area. Richard, interestingly, I just spoke with Chris Mulcahy. He says it's actually colder in Charlotte than it is in Boone right now.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. It feels like it because from looking at the guys throughout the morning, actually, it hasn't been that bad. Lisa, good morning to you. Good morning, Autumn. Good Sunday morning, everyone. We'll step out of the way. Now, I want to give you a quick update. The Walmart here is now closed. They're closed for the day. It's out on their Facebook page. So the crews are still cleaning up, trying to get that accumulation that's piling up. They know it's easier to get it up now than if this turns into ice later. They say that'll make it a little bit harder, but they've been working throughout the morning to get it cleared away as much as possible. They're doing this in rotations and shifts, and that's been the same case with the roads. The roads, Blowing Rock Road, the main road right here, we've seen crews up and down the road all day, sandy and collecting that snow and that accumulation. People are staying off the roads. People are staying home. People are actually in Troy's Diner. They're actually watching us and getting updates from the weather crew. They say they're doing a good job over there. So you guys in the weather station team are doing a great job, they're saying. Basically, that's the scene right here in Boone. Not as much precipitation. Things are, okay. Keeping our fingers crossed that everything stays that way. We'll keep you posted on the updates throughout the day. But for now, we're right here in Boone. Guys, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Richard, thanks so much for that live report. And again, we are seeing power outages across our area now. That freezing rain weighing on power lines and bringing down some branches. Now, here's what we know right now. These are the latest numbers. 4,500 customers impacted by power outages right now, including more than 300 here in Mecklenburg County. Now, take a look at this map. This is actually a map from Duke Energy. Crews, of course, are working to restore the power as quickly as possible. They add that they have crews working around the clock. We will keep you updated on the number of power outages that we are seeing in our area as the morning progresses. Of course, we know across the country so far with this storm, there are more than 600,000 power outages, and that number is expected to go up. So again, this is Sunday morning, and we know that many of you would be preparing to go to church today if it weren't for the inclement weather. We know that a number of churches will not be holding services or mass today. Right now, more than 70 churches in our area have canceled their Sunday services. We do have a full list for you on our website. You can also get it through the WCNC Charlotte mobile app. And right now, a heads up to anyone who lives in the Pineville area. Crews there are on the scene of a water main break. This is in the area of Highway 51 and Downs Road. Highway 51 was closed for a while. We heard from Pineville Public Works teams. They say they were able to get those lanes reopened to traffic. But as far as this break is concerned, we know that Charlotte water crews are on site and they are working to get that repaired. So do keep that in mind if you're experiencing any water issues in the Pineville area. Again, all morning we have been answering your questions. Our team of meteorologists have been answering the questions that you've submitted to us. We're going to have more of those questions coming up in just a moment. Let's check in now with Chris.
All right, I like this one. So I'm actively monitoring the submissions that you have here. So a lot of different shout outs, getting a lot of images as well. Like Sandy Queen just recently wrote into us. Lindsay Hargett also sent some photos. A lot more snow and sleet further off towards the north and west. But you asked, how did TV reporters get to work in ice storms or this type of weather? Well, I'm letting you know. This guy slept in somebody's office. Meanwhile, others are really close to a local hotel that's right down the road. But if this was a complete sheet of ice and we had a lot more ice in the morning, a lot more people would be staying at the station. So what we're telling you, stay off the roads. We don't have a lot right now, really just a little bit of ice and sleet, but a lot more to come. I'm gonna have that future cast as well as where temperatures go. Myself and Becca Birdsall coming up next.
And if you have a question for Chris and Becca and our team here, it's easy. All you have to do is text us 704-329-3600. Chris and Becca will be ready to answer your questions throughout the morning here on WCNC Charlotte.
The WCNC Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust. Track how the weather will impact your day. Breaking news, live from the scene. All the local news you need. WCNC Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free.
For over 20 years, every custom storage solution is hand-built by your neighbors right here in our Charlotte workshop. That means faster service, real people who pick up the phone when you call, and quality you can trust. Closets by Design, proudly made in the Carolinas.
Sure you got this? Yeah, I've done this a few times. Gastonia Nissan and Rock Hill Nissan are coming together. That means a bigger selection of vehicles with 2 convenient locations and 1 low price.
Right now, get a new Nissan for just $17,998. That's right, just $17,998 gets you a new Nissan.
And with 2 great locations and same great deals and the service we've always delivered. Gastonia Nissan, Rock Hill Nissan. We're closer than... I got it. We're closer than you think. You're pretty easy to work with. I know, I get that a lot.
The feet have a really big impact on how the rest of the body moves. The knees, the hips, the lower back especially. If the foot isn't properly aligned, all of these joints are going to function incorrectly. That results in a lot of muscle tension and chronic pain. The right arch supports can put the foot in its proper alignment, so all the joints up the rest of the body will be aligned properly as well. And when the body's aligned, you're going to feel better and you're not going to have to spend so much time worrying and thinking about your pain.
See if Arch Supports can help you at the Good Feet store.
In Orlando, there are moments of laughter. Moments that become inside jokes. Moments of spontaneity. Here, some of the best memories are made in the moments in between. And that's what makes Orlando unbelievably real.
Sometimes it takes a different approach.
Great, let's go with that one.
To see the possibilities all around you. At Capella University, you'll learn in-demand business skills relevant to the career you want.
Hi folks, Ron here with Gator Metal Roofing. Are you thinking about a new roof? Here's what you need to know.
Traditional shingles last around 10 years, but a Gator Metal roof, it's built to last a lifetime. Our roofs are energy efficient, reflect heat, and can lower your cooling bills by up to 40%. Plus, they're backed by a lifetime warranty and engineered to handle extreme weather.
Call Gator Metal Roofing today for your free estimate. It's the last roof you'll ever need.
If we see ice, it won't take much of this to cause problems. You'll need a 1/4 inch.
At that point, you're adding 500 pounds onto power lines. That's what leads to widespread power outages.
Stream extended coverage on WCNC Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free.
Approaching 9:17 now on this Sunday morning. Thanks for waking up with WCNC Charlotte. We are seeing a mixture of sleet and freezing rain blanketing our area today. Road conditions among the #1 concern. This morning, WCNC Charlotte meteorologist Majestic Storm is in our Chevy Storm Tracker out looking at the conditions this morning. The last time we checked in with you, Majestic, I believe you were on I-85. We know that the interstates and the primary roads were treated before this storm system, but still many of them are covered this morning with that precipitation. Tell us where you are and what it's like there now.
Good morning, everyone. We just drove from Billy Graham Parkway now back onto I-85. We've just been really going back and forth between I-77, I-85 to see what's going on, and really it is just still a sheet of ice out there, just that frozen precipitation on top of one another. Not only that, but it's kind of hard to see even the lines. One thing that I've noticed And that I'm really liking, though, is that there's truly not a whole lot of cars out on the roads. This is in front of our WCNC Chevy Storm Tracker. Even behind us, you can see that layer of ice. Now, if you're driving slow, you can still control your car, and thankfully there aren't a ton of hills all around. Of course, it's just going to be something that you need to plan for, especially if you're an essential worker and you have to be out and about. The cars that I have seen driving, a lot of them are just driving incredibly slow, and they have their hazards on, so not a bad start to the morning. Again, this is what we're watching right now on I-85. We'll have another check on the area roadways coming up soon. Guys.
All right, majestic storm out in the Chevy Storm Tracker. Thanks so much for that live report. We are going to take a quick break right now, but we'll be back with an update on your forecast. Again, this system far from over. Chris and Becca will have the latest. Stay with us.
Morning Boost on WCNC Charlotte is sponsored by Campbell & Associates Car Accident Attorney.
The sale people wait for all year is here now. The once-a-year blockbuster sale. Final days. Hundreds of rugs. 70 plus 20% off. $1,500 rugs. Just $299. 70 plus 20% off. Rugs. Furniture. Living room. Dining room. Bedrooms. It's our biggest sale. But hurry. Final day is here now. Rug and Home.
Hi, I'm Carrie from Anderson Heating and Cooling. My husband is a proud veteran, and together we own and operate our company. We will get the job done the right way, and we will never charge you one penny above the fair price of a part, service, or replacement. Our service technicians are some of the best, most qualified, and nicest human beings you will ever meet. You can trust us.
You can trust us. You can trust us.
Trust your home to Anderson Heating and Cooling. AndersonServices.com.
When times are tough, life can be hard. But when you have kids, it's even harder.
Hi, sweetie. How are you?
It's my birthday.
Happy birthday.
You want to give them everything they want, even when you don't have it to give.
Excuse me.
But thanks to Food Line Feeds,
we got you a little something special.
I can focus on what matters. Thank you. Like her next birthday wish.
Thank you.
Here to fill tables and hearts with hope. Food Line Feeds.
Tastes like money. To Oliver, eating here instead of buying a stadium hot dog is like putting away $20. If Oliver sees sandwiches as a saving strategy, Wells Fargo's right behind him. And with their mobile app, tracking his savings is easy. Whoops. However you make money work, we can work with that.
Hendrick. Now is a perfect time to find an affordable vehicle. Visit HendrickCars.com and shop our large selection, including over 1,000 vehicles priced under 20 grand. Plus, drive today but pay later with our payment deferral and zero down options. Buy from the name you know and trust. Hendrick has received over 900,000 five-star online reviews. Over 1,000 vehicles under 20,000. Find yours at HendrickCars.com.
What makes Zaxby's Giant Chicken Finger Quesadilla so giant? Crispy fingers, sauce, and melty cheese. Cheese. Zaxby's Giant Chicken Finger Quesadillas. Who's got the sauce?
Zaxby's. Winter does serious damage to your roof. Every freeze and thaw puts you closer to an expensive replacement. How's yours holding up? Call RoofMax for a free winter roof assessment with no obligation. Our treatment restores flexibility and strength to your shingles, adding up to 15 years of life to your roof. And right now, you'll get a free roof tune-up with your RoofMax treatment. We'll bring your roof out of winter better than it went in.
All right, is it enough snow or sleet to go sledding? So I'm taking all your questions. They're actively coming into, if you dial this number, not dial, how old am I? if you're able to text this number, 704-329-3600. Oh boy, yeah, change the dial on your TV. Is it enough snow or sleet to go sledding? I don't think so. So here, I want to show you something specifically. So a couple of viewer photos that I got recently, not a great situation because, watch, look yonder. Notice how you have the cobblestones. Beautiful backyard, by the way, Amber Howell over in Monroe. Everything's covered. But then if you look at the grass, all of the sleet pretty much went below the blades of grass. They're physically on the ground, on the dirt. So if you are sledding, it is going to be a sad sled. However, it's not everywhere. Some areas have seen a little bit more further off towards the north and west. So if you were watching or actually reporting from the mountains, just letting you know that it's a better opportunity. Now, I have been seeing some of the pictures from my actual son. I can't show them to you right now, but I am actually seeing that there is a little bit of dusting of snow that we have right on top of everything. So that is going to be a possibility. Really, it's more so that sleet. But as of right now, for the current precipitation, we still have some on and off sleet that's happening across the area, and actually starting to see some of the changes in our visibility. So I actually want to show you some of the visibilities and a problem here. Actually, no, we're going to go switch right over to traffic mode. Wow. Okay. This is what I was worried about. People being on the roads, and now that people are okay, it's getting a little bit better. You still have enough sleet that I think it is still going to be problematic. So right now we are looking at specifically, let me see. Sorry. I think we're here on I-85. So this is I-85. It looks like there's a closure off in the distance. We're going to have more on this, but I just plain and simple want to let you know that we're not out of the woods yet. A lot of people are writing in. It was like, okay, that was it. No, we're done. No, we're looking at sleet starting to pick back up. You're going to have some freezing rain. Sleet's going to lower visibilities a lot more, but when you start hearing rain, that's a bad sign, because that means a lot of it is starting to accumulate. You're going to see a lot more activity starting to take over as well. I think by the end of the afternoon, that's where we're seeing some of the highest totals that are going to be associated with this. And then behind this situation, boy, are we looking at a bone-chilling wind chill. So for one, the one thing you don't need is this extra ice, at least up to a 1/4 inch, and a gusty wind. Now, we don't really have that through much of the day, but there is a chance that those winds could pick up. So if we get the combination of the ice, winds picking up, and then again picking up over the following day or so, especially over in the mountains that are going to receive some of the most ice in the Western Carolinas, that is not the situation that you want to see. So we're going to continue to keep you updated, both myself and Becca Birdsall. You're going to see Becca coming up here shortly. But here is our impact window, pretty much through today, Monday, and Tuesday. So even though CMS hasn't quite canceled, that is going to change. I'd be really surprised. Go ahead.
Just got the email as a CMS parent. CMS is going to be closed tomorrow. District school and work locations will be closed Monday, January 26th.
Okay, because I was going to say, CMS, what are you waiting for? Because already we're starting to see some accidents out there. The buses cannot drive in this. So that is closed for tomorrow, and we're waiting on Tuesday. That's a possibility, because I want you to focus in on that number, 11. We're going to have 11 degrees. Letting you know the coldest temperature we had in 2025, 15 degrees. So that is the coldest temperature we've had in over a year. So they might be not going to school because you're going to be standing in single-digit wind chills, not really warming up all that much. We're going to continue to keep you updated. Things are starting to pick back up here. So we're going to have actually a look. I'm going to take over some of the traffic duties coming up to let you know some of the problems we have here. Plain and simple, don't drive if you don't have to.
My workers' comp checks were either delayed or wrong.
An experienced law firm can help you get the workers' compensation you may deserve to get your life back on track.
James Scott Farron. I got all my benefits.
Call the law offices of James Scott Farron on the Hurt Line.
You can't beat a classic. It's why at Dilling, we've carried the same promise into every Carolina home since 1955. From plumbing to power, season after season, Dilling is committed to serving your home the only way we know how, right. Because true commitment doesn't fade. It serves as the foundation for forever. Dilling, classic home service, built on generations of trust. Visit dillingnc.com today.
This is the 2026 Nissan Rogue. With a 12.3-inch touch display, it's the most powerful Rogue ever. And has 225 pound-feet of torque. That's a lot of torque. Go Rogue in the 2026 Nissan Rogue. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality. Now get 0% APR on select SUVs for well-qualified buyers, or get $3,500 customer cash on Rogue.
Every story begins with a first home, where dreams take root and families grow from one generation to the next. Clayton Homes has been opening doors for 70 years, and we're just getting started. Since 1956, we've been paving the path to home ownership for everyone. We do more than build houses, we make homes for life to unfold. Start your story during our anniversary celebration.
Now is the time for a new kitchen from Kitchen Saver. Every Kitchen Saver kitchen is installed in as little as 3 to 5 days with a 10-year limited warranty. Go from old to new, from worn to wow. The beautiful kitchen you've always wanted, done right. Installed by our certified master craftsmen. We've been remodeling kitchens for over 40 years, and we're here to help you get started. Call Kitchen Saver today.
Prepare to be impressed. Kitchen Saver. When you're hurt on the job, there are laws to protect you. Put a law firm with experience and knowledge on your side to find out how much more your case may be worth. Call the law offices of James Scott Farron right now.
We are continuing to monitor the situation, the impacts that our area is seeing as a result of this winter storm system. This is some video into our newsroom just south of Loso here in Charlotte from a hotel near Tryon and Billy Graham. You can see that fresh sleet that was falling earlier this morning. The cars there covered in ice. We have seen a number of power crews staged at local hotels. They are ready to answer the call when and wherever they are needed. And right now we are going to take a live look. These are some pictures from Catalucci this morning. Again, you can see the ski lifts are moving. No one on them, of course, because of this winter weather system in our area. Temperatures in the teens, feeling much colder. Our team of meteorologists are here to walk you through everything you need to know associated with this storm system. We'll take a quick break, but we'll be right back with more here on WCNC Charlotte.
Welcome to Take 5 Oil Change.
Hey, how long will this take? I'm kind of in a rush.
Oh, just 10 minutes.
Get out! 10 minutes? Y'all are like...
A well-oiled machine.
I was gonna go there, but then it felt obvious. Take 5, the stay-in-your-car 10-minute oil change.
Hobbs Discount Building Materials is the place to go for all your home building material needs. Get lost in our huge inventory of doors, vanities, cabinets, windows, flooring, and so much more. You can find top quality items to complete your dream space with ready-to-go quality inventory. Don't wait for something on back order. Find it at Pops now. You never know what you'll find at Pops Discount Building Materials in Charlotte.
No matter where you are, Belmont, Valentine, Lake Norman, Lake Wiley, WBT's loud and clear on 107.9 FM. News, talk, traffic, weather, sports. Live and local. 107.9 FM, WBT. Your city, your station.
Ever since I was 5 years old, it's been all about football. It's been about running, jumping, blocking, tackling. I have terrible foot issues that prevented me from really having a normal life with my kids. With the good feet arch supports, man, I'm always ready. My kids actually got to enjoy me in the yard more, racing each other, backpedaling, teaching them some things, being a dad.
Try them for yourself with a free arch support fitting and test walk at the Good Feet store.
Sure you got this? Yeah, I've done this a few times. Gastonia Nissan and Rock Hill Nissan are coming together. That means a bigger selection of vehicles with 2 convenient locations and 1 low price. Right now, get a new Nissan for just $17,998. That's right, just $17,998 gets you a new Nissan. And with 2 great locations and same great deals and the service we've always delivered. Gastonia Nissan, Rock Hill Nissan. We're closer than... I got it. We're closer than you think. You're pretty easy to work with. I know, I get that a lot.
At Closets by Design, we deliver the best in home organization. Closets, garages, home offices, laundry rooms, pantries, and more. Ready to get organized? Call now for your free estimate. To save money and time, always call Closets by Design.
Welcome to Take 5 Oil Change.
Hey, how long will this take? I'm kind of in a rush.
Oh, just 10 minutes.
Get out! 10 minutes? Y'all are like...
A well-oiled machine.
I was gonna go there, but then it felt obvious. Take 5, the stay-in-your-car 10-minute oil change.
(9:31) on this Sunday morning. You are watching WCNC Charlotte as we are weather impact alert today because of the winter weather conditions right now. This is a live look from Beach Mountain this morning, and that gives you an idea of what the conditions are like. It is cold. We have different types of precipitation, including sleet and freezing rain. Thanks so much for joining us. We're also tracking an accident this morning, I-485 near Harris Boulevard. We'll get to that in just a moment. First, though, we need to let you know that our team is standing by to walk you through everything you need to know know as we are seing the impacts of this system. We're going to get right to meteorologist Becca Birdsall for that WCNC weather impact alert forecast.
Lisa, I want to take you live outside over towards Lake Norman. This is courtesy of resort cams and kind of sets the scene for what we've been seeing all morning long. And that's that combination of sleet that is really accumulating, especially to those sidewalks and those roads. You can see it much clearer there, as well as that combination with freezing rain. We've been seeing it up towards the high country as well. This is a live view across the mountains, courtesy of our Mr. Sparky Carolina Cam network. And even Beach Mountain Ski Resort is closed for the day. So that would give you an idea of the conditions that we're seeing. A mixture right now of mostly sleet, and that's up in the purple, but the pink is freezing rain. So as we continue to get a warmer nose that develops, or basically an inversion of warmer air above freezing, we'll likely see more of that transition to freezing rain as we go later in on the day. So we are not done yet. We've got a long day ahead and likely a heavier band of freezing rain coming later on this evening. Another factor to this forecast, it is cold, 18 degrees, but even with a slight wind out there, it's feeling like the single digits for a lot of us. 19 over towards Boone, 19 in Chester, and 16 over towards Salisbury. So over the next couple of hours, temperatures will be staying in the 20s. That means all below freezing temperatures. Anything that falls today, guess what? It's going to linger through us as we go into early next week. That is why we are weather impact alert all the way through Tuesday. Tuesday morning will likely bring temperatures down into the lower teens, even single digits for a lot of us. That's the coldest air so far this season. I've got more details on that full forecast coming up in just a few minutes. For now, we've got a traffic update with Chris Mulcahy.
Thanks a lot, Becca. So right now it doesn't look to be the biggest deal as far as how many lanes are blocked, but we are seeing our first accident of the morning. And the only reason why I'm laughing here is because literally the visibilities have gone down exponentially over the last 5 minutes. So let's try to bring this full. So I try to give this justice. What you're looking at right now is some flashing lights off in the distance. This is 485. This is right near Harris Boulevard. So this is going to bring you around the North Lake Boulevard area. By the way, the northwestern side of 485 has been a nightmare regardless when it looks like this, but we're dealing with whiteout conditions. This is whiteout sleet. So see, you can see it a little bit better here, but this is 485. This is really tough, and it's not just around here. So you go about a half mile up, click through some of our cameras. Check out those road conditions. I've been seeing people at a snail's pace. They've been trying to treat the roads really well, but it's more still of a slushy mess. However, you check your brakes, you do something wrong, it's not going to be the ideal situation. So really across the board, looking at some of the other cameras, that one's old. Oh, check this out. You can actually see a plow truck that was going by on this one. Every single surface of the roads is covered. And the reason why we had this set up, it was almost a flash freeze when the sleet was falling to it, because we initially had some freezing rain, and the freezing rain was just enough to overcome some of that brine. I got into work officially around 7 o'clock yesterday because I ended up sleeping here. And when I went to sleep, it was close to about 8:39. Probably should have got more sleep. But what was happening at that point was just a little bit of fine freezing rain. And when I woke up, everything was pretty much coated. So all right, let's see how this car is going to handle it. All right, doing just fine, but that's very slow. Because by the way, if you were looking at the typical traffic that we'd have at this point, that person would have went from point B, where you see that overpass, to pretty much point C, where you see that weather alert logo in a couple of seconds. So people are slowing down, which is great news. But back to the accident at hand, that we're seeing some of the worst conditions. It's really tough to see yonder, but it looks like we have a jackknife semi. It looks like only one block lane so far. So I'm going to use this as an example. Semis, especially in these situations, say if somebody cuts up, pulls out in front of them, something like this can happen. And I don't have any bad news to saying hey, this is a fatal accident or anything like that. It does look to be a lower end. Now, of course, they have to treat it seriously, but this is only the beginning. If people continue to test some of these roads, the road conditions are truly awful. Now, if you drive very slow and you're very mindful, it's just fine, but there's a chance that we're going to be dealing with some of that freezing rain on top of this. So it's not just weather. We're going to be doing weather and traffic as we start to see, but overall, people have really slowed down so far. So whiteout conditions, active sleet, and soon this is going to change over to freezing rain. And my big trouble here is you still have the chance to charge up everything you need. Don't think that just because your power is on that, all right, we're good. See, nothing happened. There's still a chance that we're picking up more freezing rain, even heavy freezing rain, and even a couple of wind gusts that could knock out some power lines. So stay on guard, do everything that you can. As I was mentioning, my friend, son JT was out there playing. He was upset that he couldn't make a snowball because it fell apart and it's just a bunch of ice pellets. So it might look like snow, but it's actually sleet, which can be more treacherous on the roads. Drive safe. Becca and I will continue to keep you updated over the next several hours. We're going to be here all for the rest of the morning and heading into the early afternoon here on WCNC and WCNC Plus.
All right, Chris, thanks so much for that great advice. Of course, as many people are waking up to those dangerous conditions with both the sleet, the freezing rain, and the ice across our area. We're going to check in now with WCNC Charlotte's Walker Lawson. He is live this morning in Mooresville. And Walker, I know you've been there for several hours now. Tell us what the conditions are like and what you are seeing. I'm not sure if you heard Chris mention the accident there on I-485. Simply, we know that there's that layer of ice that's underneath, which can create some really tricky conditions for folks who have to be out this morning.
Absolutely. That's kind of what we noticed. You know, last night when we got here, we had seen freezing rain coat the ground. Then when I walked out at 9 or 10, I didn't get as much sleep as I should have either, Chris. But when I walked out at 9 or 10, it was snowing. Right when I walked out actually for this live shot, it was dumping sleet. It was coming down very heavy. It's actually eased up a little bit since we walked out here, but as Chris mentioned, we're kind of seeing that precipitation, some heavier precipitation move through. We're seeing that. I know my mom just texted me a moment ago in Huntersville saying that they are seeing some heavy sleet as well. So currently, again, as we've told you all day today, don't go out unless you absolutely have to. The only people that we've seen out and about here are people that have to go to the hospital or people that are working on power lines and things like that. So here, pretty quiet for the most part though. Back to you guys.
And so, Walker, really quick, are you seeing the falling precipitation now? You mentioned both the sleet, the freezing rain. What's happening right now?
Right now it is primarily sleet. It's actually funny. I was gonna, right before we came out here, it was sleeting so hard, I was gonna let you hear it bouncing off of my jacket. It was so loud, I could barely hear you guys for a second. Now it's lightened up, but it's still sleet for the most part. I was looking at it during my live shot of it hitting my jacket. I can see it bouncing around, which means it's melted a little bit and then refroze. So we have sleet here right now.
All right, Walker Lawson in Mooresville, thanks so much for that. The heads up for parents, just moments ago, CMS announcing that schools will be closed tomorrow. Anson, Cleveland, and Gaston County schools will also be closed. York School District 1, Clover School District, Fort Mill, and Rock Hill will all have e-learning or virtual classes, and you can find that full list of school and church closings on the WCNC Charlotte app. Take a look at this, some new photos from the Lancaster Police Department. They say the roads throughout the city are very slick due to significant ice accumulation on both the main and the secondary roads. They are again urging people to stay off the roads. Mecklenburg County expanding capacity at its homeless shelters during the storm. The extreme weather protocols will run through Tuesday morning. Roof Above on Statesville Avenue will provide shelter for men. Women and children can go to the Salvation Army on Spratt Street. Gastonia's warming shelter has extended its hours due to the storm. It will be open through 7 o'clock Tuesday morning. It's located at Unity Baptist Church on North Myrtle School Road. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Mark Henry with Alloy Wealth. Coming up this morning at 11 on WCNC Charlotte, it's Living Large, my show all about making retirement planning simple. Today we're breaking down how to turn your savings into steady income, plan for taxes, and make the most of the years ahead. Let's take the guesswork out of retirement. Join me at 11 this morning right here on WCNC Charlotte.
The Carolina Chevy Storm Tracker, only on WCNC Charlotte.
Well, today is Old People Day.
You guys ready to have a good time?
The hell's this?
I thought they were just playing bingo.
They're not very good.
Oh, yeah.
What? I'm not gonna lie.
St. Dennis Medical, followed by Stumble. Monday on NBC and Peacock.
All right, Team USA, listen up. You're going to Milan to bring home the biggest prize of all.
Canadian Tears.
Yeah. Exactly. Wait, what? What did Canada do?
Stuff.
Are we sure we can't just hug it out?
It's clearly time. It's bro time. Call 800-4-COIT or visit coit.com for 35% off.
The people you trust Coit.
Here, matching bedazzled shirts are worn proudly, and phones are forgotten. Young ones are granted new power, and dad jokes are actually funny. Fireworks paint the sky every night, and hand-holding makes a comeback every day. Here, anything is possible if you can imagine it. And that's what makes Orlando unbelievably real.
Chevy is more than just a name you can trust. It's everything you want, for less than you'd expect. It's power that pulls its weight, and confidence you can feel. All the capability you need, and the quick charge that keeps you moving.
Get 3.9% APR for 60 months on all 2026 Equinox models. Or qualified lessees can get this 2026 Equinox LT for around $269 a month.
The sale people wait for all year is here now. The once-a-year blockbuster sale. Final days. Hundreds of rugs. 70 plus 20% off. $1,500 rug. Just $299. 70 plus 20% off. Rugs. Furniture. Living room. Dining room. Bedrooms. It's our biggest sale. But hurry. Final day is here now. Rug and Home.
You can't beat a classic. It's why at Dilling, we've carried the same promise into every Carolina home since 1955. From plumbing to power, season after season, Dilling is committed to serving your home the only way we know how, right. Because true commitment doesn't fade. It serves as the foundation for forever. Dilling, classic home service, built on generations of trust. Visit dillingnc.com today.
All right, welcome back, everyone. So we've been talking about what's going on as far as the precipitation goes. Well, all this pink that you're seeing here is that sleet that's actually coming down, and there's even a little bit of snow that is mixing in still. So that's why we've been seeing near whiteout conditions right here on 485. We're zoomed in because there's a jackknife semi. That's the way it appears to be. And then other spots, just mainly some of those slicker roads. It's also a little bit of ice in the camera that I think is making it appear worse than it actually is. But this is our road weather index. So as you might have known, I've done traffic here for over 3 years before I went to full weather. Well, the one thing that you rarely see is no green. That just shows that everyone is taking it seriously, that everything is at least in a moderate speed across the area, and we're starting to see a lot more reds because guess what? Since the precipitation has been fairly light, people are saying, oh, I'm gonna go out, I'm gonna go to this person's house. Well, we're going to start to see more accidents. So we just say, don't travel if you don't need to. Some of these events, the two biggest killers are, number one, trying to challenge the roads and accidents, but actually that's number two. Number one is actually carbon monoxide poisoning. So especially when you have those cooler temperatures, keep that in mind. One thing we're starting to see, precipitation. Everything in that purple is representing sleet. So sleet literally is just a little ice pellet. So I've been mentioning my son just because he went out to try to go and play with it, because the majority of the questions that we're actually seeing is, can I go sledding? Because if you look outside, you're gonna say, wow, look at all that white stuff. Well, it didn't really accumulate in the grass all that much, so I'm just letting you know it's going to be kind of a disappointing sledding event if that's what you're going to be trying. And a lot of people are actually talking about if they lose power, what's going to be the possibilities. One question we have here, if you lose power, what do you do to keep your pipes from bursting? Well, first off, if you have any sort of setup that is going to be associated with, say, a well pump, I would try to turn that off if you know that you lose power initially, because you don't want to draw power and you don't want to end it. But I want to go through our futurecast real quick before I get over to Becca, who's going to show us our temperature trend. Running out of time for this block. But all in all, we're going to be seeing a chance for sleet changing over to freezing rain for the rest of this morning. But it's mid to late afternoon that we have, I think, the heaviest freezing rain ending by this evening. So Becca, behind this, we still have colder temperatures. So even though we might have a lull in the precipitation, still a big problem behind this.
Yes, and you can hear a report.
Your Time and Temp is sponsored by Honda Dealers of the Carolinas.
Afraid your roof won't make it through the winter? RoofMax can tune up and restore your roof for a fraction of the cost of a replacement. Call now, and the tune-up portion is free with your RoofMax treatment.
This is the 2026 Nissan Rogue. With a 12.3-inch touch display, it's the most powerful Rogue ever. And has 225 pound-feet of torque. That's a lot of torque. Go Rogue in the 2026 Nissan Rogue. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality. Now get 0% APR on select SUVs for well-qualified buyers, or get $3,500 customer cash on Rogue.
Tasha believes confidence comes with a number. Steps, sleep, and how many times her watch says you're crushing it. Wells Fargo totally gets it. With shout-outs from their mobile app, she can see if she's crushing her savings goals too. Tasha, turn it on. However you make money work, we can work with that.
My husband takes his watch party grilling duties very seriously. Every sport, every season. And because we always find good deals at Food Lion, no one ever leaves hungry. I even got him his own signature touch.
Okay, I'll eat around it.
Make this season a win with MVP savings on all your fresh favorites at Food Lion.
Surf for turf. With the Zaxby's box, the answer is both.
Get Zaxby's Southern Fried Shrimp and their famous fingers together for a boatload of flavor.
It's the Zaxby's flavor you love. Now on shrimp. Who's got the sauce?
Zaxby's.
Sure you got this?
Yeah, I've done this a few times. Gastonia Nissan and Rock Hill Nissan are coming together. That means a bigger selection of vehicles with 2 convenient locations and 1 low price. Right now, get a new Nissan for just $17,998. That's right, just $17,998 gets you a new Nissan. And with 2 great locations and same great deals and the service we've always delivered. Gastonia Nissan, Rock Hill Nissan. We're closer than... I got it. We're closer than you think. You're pretty easy to work with. I know, I get that a lot.
9:48 now. Our live team coverage continues here on WCNC Charlotte. This morning we have been showing you the conditions all across our area as this winter storm rolls through North Carolina. WCNC Charlotte's Nate Morabito joins us live this morning. He is in Matthews. Good morning to you, Nate. Tell us what it's like there.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hope you guys are doing pretty well today. So far, so good here in Matthews. I'm along Pleasant Plains Road, where we have seen sleet now for the last half hour or so. We had sleet this morning, then there was a lull, and then it continued to get. It looked like a little bit of snow earlier this morning, too, but it's been fairly consistently sleeting now for the last half hour or so. I want to walk over to 45, near the 45 interchange area, just to give you an idea. I'm on this side of the guardrail, by the way, because I've seen the way some people have been driving this morning. Not good, driving a little bit too fast. And, you know, we've said try to stay off the road if you can. I can tell you traffic has started picking up throughout the time that I've been out here, not just on Pleasant Plains, which has been plowed. I saw a plow come through a little while ago and was brined yesterday, but particularly on 485. So we're between the new Weddington exit and the John Street exit. I'm going to turn my phone around just to give you an idea of what it looks like out here. No cars coming that way right now, but you'll see one in a few minutes here. In fact, there's a line of what looks like plows coming this way. You can see about 2 tire marks on either side of 485 where people have been going down. Quite a few semi trucks. I did run into a woman who was walking along Pleasant Plains who also had a concern about the temperatures because she had told me there's been a homeless person that's been living in the woods over here next to the Brightmoor neighborhood, hopeful that he's still not out here because it is way too cold for that. Let me show you this line of plows coming through right now and get you right over here so you can see them. Actually, those aren't plows. Those are power trucks that are headed towards Mint Hill. Looks like from Providence Road area. Yeah, power trucks coming down. And you can see on the other side in a second, those are tree trimmers as well. Some SUVs coming down. We have seen quite a few Jeeps kind of moving fast down the roads here, but also some sports cars, which, you know, are kind of concerning. Beside the traffic that we're seeing minimally, the only other noise I can hear are kids, chuckling, happy kids, trying to play in the sleet. Not really ideal, but when you don't see it all that often, any white stuff is magical, really. And I heard a kid say this much this morning, that it just looks magical out. Doesn't really feel magical, feels pretty cold, but thankfully we're bundled up and most people staying off the roads. I can also tell you, in these neighborhoods, people have put tarps or blankets over the windshield. They put their wipers up, you know, hoping to avoid any freezing. And it sounds, based on what I just heard from Chris a little while ago, that freezing rain is on its way at some point. But here in Matthews, really nothing more than sleet and a little bit of snow this morning.
All right, that's our Nate Morabito reporting live in Matthews. Nate, thanks so much for sharing that with us. As you said, it does look magical, but it is certainly quite cold out there, and this storm system is not over yet. It has not moved out of our area, so there is still more to come. You heard Nate mention that he saw some kids trying to enjoy this weather. Well, take a look at this. Not a lot of snow, no problem for these kids. Viewer Stacy shared this video with us of her kids sledding on the sleet and ice, just making the best of it. Of course, Stacy, thanks so much for sharing this video with us, and keep them coming. We'd love to see them. If you see storm conditions pick up in your area, any weather impacts, or if you're just out enjoying it, we do want to see that. If it's safe for you to take a photo or a video, do it and send it to us. Use the Near Me feature. You can find that in our free WCNC Charlotte mobile app. Be sure to tell us the location so we can share it with all of you. We're going to take a quick break, but more to come here on WCNC Charlotte.
On weather impact alert days, watch extended coverage on WC.
Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
What's under your home can get into your home. A sealed crawl space keeps out moisture, mold, and pests. Canty Foundation Specialist is your local trusted expert in crawl space sealing. Call us today for your free estimate.
Canty can fix it.
More than just beautiful dance. It's a touch of the divine. More than just legends. It's the beautiful culture and wisdom of China before communism. More than just a performance. It's an experience that awakens the soul. Shen Yun at the Belk Theater, February 20th through the 22nd. Buy tickets now at shenyun.com.
Hendrick. Now is a perfect time to find an affordable vehicle. Visit HendrickCars.com and shop our large selection, including over 1,000 vehicles priced under 20 grand. Plus, drive today but pay later with our payment deferral and zero down options. Buy from the name you know and trust. Hendrick has received over 900,000 five-star online reviews. Over 1,000 vehicles under 20,000. Find yours at HendrickCars.com.
I want to stop losing sleep over this. I want to know this surgery is the right decision. I want to protect what I've built. I want a plan designed just for me. I want to know that I'm in excellent hands. I want the latest and greatest. I want to continue to grow, no matter what life throws my way.
For the best surgical care, you want Novant. Novant Health. Best surgeons, amazing nurses, remarkable care.
When times are tough, life can be hard. But when you have kids, it's even harder.
Hi, sweetie. How are you?
It's my birthday.
Happy birthday.
You want to give them everything they want, even when you don't have it to give.
Excuse me.
But thanks to Food Lion Feeds,
we got you a little something special.
I can focus on what matters.
Thank you.
Like her next birthday wish.
Thank you.
Here to fill tables and hearts with hope. Food Lion Feeds.
Water in your basement can cause big problems for you and the value of your home. Canty Foundation Specialist provides the best basement waterproofing solutions available. Call us today for a free estimate.
Canty can fix it.
9:55 now. Take a look at this photo from the Monroe Police Department. The department says everything out there is a sheet of ice. They say the main roads in Monroe have been treated and assaulted and are still drivable. However, they describe the conditions as dangerous, especially on the side streets and the areas that haven't been treated. They are still asking people to stay off the roads if possible in Monroe. The police department saying they have responded to a few medical emergencies this morning, and they say if you can, to check on your neighbors who may be vulnerable, especially those who are older, those with medical needs, or anyone without adequate heat. One of the biggest hazards of the winter is black ice. Meteorologist Brittany Van Voorhees raises your weather IQ on the dangers.
Have you ever picked up a piece or sheet of ice? Notice how clear it is? This is what coats the roadways when meteorologists talk about black ice. Let's break down what makes it so dangerous in this week's Weather IQ. The first one may seem obvious, but it's in the name. Black ice is termed this way because it's transparent, so it takes the color of whatever the pavement below is. This is most often black or dark gray. This can be deadly because people can't see it. So if someone is unaware of the risk based on the forecast, they might not know to take extra precautions. Ice on the roadways may also cause brakes and steering to not operate correctly or as efficiently. Remember, black ice forms quickest and easiest on bridges, overpasses, and other elevated surfaces. Cold air wraps around the top and bottom, allowing for the chill to happen faster. The second, it's slippery. Not only can this increase the threat of cars hydroplaning, but also people in general falling while walking around. This can cause folks to get concussions, bruising, contusions, or worse. And lastly, don't be tricked by the weather. Black ice doesn't only form after it rains and temperatures freeze over. Those slick, icy spots can form even after a morning of dew or even fog. If there's moisture on the ground before a big cold snap, black ice can develop. Moral of the story, always stay alert during the winter months and stay weather aware when there's a black ice risk. For WCNC Charlotte, I'm meteorologist Brittany Van Voorhees.
Great advice there. Our winter weather team coverage continues live here on WCNC Charlotte. We'll be right back.
If we see ice, it won't take much of this to cause problems. You'll need a quarter inch.
At that point, you're adding 500 pounds onto power lines. That's what leads to widespread power outages.
Stream extended coverage on WCNC Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free.
My workers' comp checks were either delayed or wrong.
An experienced law firm can help you get the workers' compensation you may deserve to get your life back on track.
James Scott Farron. I got all my benefits.
Call the law offices of James Scott Farron on the Hurt Line.
You know, on Facebook, they had a gazillion ads about, oh, we can do your roof for $89.99 or $7,000 and blah, blah, blah. But I'm the kind of person that do my research.
Yes.
So I researched, and of course I came across another company, I won't call their name, and it was just something about them I did not like.
Right.
Well, I saw Gator Metal Roofing, and I'm like, okay, let me try these guys. So I had one of the sales people to come out, and it was Gus. Gus explained everything to me, and just talking with Gus, it gave me the assurance and the comfortability to say, okay, I think I will try this, because I've never done it before, you know. So I'm like, okay, well, I'll go with this metal roof since it's got a lifetime warranty or 50-year warranty.
Yes.
You know, and I appreciated that. I said, okay, well, let's do this. So I won't have to make this change every 10 to 12, 13 years, having to renew my roof.
You definitely do your research. It shows.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Look at this. A Medicare plan with a prepaid card for healthy groceries and other expenses.
Is that from Aetna?
Yeah. Why?
I have an Aetna Medicare plan. I get a prepaid card with a monthly allowance I can use on groceries, utilities, and I got to keep my doctor.
Really?
Yep.
If you're turning 65 and have Medicaid and a qualifying condition, call us at 1-800-AETNA-FOR-YOU. We'll explain plans with benefits you may be eligible for. Even a card with a flexible monthly allowance you can use to help pay for groceries and utilities. Call 1-800-AETNA-FOR-YOU today.
Game day, dude. Let's go.
But I still don't know which BetMGM responsible gambling tools to use.
Maybe you should mull it over.
I see it now.
Mull it over.
I know what to do. Good call.
With BetMGM's responsible gambling tools like deposit or time limits, you can always mull it over ahead of time.
Party's in the back.
When you're hurt on the job, there are laws to protect you. Put a law firm with experience and knowledge on your side to find out how much more your case may be worth. Call the law offices of James Scott Farron right now.
The WCNC Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust. Track how the weather will impact your day. Breaking news, live from the scene. All the local news you need. WCNC Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free.
10:01 on this Sunday morning. Thanks for waking up and starting your day with WCNC Charlotte. Live pictures this morning from Blowing Rock, and you can see the conditions there. A mix of precipitation in our area. We continue to track the impacts from this winter storm system moving through our area and across the Carolinas. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Lisa Washington. We are weather alert this morning, and our team is here standing by to walk you through everything that you need to know. Our Richard Devane is live this morning in Boone. Destiny Richards is here as well. She is live in South Charlotte this morning to show you the latest conditions. And of course, our team of meteorologists here this morning tracking it all because this storm is far from over. We have Becca Birdsall and meteorologist Chris Mulcahy in as well with the WCNC Weather Impact Alert forecast for this Sunday.
Well, for number one, here is a live look what's happening on 485. This is right near the North Lake Mall exit, and there was a jackknife semi, so they're trying to fix that as well. So all in all, it is just not a great drive out there. So one of the questions we received, this is a fun one, is it an appropriate day to stay in bed and watch movies? 100%. This one was more of a fun question. I'll get to a couple others while we're right here. If you have any questions, seriously, text them to 704-329-3600. We never received this many questions. Like I'll say, this one just came in. So I ran out of rock salt. Can I use table salt to melt the freezing rain? If so, can I make a brine out of it? All right, so I'm letting you know, brine is good before a storm. The rock salt is good afterwards, and the table salt is not going to have the same effect because it doesn't have as much surface area. So you're going to need a lot of it if that's going to be the case. But I'm letting you know right now, temperatures are a little bit too cold for even rock salt for the time being because you need temperatures to be at least a little bit closer to freezing for there to be some sort of effectiveness, because about 1 pound of rock salt when temperatures are at 30 degrees can melt 46 pounds of ice. Once you get down to around 20 degrees right now, you're melting less than 9 pounds. So keep that in perspective, that if you put out rock salt right now, it's not as effective as it is a little bit later on overall. So I need to get right to your futurecast. So let me show you exactly what we can expect for the rest of the time. Right now, we're dealing with some sleet. And that's one thing the models haven't really done a good job on. They think that freezing rain is going to take over right away. We are way too dry right now and way too cold for this to be a significant precipitation event right away. But that's going to change. As temperatures start to warm up, we're going to see a big come up. So I think especially once you get temperatures back to the mid-20s, right, mid to late afternoon, that's where things become a little bit more widespread. It's showing rain, but I think that's all freezing rain heading into the evening. So our worst part of the forecast is looking like this afternoon heading into the early evening. So that's the time that I want everyone to be most alert. So you still have a chance to watch those favorite movies, but the best chance for power outages I think could really flourish from west to east is really through the entirety of the afternoon as winds pick up slightly as well. Full forecast where our temperatures go after this coming up.
All right, Chris, thanks so much. Right now, thousands of people waking up to these conditions as we continue to see that sleet and the freezing rain fall across the area. WCNC Charlotte's Destiny Richards is live this morning. She is in South Charlotte along Johnston Road. And Destiny, I know you're saying the conditions is still coming down, so you're still seeing the impacts of this storm system. Is it still more of that sleet that you're seeing?
Yeah, definitely. This morning we're seeing at 10 o'clock, we are seeing kind of those bouncy ice pellets, but is very interesting seeing them go from being very light and tiny to a little bit more coarse. And so this morning we're definitely seeing that accumulate on the roads as well. So you really want to take it easy. This is Johnston Road near the I-485 ramp onto Pineville, towards Pineville and Matthews. And then this is between there and Brixham Hill Avenue as well. And so for anyone getting on the on-ramp down there or just driving on this road, you want to be very careful. We've seen a lot of cars making their way very easily on this road, driving carefully, definitely not any spin outs or anything that we've been witnessing this morning. So people handling themselves pretty well. You want to increase your stopping distances, of course, when you're approaching intersections. That is very important. But this is a pretty wide road. There's multiple lanes on Johnston, and there's really only a center part here that seems to have tire tracks where you can see a little bit, but for the most part it is completely covered. So definitely be careful. Again, we have just been seeing that sleet accumulation, so in parking lots and on side streets all of that is starting to kind of pack together. There's more accumulation that's building on top of that. It's not powdery snow, it is ice. So all of that ice is packing together, especially under tires as well. So this stuff is going to keep coming down. It's going to get messy. So just make sure that you're careful out there and stay inside if you don't have to be out. I'll send it back to you guys live here from South Charlotte.
All right, Destiny, thanks so much for that live report. We know a number of people were hoping that they would just see inches and inches of snow, but that is not the case with this winter system. Again, conditions varying across our area, but for the most part, lots of sleet and freezing rain, creating some icy conditions out there. Let's check in now with WCNC Charlotte's Richard Devane. He is in Boone in western North Carolina this morning. And Richard, you were speaking with some of the people who are working to clear some of the parking lots and the sidewalks there, and they say they just keep at it until the conditions are clear. They take breaks, they come back and continue working.
Absolutely correct, Lisa. That is what they do. They spend the day through this process of clearing up as much as possible and then giving themselves a break, coming back later because there's more accumulation. That way they can stay on top of it, as you will. Taking a look at those lines over there, you can see those lines are pretty much, they don't have a lot of accumulation. That's the good news. Now, that light fixture, we can see some ice falling from that or forming on that. So the good news there is that so far, these power lines that you're looking at, these lines in general, don't have a lot of accumulation. As Chris told you, that can change throughout the day. Now, as we take a look over here at this one of these trees, I want to show you, we're not seeing any significant, just like a dusting. That's just a dusting, guys. That's not bad. That could change through the day, but right now, things are looking good. This is just, we're right off of 105. If you take a look at my feet as I'm walking, just a lot of slush because a lot of these areas have been treated. Nearby 105, which takes you to the mountain, it's not the best condition. They've been sanding it. They've been moving the snow along as it comes, the accumulation along as it comes. But the best advice is what I'm telling you. As a matter of fact, I don't know if you can see it, but just in a few seconds, you'll see just another truck go by sanding, or in this case, moving away some of that accumulation. Just a continuous process of moving away, clearing it, and hoping for the best. And folks are doing really well up here in Boone, staying off the roads this Sunday morning. We have heard a couple of businesses, including the area Walmart, are closed. Some other businesses say they may open a little bit later today. We'll keep you posted, but the most important thing, stay home, be safe, grab a cup of coffee, and enjoy us standing out here in the cold. We're right here in Boone, guys. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Richard Devane, we appreciate what you're doing for us. Thank you so much. And a heads up for parents this morning, just in the last hour, CMS announcing schools will be closed tomorrow. Also, Anson, Cleveland, and Gaston County schools will be closed. York School District 1, Clover School District, Fort Mill, and Rock Hill in South Carolina will all have e-learning or virtual classes tomorrow. Now, you can find a full list of the schools as well as the churches and businesses that are closed as a result of this system on the WCNC Charlotte app. Now, due to the road and the weather conditions, CATS is adjusting its service. Blue Line and bus service won't start until noon today. The Gold Line streetcar is suspended and there will be no bus bridge. Officials urge riders to use the CATS Pass app to get updates and, if possible, delay your travel until the conditions improve.
Well, we're looking at widespread precipitation across the area, but the biggest thing is going to be about the timing. So just keep that in mind coming up. We're going to have a better chance for that as we work our way through the day.
The Carolina Chevy Storm Tracker, only on WCNC Charlotte.
To Oliver, eating here instead of buying a stadium hot dog is like putting away $20. With the Wells Fargo mobile app, tracking his savings is simple. Whoops.
Skyrocketing utility bills? Champion Windows can help seal up your home with our buy two, get two free sale.
Did you know your windows can be the biggest source of energy loss in your home? Just the smallest gap around one window could be equivalent to a 12-inch hole in your house. So, more windows equals more energy loss. Champion Windows keeps more heating and cooling inside your home, right where it belongs.
Upgrading to energy-efficient windows is more affordable with Champion's buy two, get two free sale. Call 888-4CHAMPION or schedule online today.
I'm Mark Henry with Alloy Wealth. Catch Money Matters Mondays in the 4 p.m. news on WCNC Charlotte, where I share real financial insight you can use right away. And also join me for Living Large, my show all about turning those insights into an actual plan for retirement, from creating income that lasts to protecting what matters most. That's Living Large, every Sunday morning at 11 a.m. right here on WCNC Charlotte.
Every story begins with a first home, where dreams take root and families grow from one generation to the next. Clayton Homes has been opening doors for 70 years, and we're just getting started. Since 1956, we've been paving the path to home ownership for everyone. We do more than build houses. We make homes for life to unfold. Start your story during our anniversary celebration.
Do you want free internet? Forever? You got it. Really. We mean it. Spectrum is offering free fiber-powered internet forever. Want it? Just call this number and switch 4 mobile lines to Spectrum for a lifetime of internet you never pay for. It's not a trial. It's an unprecedented offer. So we'll say it again. Free fiber-powered internet forever. Have you called yet? Because your internet is forever. But this ad ends now.
In 1977, Ford F-Series became America's best-selling trucks. 33 million trucks later, we've kept that title every year since. F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 49 years and counting. And Ford, the most awarded brand for initial quality among trucks by J.D. Power.
Now get a 2025 Ford F-150 with 2.9% financing for 60 months, plus up to $4,750 total savings, or up to $6,750 in total savings.
To Leo, buy one, get one snacks means maximizing his savings potential. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Time is now 10:13. We've been showing you some of the impacts from this winter storm system that's moved through our area. Right now, we want to talk about the number of power outages that we are seeing across the area, that freezing rain weighing on power lines and in some cases bringing down branches. Now, here's what we know right now. More than 10,000 customers are without power here in North Carolina. Again, more than 10,000. That number has been going up throughout the morning, including more than 200 in Mecklenburg County. Now, take a look at this map. This is actually a map from Duke Energy. They say they have crews working to restore the power as quickly as possible, adding that crews are working around the clock. We know they said they had as many as 18,000 crews that would be out when the conditions allowed for them to restore power to those who have lost power. We know that across the country, according to poweroutage.us, more than 800,000 customers across several states are without power this morning. We will keep you updated on the number of outages as the morning progresses. Chris?
All right, this person also sent a picture of a beautiful cardinal, by the way, with some sleet in the background. But I love this question. I put ice melt on my driveway, but sleet and freezing rain still stuck. Why? That is a great question. 1 pound of salt will melt 46 pounds of ice at 30 degrees, 9 pounds of ice at 20 degrees. Temperatures right now are 18 degrees, and we have been there, so that it's just way too cold, plain and simple. Once we get a little bit warmer, it'll be more effective, but we also have a chance for more freezing rain. By the way, if you want to join in on the fun, it's easy. We're getting like a question per minute. We're going to do a lot more of these later on this morning. 704-329-3600. I'm going to answer as many questions as I can as we're live on air right here on WCNC Charlotte. See you soon.
Welcome to Take 5 Oil Change.
Hey, how long will this take? I'm kind of in a rush.
Oh, just 10 minutes.
Get out! 10 minutes? Y'all are like...
A well-oiled machine.
I was gonna go there, but then it felt obvious. Take 5, the stay-in-your-car 10-minute oil change.
If you're a do-it-yourselfer and like hunting for the best deals, then Pop's Discount Building Materials is the place for you. Every week, there's always new items ready for pickup. Don't wait for something on back order. Find it at Pop's now. Doors, vanities, cabinets, windows, flooring, and so much more. Top quality items. At Pop's in Weaverville, you'll find new product mix like appliances, lighting, hardware, plywood, and lumber. You never know what you'll find at Pop's. With locations in Asheville, Charlotte, and Weaverville.
Jack, over here. I'm not him. Sorry, guys. I'm not him. I'm not Jack. I'm not me, Jack. Just one more. One more before you go. One more before you go. One more.
Because a car that doesn't make you feel recognized is a car that stops short of amazing.
Get special offers on select Lexus RX models.
The stage is set for the reigning gold medalist. Here we go. Goes against the laws of physics themselves.
Way off the top of the pipe.
It's like he undoes gravity.
That was incredible. That is guaranteed gold.
Oh, what is possible in Milan.
The Winter Olympics on WCNC Charlotte. Brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors. Make your life brighter with Pella Windows and Doors of the Carolinas.
Are you ready to get organized? At Closets by Design, we've delivered the best in home organization for Charlotte. Closets, garages, home offices, laundry rooms, pantries, we do it all. We promise fast and friendly service on the best closet systems money can buy. Charlotte, if you're searching for your dream closet, call now for your free estimate. To save money and time, always call Closets by Design.
Welcome to Take 5 Oil Change.
Hey, how long will this take? I'm kind of in a rush.
Oh, just 10 minutes.
Get out! 10 minutes? Y'all are like...
A well-oiled machine.
I was gonna go there, but then it felt obvious. Take 5, the stay-in-your-car 10-minute oil change.
Live team coverage of this winter storm system continues here on WCNC Charlotte, and we have been showing you the conditions across our area. Of course, here in North Carolina, this storm, though, is impacting many parts of the country. This morning, WCNC Charlotte's Julie Kay joins us live from Ohio, near the Cincinnati area. Julie, thanks for waking up and talking to us. So tell us what the conditions are like then. I think you had a flight, but that was canceled.
Oh, yeah, Lisa, that was actually canceled pretty much as soon as I got here. So I flew out Thursday night, and I had about a day before those flight cancellations started coming in. And luckily, I had a direct between Cincinnati and Charlotte. American runs those direct flights pretty frequently, but pretty much all the flights today that I could see were canceled. So luckily, rebooking for tomorrow. So far, so good. We'll get back to that in a second, but I do want to show you guys the snow that I'm dealing with here. I mean, I tried to wipe out an area so you could just see. I'm not sure if it's possible to see how deep that is. I kind of stepped in it a little bit, but it's still coming down. If you can see that, even that light right here, this is in my parents' backyard. You can see how much that has piled up. When I went to bed last night, it was just a little bit of a dusting, and then I woke up and it was now what looks to be 6 or 7 inches. We here are supposed to get between 9 to 12 inches, so a whole foot. But we are not dealing with the same type of precipitation that you guys are in the Charlotte area. It's a big difference. This is that nice light powdery snow. I mean, I can even just go and grip it and it just kind of falls out of my hands. It barely even piles up. But I know you guys are dealing with a lot more slick conditions. So when I'm talking about my flight home, I'm actually a lot more concerned about the Charlotte airport than I am the Cincinnati airport, not just because of the texture of the precipitation we have here, but also because they have the resources to deal with this in Cincinnati. I got in on Thursday night and the roads, even in my parents' somewhat remote neighborhood north of Cincinnati, the roads were already salted all the way to their cul-de-sac. So they just have all the resources here to deal with snow. Carolinas, that's a different story. And on top of that, y'all are dealing with a lot slicker of conditions. I know that Chris and Brad and Brittany and the whole team have been walking y'all through that over the last couple days now. So when I'm getting back tomorrow, hopefully, my fingers are crossed, I'm more looking at the Charlotte airport and hoping that things get cleared up there so I can come home.
Julie Kay, we certainly hope that you were able to get a flight and get back here to Charlotte. I can tell you this morning, Charlotte Douglas has more than 1,000 cancellations, so hopefully you will be able to get back here. Julie Kay reporting for us live there in the Cincinnati area of Ohio. I think what Julie is seeing is what many of us were hoping for, to see right a few inches of that light, fluffy snow that you can make snowballs with and you can play with, but that is just not the case here, folks. We are dealing with a different type of precipitation as the storm is making its way across North Carolina. We're talking about sleet and freezing rain, creating some icy conditions. Many of you waking up to that this morning. Let's check in now with WCNC Charlotte's Jessie Pierre. She is live in Concord this morning. Jessie, what's it looking like there in Cabarrus County?
Good morning. Yes, from Concord, it's been coming down all morning, sleet, freezing rain. And again, that's been the biggest concern is we're actually right over here where we see some power utility crews stationed. And again, they're stationed in different areas, really ready to respond to any outages that come out. I spoke to some crews earlier and they came out to, clean off their trucks and, get that ice off their windows. And, again, folks are, officials are asking folks, to avoid any unnecessary travel if possible. But if you do have to go out, you're going to need that extra time to, warm up your car, clean out your windows and so forth. Now, in Cabarrus County, they do have some emergency shelters that are open. We can go to that graphic right now where you'll have that address. This is, again, an emergency center, that shelter that is open for warmth and safety if needed at the Concord Active Living Center off of Corbin Avenue. Again, it is open to anyone who needs it. First come, first serve. Meals will be provided. You just want to make sure to bring your cell phone, a charger, any necessary medication that you may need. County officials in Cabarrus County also have a hotline. If you need to call, you will get any extra information about shelters and other storm-related matters. Again, officials are asking folks to avoid any unnecessary travel. When you see those speed limit posted signs there, that is the maximum for ideal conditions, so you want to make sure that you bring it down, slow it down if you do have to travel. Back to you.
Jesse Pierre, you are so correct because this is certainly not the ideal condition to be traveling in. And again, we are hearing from our officials as well as our meteorologists here saying unless you absolutely have to travel, you should stay in this morning. All right, Chris, you have a question for us, another one.
Sure do. So you people are actively, it's crazy. I've never had this many all at once. I'm literally receiving multiple per minute. So I'm doing as best I can, but I'm going to message you back directly if I am going to feature a question just as this one. Good morning, and thanks for all that you are doing. That's to this entire team. We appreciate you. Now, the question is it a good idea to start your car and let it run a bit? Also, to try to open the doors to make sure they're not stuck. I think that it's a really good idea, especially because we are going to have a chance for more freezing ice a little bit later on, because most of the freezing ice that we're going to see, freezing rain, where it's going to turn to ice, is going to be a little bit later on. So let's get right to that. I think that warming up the car is always a good idea, especially if you put a tarp over it. A lot of us, actually a lot of viewers have been sending pictures of tarps on their cars because that was one of our biggest pieces of advice, because it's going to make things easier for you. But it's actually going to be a solid little batch, a little bit of a lull that we're about to head into, and we're about to change things over to a freezing rain profile. It is too cold for a significant winter event here, believe it or not, because oftentimes when you have temperatures in the teens, that would actually lead to more of a fluffy, powdery snow. Julie was just showing how fluffy the snow was up in Ohio. It shows about how lack of moisture we are right now at the surface, and that's the reason why we're not really seeing anything significant. But by the way, we are now officially over 10,000 power outages, especially in the western side of North Carolina here, and you can see even up to 802,000 without power. So just keep in mind that we have best chance for freezing rain this afternoon. And Becca, the biggest problem that we have, I think, after this is the winds pick up, and with a big cool down, it's going to keep it icy for quite some time.
Our reporters that have been out this morning have all said the same thing, how cold it is. And any little bit of wind, that's doing quite a bit of damage. So you can see these current temperatures right here, 18 degrees. But guess what it feels like in the greater Charlotte area? Feels like the single digits. Right now, feels like 9 over in Charlotte. So the rest of the morning looks like this. We'll have on and off periods of that sleet, freezing rain combo, likely transitioning into over a freezing rain as we go later this afternoon and evening. Temperatures staying in the 20s below freezing all day long. That means whatever falls today, that's going to stick with us as we go into early next week, which is why we've been saying these impacts will be lingering and why we are weather impact alert through Tuesday morning. Another factor about this is the winds. It is going to be breezy on Monday, so we'll also have that risk for power outages lingering a little bit longer as well. Putting it all together, Jerry Hunt Supercenter 7-day forecast. We've got some cold mornings ahead. The coldest one Tuesday morning, starting off at 11 degrees.
The Carolina Chevy Storm Tracker, only on WCNC Charlotte.
My workers' comp checks were either delayed or wrong.
An experienced law firm can help you get the workers' compensation you may deserve to get your life back on track.
James Scott Farron. I got all my benefits.
Call the law offices of James Scott Farron. on the hurt line.
Of course, you know, North Carolina has a lot of wind, turbulence, wind tunnels, and shingles will just blow off. You go up there, you fix it over and over. You call somebody, they charge you. So it gets pretty expensive. And to me, the metal roof was the best thing you could ever do.
Yeah, you were telling me earlier about you would see your shingles fly across the yard.
Oh yeah, I have shingles all in my yard. They blow every storm that comes. You could sit in the house on a hard storm. The wind blows, it'll be wave over there across the road somewhere. And like I said, it gets real expensive. It does. You know, you spend thousands of dollars putting shingles on in your time and scared you're gonna fall. So I decided to go with a metal roof instead. With all these different storms, you probably could spend up to 10 grand in 1 year just buying shingles and doing them yourself. So you figure with this right here lasting 50 years, I mean, you don't have to worry about that part over there no more.
Yeah, they just put that to rest.
Yes.
I like that.
Chevy is more than just a name you can trust. It's everything you want for less than you'd expect. It's power that pulls its weight and confidence you can feel. All the capability you need and the quick charge that keeps you moving.
Get 3.9% APR for 60 months on all 2026 Equinox models. Or qualified lessees can get this 2026 Equinox LT for around $269 a month.
My husband takes his watch party grilling duties very seriously. Every sport, every season. And because we always find good deals at Food Lion, no one ever leaves hungry. I even got him his own signature touch.
Okay, I'll eat around it.
Make this season a win with MVP savings on all your fresh favorites at Food Lion.
When you're hurt on the job, there are laws to protect you. Put a law firm with experience and knowledge on your side to find out how much more your case may be worth. Call the law offices of James Scott Farron right now.
Well, take a look at this picture. This is from the Monroe Police Department. They shared this with us. The department saying everything out there, a sheet of ice. They say the main roads have been treated and salted and they are drivable, but they describe the conditions as dangerous, especially on those side streets and the areas that haven't been treated. They are asking people to stay off the roads if they can. The department says they have responded to a few medical emergencies this morning, and they are asking that you check on your neighbors, especially those who may be vulnerable, those who are older and may have some medical needs, also anyone without adequate heat. We'll be right back.
Snakes, rodents, and mold all live and grow beneath your home and eventually will find their way inside. Canty Foundation Specialist is your local trusted expert in crawl space sealing. Call us today for a free estimate.
Canty can fix it.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on a team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final whistle and start counting that cash. Hold up. You get early payout on parlays too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365.
In Orlando, there are moments of laughter. Moments that become inside jokes. Moments of spontaneity. Here, some of the best memories are made in the moments in between. And that's what makes Orlando unbelievably real.
This is the 2026 Nissan Rogue with a 12.3-inch touch display. It's the most powerful Rogue ever and has 225 pound-feet of torque. That's a lot of torque. Go Rogue in the 2026 Nissan Rogue. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality. Now get 0% APR on select SUVs for well-qualified buyers or get $3,500 customer cash on Rogue.
I have your offer! Here's your offer.
Insurance companies don't play fair. I make sure you get the full compensation you deserve: medical bills, car repairs, and lost wages. When you're in a car accident, Don't play the adjuster's game. Call Dr. Ted Injury Law. Funny in cartoons, serious in real life.
Water in your basement can cause big problems for you and the value of your home. Canty Foundation Specialist provides the best basement waterproofing solutions available. Call us today for a free estimate.
Canty can fix it.
On this Sunday morning. Thanks for waking up with WCNC Charlotte as we are weather impact alert today as a winter system moves through our area. Some live pictures this morning from the Freedom Boat Club there at Lake Norman. You can see I-77 there in the background, the traffic moving along without any problem. Not a lot of traffic this morning because people are being urged to stay off the streets and only travel if you have to. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Lisa Washington. Our team is here to walk you through everything you need to know. Let's jump right in now with meteorologist Becca Birdsall. You've been tracking this for several hours now, Becca.
Yeah, we're in the 5th hour, Lisa, just with you, Chris, Mulcahy, and I, of course, Majestic Storm tracking the roads as well. And we've been starting to see more of that sleet and freezing rain accumulation out there. This is one of the most perfect examples over towards Concord, Charlotte Motor Speedway, courtesy of Mr. Sparky. You can tell it's sleet, just how well it accumulates, especially on those clean and clear surfaces, such as the roads there, the sidewalks. It doesn't accumulate as well in those grassy surfaces. We've seen a combination of all three winter weather types over towards the mountains. It was snow yesterday, then they've had a combo of sleet and freezing rain this morning, and not a lot of people out and about. And I would avoid travel if you can, as we'll likely see those roads only continue to worsen as we go later in on the day. So right now we're starting to see some breaks in between the radar. What you're seeing in purple there, that's sleet. So we've been seeing mostly sleet over the past couple of hours on top of freezing rain. That's what you see in the pink and what we're seeing over towards those highest elevations. But where you see, I guess, necessarily breaks in between that freezing rain and sleet is likely just freezing drizzle. So I don't think we're totally out of the woods yet. A heavier band of freezing rain, that is going to be moving in, especially as we go later this afternoon and evening. But I don't think this is going to be, it's not going to be freezing rain all day long. Temperature wise, it is cold. 19 degrees in Charlotte, 20 over towards Boone, 21 over towards Chester and over towards Lancaster. Timing this out for you right now. We've got freezing rain and sleet out there. Again, that heavier band will move in later this evening. After that, tonight, freezing rain tapers off, but by Monday morning, it's cold. Whatever falls today sticks with us through Monday morning. We'll continue that through Monday afternoon. Breezy conditions and some partial melting, and then here comes the coldest air of the season so far. Monday night into Tuesday morning. How cold it gets, we've got those details coming up in a few minutes.
All right, Becca, thanks so much for that. With this mixture of sleet and freezing rain blanketing the ground, the road conditions are the #1 concern this morning. WCNC Charlotte's meteorologist Majestic Storm is live in our Chevy Storm Tracker, taking a look at the conditions. Majestic, the last time we checked in with you, you were out on I-85, and you said, of course, the interstates had been treated, but they were still covered this morning.
Good morning, everyone. Well, we are definitely seeing some changes. Right now, we're on I-85. We've been driving through areas out towards Belmont, Lowell, McAdenville, and let me say the roads actually look much worse than what they actually seemed like earlier this morning. Notice as we're looking at the roads, they seem like they were salted, but the plows have not gotten through for this area. Again, I-85, we're now heading towards Uptown, so we're actually seeing that accumulation out on the roads of that sleet, and then still some light precipitation still coming down with the really, really cold temperature. So this is what we're seeing in front of our WCNC Chevy Storm Tracker. This is what we have behind us. You can see this is a sheet of ice, but like I mentioned, I'm noticing more accumulation than we saw earlier this morning. Of course, we're being extra careful as we're traveling over bridges, on ramps, off ramps, and I've noticed a lot of other people who are out on the roads doing the same. Now, thankfully, there hasn't been a lot of people out on the roads, but those who are driving, I've just noticed over the last 30 minutes or so that people are actually having a little bit more of a difficult time traveling compared to what we were seeing earlier around 5, 6, 7 o'clock this morning. Noticing people kind of spinning out a little bit more. Still not a lot of people out on the roads, and those who are traveling this morning mainly just have their hazard lights on and are traveling very slowly. So that's going to be bottom line. if you don't have to go anywhere, you don't really want to be out on the roads because it's not fun to travel in this. But again, there are lots of people who actually do have to be out and traveling. So far, I-85 definitely has the precipitation on it. It's not perfect. I-77 does look similar. We've gone out on Independence. We were pretty impressed with how Independence looked. Didn't seem too bad. We drove around South End. I mean, we've been traveling all around, and honestly, I've only seen 2 active crashes so far, just off of I-77, people kind of just going off the side of the road. So that is your precaution. That is what we're telling you. Just take it easy if you do have to drive. I think that's the easiest thing that we can do. Don't get in a rush, drive slow, and we will all get through it together. This is what we're watching for now. We'll have another update on what I'm seeing out here in our WCNC Storm Tracker coming up here soon.
All right, Majestic Storm, thanks so much for that live report. Of course, we know that you do have to allow yourself plenty of time. You have to let your car warm if you're going to be heading out, and do drive slowly so that you make it to your destination safely this morning. All right, well, take a look at these pictures. We're getting these in from Clover in South Carolina. The police department there posted these pictures earlier this morning. This is Main Street. They say the square and Clover completely covered in ice, and they're asking people to stay inside and not travel unless it's necessary. Again, this is Sunday morning. We know that many of you would typically be headed to church because it's Sunday, but we know that many churches in the area have decided to cancel their services and mass today. More than 70, in fact, in our area have canceled services today. We have that full list for you of those closures on our WCNC website, as well as the WCNC Charlotte mobile app. I believe we have another question, Chris.
Yeah, we've been receiving so many questions. I truly can't keep up with it. But I want to just say is the biggest question that I have seen is about sledding. Well, I'm letting you know in certain situations like this, you don't really have any sort of sledding hills that are going to be all that snow covered. However, I will admit that I was wrong because some people are actually sledding. Here, I'll show you what I'm talking about coming up here shortly.
Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
New year, new roads, new adventures.
Find your perfect ride at Jerry Hunt Supercenter. Over 1,200 vehicles, lifetime powertrain warranty, and offers that put you in motion. Start today at jerryhuntsupercenter.com.
When you have everything you need to get stronger, just around the corner, you can give everything you've got.
Just 30 more seconds.
With over 2,800 locations, there's always a Planet Fitness near you. Save $28 or more when you join for just $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends January 30th.
Planet Fitness is an official fitness center of the Carolina Panthers.
When you think of the hero of your home, who or what comes to mind? At Universal Windows Direct, our Unishield windows use super spacer insulation technology to keep you comfortable and save you money on energy bills. Right now, buy 4 windows, get 4 free, plus 60 months of 0% interest and a bonus $1,000 off your next project. Not all heroes wear capes, but this one will save your day. Visit universalwindowsdirect.com today.
Everyone goes through tough times, and everyone can get through them, as long as they don't have to do it alone. Dial 988 if you need someone to talk to. Someone like me who can help you get to a better place. We're here 24/7. Together we'll find the support and resources that work best for you. You'll be glad you called. Call, text, or chat 988. 988, let's get through it together.
Windsor Run senior living residents love their community. But they do have one regret. They wish they'd moved here sooner, away from the worries of living alone, to a world where everything is at your fingertips. Great restaurants, all sorts of ways to keep busy and productive, and a community that feels more like family. Live your life at Windsor Run Senior Living. Call or visit us online to learn more.
Where does confidence come from? It's not from within. It must be pursued. Confidence is not a mindset. It's an achievement. In the GMC Sierra HD AT4X. Get 3.9% APR on 2025 GMC Sierra heavy-duty models. professional-grade truck of the Carolina Panthers.
Popcorn chicken is back at Jets. For a limited time, get a large popcorn chicken pizza for only $16.99. This isn't pizza, it's Jets.
Take a look at these pictures. This is from Kannapolis. They say city crews have been out all night putting sand and salt down on the major roadways, but they say the streets are impassable. And they say with the temperatures below 20 degrees and precipitation still falling, there's little the crews can do to improve that situation until the temperatures rise and the precipitation ends. So in Kannapolis, they are asking people to stay off the roads. That's the message that we've been hearing all morning. We know that many of you have questions about this storm, and we are working to get the answers for you. Chris and Becca join us once again. All right, let's dive in, guys. Some more questions have come in. First, we want to know, should we leave our water dripping during the day today? How long do we leave it dripping to avoid freezing pipes?
All right, I'm actually going to bring up a graphic for that one. The answer is yes. We 100% want to do that. So this is my when to drip rule. So let's bring that right up. It's usually when temperatures are 28 degrees for 4 hours and more. The problem we have is when temperatures are 20 degrees or colder, insulated pipes can freeze within 6 hours. So we're along that point. If you haven't been doing it, it should be done right now. And Becca, I think really people should be doing it really over the next couple of days.
Yeah, slow drip is good. Also open those cabinet doors to allow some warmer air to get into those pipes. But yes, definitely something you'll want to be doing, especially as we go in the next couple of days as well.
Yeah, and I'm concerned because I already had somebody at the station said they just lost their hot water heater, and then other people, I think there's going to be a lot of burst pipes. We saw one over in Pineville. So start dripping now, and you want to keep the one farthest away from your hot water heater. That should be the warmest, so just keep that in mind. All right, next question. Let's do it.
Okay, next question. Last night we had sleet, freezing rain, and a few snowflakes at the same time on Beach Mountain. How do you have all three at the same time?
That's a tricky one to answer. We did see some snowflakes, I know for sure, on Beach Mountain yesterday. It was this time yesterday I was actually tracking them. And then it kind of transitioned with a little bit of a warm nose to freezing rain. So we've had all of it from the mountains into the Charlotte metro. What do you think, Chris?
I think the main reason why, and because you said the warm nose, so I think the coolest way to put that is since you have the mountaintops in general, literally it's above freezing temperatures. So I think what you're absolutely seeing is snow can pretty much fall in above freezing temperatures. So that one's an easy one. But I think that you probably have, just because since it is changing and you are at the mountaintops, literally as the system's rolling through, I think it's going through its phase changes almost. So cool event to really see all three. You got the winter trifecta. All right, next one.
Okay, you mentioned, Chris, that you were getting a lot of questions. Here's one from 3-year-old Benjamin. What's your favorite color?
Benjamin, I love it. All right, we'll all go down the line. Mine is forest green. I remember using the Crayola crayon, and I never looked back. That's my favorite. What's your favorite?
Okay, I really like a pale yellow.
A pale yellow?
Yes.
Lisa?
A bright yellow.
Ooh.
Sunshine.
See, and I've seen a lot of fun questions on here, like, is today a good day to watch movies? Is a hot dog a sandwich? I didn't answer that one. But if you have any questions, primarily about the weather, that's why we're here. But, you know, I love those questions. Even about us, what we're doing, I think that's great. Text this. It's 704-329-3600. We're here for you. We'd love to answer your questions here and also on WCNC+. Take care.
Welcome to Take 5 Oil Change.
Hey, how long will this take? I'm kind of in a rush.
Oh, just 10 minutes.
Get out! 10 minutes? Y'all are like...
A well-oiled machine.
I was gonna go there, but then it felt obvious. Take 5, the stay-in-your-car 10-minute oil change.
I am very satisfied with the roof. I'm satisfied with our sales team at Gator. Our installer was fantastic, very professional, cleaned up, made sure he did a good quality job. So a standing seam metal roof has totally changed the look of our home. It's changed it for the better. It really just stands out and looks fantastic. So we're happy. We are very happy. Happy customers.
time is now. Don't miss these great deals on a new Ford SUV. Hurry in and lease a Bronco Sport SUV for $399 a month or $499 a month when you lease a Bronco SUV. Your wait is over. Hurry. See your Carolina Ford dealer for the best deal on the best Ford SUV for you. The time is now. Hurry in. Lease a 2025 Ford Explorer SUV for just $499 a month for 36 months. See your Carolina Ford dealer today.
3 reasons I chose Kitchen Saver and why you should too. Kitchen Saver has so many styles to choose from. I transformed my outdated brown kitchen into a modern, sleek gray kitchen with less mess and stress than a traditional remodel. The Kitchen Saver installers were very friendly and super efficient. They completed my makeover in less than 5 days, which was really impressive. And lastly, I feel safe knowing I'm covered with their 10-year warranty. I highly suggest checking out Kitchen Saver.
Prepare to be impressed. Kitchen Saver.
Welcome to Take 5 Oil Change.
Hey, how long will this take? I'm kind of in a rush.
Oh, just 10 minutes.
Get out! 10 minutes? Y'all are like...
A well-oiled machine.
I was gonna go there, but then it felt obvious. Take 5. The stay in your car 10-minute oil change.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Here's what you get to drive on. It was a layer of ice with sleet. We're seeing a lot more cars than we previously did. Here's the deal. The precipitation is taking a big old break, so I think a lot of people have said, do you know what, I'm going to be good to dry. Truly, this is drivable. If we had pure freezing rain at this point, heck no. But instead, we are looking at a nice little situation that it's almost been too cool, because with temperatures in the teens, that typically is a really fluffy, powdery snow if that's the profile. When you have freezing rain, say if it's too cold, that there's not enough moisture in the air. So that's what we're dealing with right now. Dew points down into the teens, yikes. We're actually seeing more moisture in the mountains, where it's been warmer in the mountains than it has around the Charlotte area. This isn't just one of the worst mornings that we've had so far this season. It also is one of the coldest as well, and it's only going to get colder. So check out this mean line of storms. That's right, storms down towards the south. I think it's all about us keeping that colder air around. We are so cold right now that once this plows into us, that's going to be the big significance as far as our freezing rain. So we're not out of the woods yet. A lot of people are writing in and I was like, you guys are wrong, that's it, it's over. It's not. Once you get to the afternoon, just letting you know that it's going to be the last hurrah that we have with this system. So I want everyone to be prepared. So all in all, areas down to the southeast, we are looking at a chance for even the moisture to maybe blast up some freezing drizzle overall. Not as much of the case. So what's going to happen is we're still going to see, I think, the return of what we just saw for that sleet profile. It's mainly going to be freezing rain as temperatures get into the lower 20s. We need to be at least in the 20s for us to get more moisture. There's a lot of heavy rain further off towards the west. If this comes to fruition and we have this with a temperature in the upper 20s, that is going to be a tremendous amount of freezing rain all at once. So I think the most likely chance that we lose power is, I would say, mid to late afternoon, because once that heavier precipitation rolls through. These temperatures are all over the place. I think that you're going to look out your windows like it's rain, but it really is freezing rain, especially as you go up. Those power lines are colder than you are at the surface, so you have to factor that in. So yes, we have a little bit of a lull, so if you want to go outside and play, my wife and my son JT were out there playing in the sleet. It's more of just slipping around. I've seen videos of people sledding down hills, in mainly concrete hills, so that's where you have to do it. So if you fall, that could be a little disastrous, but people are making the most fun out of this. Not snow, but it's sleet, and then we'll see the last hurrah of that precipitation by the middle of this evening heading through the overnight, where we have those colder temperatures. So I'm going to get over to Becca. Becca, this has been a crazy setup. I'm really happy that that drier air has really been inhibiting a lot of this. We've seen some of those sleet and ice totals, but it could be far worse. So thank goodness it's this cold, even though it feels awful right now.
It does, and you know what, that brings us to a good point, because we're starting to get to the halfway point of Sunday, so we want to check in on some of the storm reports, and you can see how mixed it is. Sleet and portions of freezing rain. So I want to get to this one. This is reports of about 1/10 of an inch of ice accumulation over towards Troutman, and we got the similar setup over towards Crowders and Gaston County as well, reporting 1/10 of an inch of ice accumulation. Over towards Lenore, did have reports of about 3/10 of an inch of sleet. Of course, we've got more falling, and we're not nearly done with all this winter weather. Want to check a quick check on the roads right now. This is I-77 right alongside that York-Mecklenburg County line. You can see right there that says ice storm warning right in the center of your screen there. And we only have a few cars out there, but the few cars that we have been seeing, there still have been issues out there and some crashes on the interstates, none of which have caused any major issues, and not really looking at any big accidents at the moment. But this is I-85 near Little Rock. It is slick out there, guys, and definitely definitely drive slow if you do have to be out. But the recommendation is to stay indoors. It is downright cold. Temperatures will be staying mainly in the 20s this afternoon. That is all below freezing today, so anything that falls will be sticking with us as we go into early next week in this Jerry Hunt Supercenter 7-day forecast. We'll see afternoon temperatures rise into the upper 30s for Monday, but Tuesday morning down to 11. That's going to be the coldest day of the season so far. Stay with us. We'll be right back after this.
We're here till midnight, and we make it easy.
My workers' comp checks were either delayed or wrong.
An experienced law firm can help you get the workers' compensation you may deserve to get your life back on track.
James Scott Farron. I got all my benefits.
Call the law offices of James Scott Farron on the Hurt Line.
Style or substance. Somehow, it became one or the other. But there is another choice. Not stopping until you have everything in the GMC Sierra.
Or get a total value of over $8,000 on this Sierra 1500 model, plus get $3,500 trade allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle.
What makes Zaxby's Giant Chicken Finger Quesadilla so giant? Crispy fingers, sauce, and melty cheese. Zaxby's Giant Chicken Finger Quesadillas. Who's got the sauce?
Zaxby's. At Closets by Design, we've been your neighbors for over 20 years, and we're proud to say that every custom storage solution we build is handcrafted right here in our Charlotte workshop. We're not some random out-of-town company. We're a local family-owned business. That means when you call us, you're speaking to a real person who lives and works right here in our community, giving you faster service, designs that fit the Carolinas' unique lifestyle, and quality you can see and feel. Closets by Design, proudly made in the Carolinas.
What's for dinner?
How'd I let dinner sneak up on me?
It happens.
Well, after work, it's pick up from school and soccer, and now I'm like, dinner! And dinner is ready.
With 30 quick and tasty one-pan meals.
I'm gonna keep helper handy.
Yes!
Having Spectrum, they prove their value all the time to us.
All our total sales come from the internet, so fast, high-speed internet is crucial in this kitchen.
Spectrum is a great value for us. Part of that value is how fast the internet is, how reliable the internet is. They also provide wonderful customer service for us, which is vital for us to run our business.
Get your business free fiber-powered internet forever. Call to find out how.
When you're hurt on the job, there are laws to protect you. Put a law firm with experience and knowledge on your side to find out how much more your case may be worth. Call the law offices of James Scott Farron right now.
10:53 now. We have some breaking news just into our newsroom. Take a look at this video. This is from Blowing Rock right now, where a restaurant went up in flames this morning. We're told this was the Bistro Roca restaurant. Again, this is in Blowing Rock. Thankfully, no one was hurt in this fire. It's not yet clear how it started. We have reached out to officials to get more information. As we get more details, we will pass them along to you. Again, Bistro Roca up in flames this morning there in Blowing Rock. Well, despite North Carolina being under a state of emergency as a result of this storm, some people may be called into work. Is that allowed? WCNC Charlotte's Tanya Rivera breaks it down for us.
The governor declared a state of emergency and advised folks, hey, don't be on the road unless it's necessary. So is you being at work necessary? Well, it depends. This is a fact. A general state of emergency does not get you excused from work.
Your employer can require you to come to work. The fact that a state of emergency has been declared really doesn't make any difference. When that changes, though, is if they place in travel restrictions or they impose a curfew.
The North Carolina Department of Labor has an entire section dedicated to adverse weather and employers. In the FAQ section is this. It specifically answers if the governor declares a state of emergency, can your employer make you come to work? Here's what it says. The decision to stay open or to close for its employees to remain at work or to leave early, or for its employees to report to work or not during adverse weather conditions is entirely up to each individual employer.
It's a good time right now before it's, Sunday night at 11 p.m. it's a good idea right now to figure out what your options are and figure out what your leave is. And do you have leave and so on and so forth. What you don't want to do is tell your boss, I'm sick, and then have posted on Facebook some picture of you skiing on a toboggan standing up or whatever.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. Bottom line here, North Carolina is an employment at will state, which means an employer could fire you for not coming in even during a state emergency. But why let it get to that point? It's worth having a conversation about the situation as early as you can.
Tanya Rivera with that report. We know that some of you have a generator at home to use if your power goes out. There are some things that you'll want to know so that you stay safe. First, plug appliances directly into the generator. Don't connect it directly to your home circuits or wiring. This could put working power crews at risk. Also, never run a generator indoors. And if it's gas powered, make sure that you shut it off when you add fuel. Some other tips: don't overload your generator and keep it out of the freezing rain and sleet and under something covered. Also, make sure that it is away from any windows and vents to prevent carbon monoxide poisoning. A live look from King Street and Boone right now. You're watching WCNC Charlotte. We're coming back at the top of the hour. We're going to have more news, weather, and sports as we are weather alert today because of this winter storm system that is moving across the Carolinas. Right now, we know that more than 10,000 customers in North Carolina are without power this morning. In fact, more than 800,000 across the country as a result of this storm. The word from officials from our team of meteorologists: if you don't have to be out in these conditions, they do ask that you stay inside. So grab a cup of coffee and keep it right here on WCNC Charlotte.
The WCNC Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust. Track how the weather will impact your day. Breaking news, live from the scene. All the local news you need. WCNC Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free.
My family and I wanted a fresh start, but we didn't want the hassle of selling our home.
With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can close in as little as 21 days. There are no showings, no open houses, no stress. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer today.
The race of a lifetime. So here we go.
Blistering fastest skier in the world.
Having another beautiful run.
Look at that.
The House of Spain.
The Winter Olympics on WCNC Charlotte. Brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors. Make your life brighter with Pella Windows and Doors of the Carolinas.
Hendrick. Now is a perfect time to find an affordable vehicle. Visit HendrickCars.com and shop our large selection, including over 1,000 vehicles priced under 20 grand. Plus, drive today but pay later with our payment deferral and zero down options. Buy from the name you know and trust. Hendrick has received over 900,000 five-star online reviews. Over 1,000 vehicles under 20,000. Find yours at HendrickCars.com.
This appliance-free countertop moment was brought to you by California Closets. Pantry and home storage solutions by designers who get you. California Closets, more room for what matters.
Know the best way to maximize your injury case? Hire an attorney who understands both the law and your injury. I'm Dr. Ted, a lawyer and a doctor. That means I can explain your injuries to the insurance adjuster, and that often leads to a better settlement. Pay attention to how you feel physically and emotionally after an accident. Ask questions. Your pain and suffering matter. After a car wreck, call me, the lawyer who's also a doctor, at 1-800-MY-DR-TED or at drtedinjurylaw.com.
WCNC Charlotte at 6 and 11 p.m., keeping you informed.
Now there's lots of concerns.
They are not giving up until this case is solved.
Seeking solutions, helping you find answers.
WCNC Charlotte is teaming up to get help to those in need.
Keeping you ahead of severe weather.
That means scattered power outages possible. You need to stay weather aware.
The information you need from the team you trust. WCNC Charlotte at 6 and 11 p.m., streaming on WCNC Plus.
I'm Ben Thompson, morning anchor at WCNC Charlotte. The Carolinas first captured my heart on childhood trips to the coast and the mountains, and now for nearly 20 years, they've been home. I love helping you start the day informed, whether it's holding local leaders accountable or breaking the news from Gastonia to Huntersville and everywhere in between. We've got you covered. Because when news moves fast, you need a team that moves with you. Make the move to WCNC Charlotte Morning News, weekdays, live, 4:30 to 9, anywhere you watch.
My family and I wanted a fresh start, but we didn't want the hassle of selling our home.
The guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate keeps you in control. There are no showings, no open houses, no stress. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer today and start packing.
This is where we go.
Good morning from WCNC Charlotte. Thanks so much for waking up with us this morning. Some live pictures from Banner Elk, where we are starting to see the impacts of this historic ice storm that's settling in across the Carolinas. The storm system is far from over. We have our team spread out across the area to show you the conditions right now as we are weather alert this morning. Our team of meteorologists here, as well as our Richard Devane. He is live this morning in Boone, as well as Destiny Richards. She is in South Charlotte this morning, tracking the conditions there. Let's jump right into it now. Meteorologist Chris Mulcahy has that WCNC weather impact alert forecast for this Sunday.
So I have to say, I will admit when I am wrong. I said, can you go sledding? Well, I tried to get a response from whoever this was. It's a little bit blurry because I really had to blow it up. But let this run through. All right, see, you don't really see anything, don't have to see anything. There's a lot more grass, but the grass is icy enough. That's some zip right there. So it looks like you can go sledding. I'm letting you know, though, at the bottom, if you fall off of that, it's going to be very hard. So not the best sledding conditions, but I just want to say I was wrong. Looks like people are still making the most of it. Meanwhile, you can technically drive right now, but it's not the best conditions. A lot of those are pretty slushy. We've been hearing on and off from Majestic. And the thing with the current pattern right now is this is actually ideal compared to what we could have had, because we have ice. On top of that, we have sleet, but now we've hit a significant lull in all of that activity. And by the way, I'm answering your questions all morning long. And I want to say from Matt, he said that it's still coming down in Fort Mill. And what's interesting, we don't really see too much here, but it's still like that little teeny little bit of pink that does show a little bit of freezing rain / some of that sleet that we're changing over. But he also said you and Becca are doing a great job. So we wanted to say thanks a lot, Matt. We do appreciate it. Hey, we're dedicated to the craft, and we're being honest with you. It has been a big shift that it was during this time that we should have been seeing widespread precipitation. And my meteorological brain at first is like, wait, what's going on here? Plain and simple, it's too cold. The reason why the ice melt didn't really work on a lot of the road surfaces, it was too cold. Because once you're down below 20 degrees, it's less effective, and that's exactly where we have been. And oftentimes when you have much colder environment, it's more of a fluffy snow or fluffy precipitation. That's why it's been such a fine sleet. Once you get more moisture that we have further off towards the west, that is going to be a different case and a different being. So here's what we can expect going forward. We will see a second coming of precipitation, but I think it's right now that we're going to be in a little bit of a lull. I think what you can expect is really heading into the early afternoon that you might still see a chance for a little bit of sleet, then changing over to freezing rain. My cause of concern is there's so much moisture further off towards the west, it's going to bring our temperatures back up, but notice where we're at. We're in the 20s. So once that rain moves over us, it will instantly turn to freezing rain. Even if we actually get temperatures to warm up to 32 degrees, above our heads will be colder. So it's really a shallow layer of colder air that is going to win out. So once this rolls through, I would say mid to late afternoon, that's where the highest chance for the heavier ice totals and just a heavier wind gust as well, and the heaviest precipitation of the day. So we're not quite done. So a brand new look at our futurecast. It doesn't have as much over the next couple of hours, but it still gives us a shot up to about 1/4 of an inch. So luckily we're not seeing the 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch. But if this somehow slows down, but it does not look to be the case, since we are seeing such a lull for most of the day, this is bringing our totals way, way down. But we still are going to have a chance for more of those power outages, and we've been seeing a lot really overall across the area. So you just need to expect temperatures are going to start to warm up from the upper teens through the 20s over the short term, and then eventually actually getting up to, I think, their peak around 30 degrees by the back end of the forecast, keeping precipitation chances around really through the middle of the evening hours. I think we're fully done by about 8 to 9 o'clock. Now coming up, we're going to show you that 7-day forecast that the story's not over. Once the precipitation stops, we still have a ton of ice that's left on the ground. We'll let you know the best chance that that could potentially be melting away. And we're also going to let you know how low our temperatures are going to go. We have one morning that stands out from all the rest, the coldest air we've had in over a year here in the Charlotte area. See you soon.
All right, Chris, thanks so much for that. And right now, thousands of people waking up to the impacts of this storm across our area. WCNC Charlotte's Destiny Richards is live in South Charlotte this morning along Johnston Road. Destiny, give us an update. What are the conditions like right now?
Yeah, right now we're not being pelted with ice falling from the sky, but we are seeing, you know, wispy little bits of precipitation right now. So it has just eased up a bit to in terms of ice falling onto the roads, but it is very, very cold right now. The wind is blowing. We do have vehicles that have been out on the roads and they have been driving slowly. They've been taking their time, which is what you want to do, especially because when cars drive on this road, they will be also really packing down the ice and making it slicker. So that is something to be aware of. But this weather isn't stopping people from going out as well. We've seen people at the gas station here. We also caught up with one person, a high schooler, who was simply taking a walk in his neighborhood. Here's what he had to say.
Don't get to see it a lot, so I just kind of try to enjoy as much of it as I can when it does come around. So I do like to go for walks and runs outside normally, so I thought, well, why not try to go for a run outside in this ice storm? Why not, you know?
Yeah, he said he's also originally from Charleston, so definitely a different weather situation than here in the Charlotte area. But this morning, again, it's as of right now, as of 11, it is let up a little bit. The precipitation, really just little light wispy pellets that we're seeing, and not that those giant ice pellets that we were seeing in some moments, and then it would let up again and then it would start again. So this is a great time this morning. If you do have to go out, it's a little bit better, but again, still a bit slick out there this morning just from all of the precipitation that's been falling. So as we've been saying, stay inside if you can, but if you have to go out, exercise extreme caution. I'll send it back to you guys live here from South Charlotte.
Because even with that lull and the precipitation right now, the conditions are still dangerous. All right, Destiny Richards live in South Charlotte. Thank you so much, Destiny, for that report. And we are showing you the conditions across our area, including in the mountains of western North Carolina. And that is where we find WCNC Charlotte's Richard Devane in Boone this morning. Richard, tell us, have things improved there?
No, I wouldn't say improved. Lisa, good morning to you. Good Sunday morning, everybody. We've seen the rain come down, the precipitation come down a little bit harder and a little bit firmer than it's lessened up. Right now, it's not as bad as it was just about 15, 20 minutes ago. But, you know, I'll tell you, the roads are in pretty decent shape. I won't say anybody needs to be out there on them. We're right off of 105. This is what we see every place we go. Trucks with salts, trucks with plows, clearing the roadways, keeping them passable for folks. They say that the most important thing is to continuously do this. As the accumulation continues, they come by, sweep it all away. Slush underfoot, I can tell you that much right here, but there has been a lot of cars here coming around. So that's been the way things have been working. Want to give you take a look at the lines. That's the one area of concern that we have throughout the day, is now you see it starts to get a little bit heavier, and you can see in the camera the accumulation that might be on these poles. That's what everyone talks about. Folks up here are used to the snow. Folks up here are used to cleaning up and keeping things straight for everyone. Take a listen to what one guy told us earlier about the challenges that he may face as far as keeping the area clear.
We've been real busy. Got out about 2 o'clock this morning. Made a couple runs on these sidewalks over at Publix, here, Food Line, Blue Ridge Electric, all the places that we think people are going to be going to, need to, maybe. Staying at home is probably the best bet, but it is the mountains. People are going to get out. It is what it is. So the snow, you know, it's You shovel it once and you're about done. It's a lot lighter too, but with the ice, like I said, we've made a couple passes. We throw the salt, let it work, go around, throw it on everything, then come back and shovel it. Then it snowed again, we'll throw a little more salt, come back, make another round. It's about an hour and a half, 2 hours to make the whole round. We've done that a couple, 3 times already. Like I said, go grab a bite to eat, come do it again.
So ice is
And apparently we have lost Richard's live shot, but we'll check back in with him momentarily, of course, as you can see the conditions there in Boone. We do want to give you a heads up, though, especially parents. This morning, CMS announced schools will be closed tomorrow, as well as Anson, Cleveland, and Gaston counties. Again, schools closed tomorrow. Now, in South Carolina, York School District 1, Clover School District, Fort Mill, and Rock Hill will all have e-learning or virtual classes, and you can find that full list of school closings as well as church services. This, of course, is Sunday morning. 11 o'clock is typically the church hour for many churches, but many of them are closed today as a result of this storm. You can find that on our website as well as the WCNC Charlotte app. Now, due to the road and weather conditions, CATS is adjusting its service. Blue Line and bus service will not start until noon. They keep pushing that time back, of course, because of these conditions. The Gold Line streetcar is suspended and there will be no bus bridge. CATS officials urging riders to use the CATS Pass app for any updates and, if possible, delay your travel until the conditions improve. Back to Chris with another question.
Should we fill up our bathtub just in case? So you're probably wondering why you do that. Some people use it for water. Truly, the biggest thing is that if you're on well water, it really is helpful because, say, if you need to flush your toilet, you can put water back in it and then flush it again. So you're not just stuck that you can't flush and you can't brush. So filling up the bathtub, I do not think is a bad idea. Only reason why is because people are saying, well, that was it. No, this afternoon we have a chance for heavy freezing rain. So we lucked out that we lost a lot of time for freezing rain now into the afternoon. I'm just letting you know, we are seeing some images from Nashville of multiple down tree limbs that are taking out power. So we still have a long ways to go, folks. So if you have any last minute precaution you want to do, just in case, better safe than sorry. It really can't hurt. See you after the break.
To Oliver, eating here instead of buying a stadium hot dog is like putting away $20. With the Wells Fargo mobile app, tracking his savings is simple. Whoops.
We did price having another shingle, having the shingle roof removed and having another shingle roof installed. Honestly, it would have been cheaper, but we have a custom home here and we really thought that the look of standing seam metal plus the lifetime warranty that comes with the standing seam metal would be a really good fit for our home. So we decided to spend a little bit more money and get this beautiful roof put on our house. I guess number one, I really like the look of standing seam. Number two, the standing seam's got the lifetime warranty and you don't have any screws that show. We felt like with a whole lot of the wind and snow that we get here in the mountains, standing seam metal would be an excellent choice for us. I know at the coast, they use a whole lot of standing seam metal as well because of the wind that comes in off the coast. So, you know, if it can stand up to the coast, it'll stand these mountain winds as well. For our home, we decided to go the extra mile and get the standing seam.
Popcorn chicken is back at Jets. For a limited time, get a large popcorn chicken pizza for only $16.99. This isn't pizza, it's Jets.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you can turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on.
Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Don't let your tax refund sit idle. Put it to work.
Trade in today and drive away for less at Jerry Hunt Supercenter.
More savings, more selection, more deals.
Shop JerryHuntSupercenter.com.
The king of pre-owned vehicles.
Frustrated with your backyard? Got the space, but not the setup? KB Home Improvement turns "we should do something" into "why didn't we do this sooner?" covered patios, decks, screened-in porches, and sunrooms. Custom built to match your home, designed to fit your life. KB Home Improvement will transform your backyard today. Don't miss out on a free ceiling heater upgrade with a new backyard covered patio.
To Leo, buy one, get one snacks means maximizing his savings potential. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
11:15 right now on this Sunday morning. We are seeing power outages across our area. That freezing rain weighing on power lines and bringing down branches in some cases. At this hour, more than 9,900 homes are impacted in North Carolina. We're going to take a quick check of poweroutage.us. We've been looking at that this morning so we can get some numbers for you. This is a map from Duke Energy. Right now, they're saying more than 100 customers are without power in Mecklenburg County. Again, this is the map from Duke Energy. We know that their crews are working to restore power as quickly as possible. Just to give you some numbers from across the country, now more than 880,000 customers across the country without power, many of them as a result of this storm. And again, 9,900 here in North Carolina. We will keep you updated on these outages. Chris, I believe you have another question from a viewer.
I sure do. Can I build a snowman? From my 7-year-old sister. I love that we have received questions from a 3-year-old, now a 7-year-old. I am so sorry. No. My son is 3 and he tried and was disappointed he could barely make a snowball. But I do have an alternative. It's not ideal, but people are sledding. Can I go sledding? Yeah. It's not super great, but you can. People are slipping and sliding around, making the most of this. A little bit of sleet, still a chance for freezing rain a little bit later on. Enjoy the morning because things are about to change for the afternoon. Look at this. Look at how joyous. The ground's going to be hard, though. Your full forecast coming up after the break.
What's under your home can get into your home. A sealed crawl space keeps out moisture, mold, and pests. Canty Foundation Specialist is your local trusted expert in crawl space sealing. Call us today for your free estimate.
Canty can fix it.
As the health director in Haywood County and a nurse here in North Carolina, I can tell you that the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline saves lives.
No matter your struggle, you are not alone. The 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is free, private, and always available.
988 Lifeline counselors are ready 24/7 to speak with you, help you cope, and get you connected to the support that is right for you.
988, the National Suicide and Crisis Lifeline.
Call, text, or chat 988 24/7.
Where does confidence come from? It's not from within. It must be pursued. Confidence is not a mindset. It's an achievement. In the GMC Sierra HD AT4X. Get 3.9% APR on 2025 GMC Sierra heavy-duty models. Professional-grade truck of the Carolina Panthers.
When times are tough, life can be hard. But when you have kids, it's even harder. Hi, sweetie. How are you?
It's my birthday.
Happy birthday. You want to give them everything they want, even when you don't have it to give.
Excuse me.
But thanks to Food Lion Feeds,
we got you a little something special.
I can focus on what matters.
Thank you.
Like her next birthday wish.
Thank you.
Here to fill tables and hearts with hope. Food Lion Feeds.
I want to stop being sidelined by pain. I want to tell him I'm in. I want a surgeon who's fixed more knees than he can count. I want the best care in the game. I want a team that's with me every step of the way. I want to bounce back fast. I want to show them my best is yet to come.
For the best orthopedic care, you want Novant. Novant Health. Best surgeons, amazing nurses, remarkable care.
Snakes, rodents, and mold all live and grow beneath your home and eventually will find their way inside. Canty Foundation Specialist is your local trusted expert in crawl space sealing. Call us today for a free estimate.
Canty can fix it.
Well, right now, thousands of you are waking up to these conditions following this winter weather system that has brought our area mainly some sleet, some freezing rain, and some ice. WCNC Charlotte's Jesse Pierre is in Concord this morning. Jesse, give us an update. What are things looking like there in Concord?
Good morning. Yes, we've been out here all morning, and the snow, the sleet, the freezing rain really has been coming in waves. Just about like half an hour ago, it was coming down pretty heavy, and right now it's kind of at a little bit of a stop. But again, doesn't mean that it's over for the day. Again, coming in waves. But we've been out here next to Weddington Road, and it's been pretty clear overall, and folks are listening to that warning to stay home. Let's jump into some video we got earlier. We also saw snow plows doing what they're supposed to do, clear the roads and so forth. As we know, primary roads, major routes are always prioritized, making sure that those roads are nice and clean and so forth for emergency cars and crews and so forth like that. Access in general. Again, secondary roads and neighborhood roads are usually next and so forth as conditions improve. But in general, overall, folks have been kind of staying off the roads. But, if you do have to go out, you want to make sure to take it slow. You see the speed limits posted, but you want to bring it down a little bit less than that, of course, because those are for ideal conditions in general. I'm going to put this information up on the screen now. Again, there is in Cabarrus County an emergency shelter that is open if folks need a safe place to go that is warm. This is at the Concord Active Living Center. If you do go, make sure to have your cell phone, charger, any necessary medication, and any essential personal items with you. Again, we're out here, and we've been out here all morning in Concord. Things are pretty quiet. Roads are, we don't see too many drivers out here, which is a good thing, but overall it's been pretty clear out here. Back to you.
All right, Jesse Pierre up in Cabarrus County and Concord this morning. Thanks for that live report. Of course, it's always great to see the crews out there working to clear the streets, because we do know there are some people who will have to be out this morning and sometime today. Of course, they're essential workers, people who have other destinations where they need to be. Jesse, again, thanks so much for that. Now, while we aren't seeing a lot of power outages just yet, we do know that Duke Energy says it is ready. They have many crews out ready to help restore power when, in fact, it is needed. Take a look at some video. This is from one of the crews here in Charlotte. We're going to show you a number of those trucks that are lined up and ready to go. We will have that for you momentarily. Again, if you have to report an outage, you can text OUT, O-U-T, to 57801. All right, Chris, let's check back in with you. We heard Jesse talk about the conditions there and also the warming shelter, because simply it's just so cold. We're talking about temperatures in the teens right now.
Yeah, this is the crazy thing. So we're so focused on what's on the ground. Well, first off, ice. Think about that. Literally back in the day, you used to call it an ice box when you're talking about the freezer. Well, essentially that's what's happening right now. And believe it or not, most of the time here in North Carolina and South Carolina, when we have a freezing rain event, the deprecating factor is we get too warm and we get above freezing. Well, we have the opposite. It's too dry and too cold. It's crazy. But welcome to the second coldest low that we are going to have, we've had so far this season. And I want to actually show you something. I'm doing a little pivot here. I want to show you where we're going here. This is going to be absolutely bananas what's going on here. Check out our lows. 11 degrees on Tuesday. So that graphic I just showed you where it was 16 degrees mid-December, guess what? That was the coldest temperature we have for the entirety of 2025. So we're already barely almost finishing January, going to hit a colder low than what we had of all of last year. So yes, it is not exaggeration, not a hype saying, yeah, Tuesday morning is going to be colder than we have been in quite some time. And I think we likely will be put under a cold weather advisory after this ice storm warning is lifted. So our current temperatures right now, we need to warm up if we want to get any freezing rain. I don't want to, so I would rather stay cold. But the problem is we are starting to hear more reports of burst pipes and burst water mains. That's the big problem that we have here. But notice to the west, we have 29 degrees in Asheville, 37 degrees over in Bristol. It's 19 degrees in Charlotte because we have winds that are coming out of the northeast. Meanwhile, there's going to be substantial precipitation coming along this. See this is crazy. The instability that we're seeing here. So we were talking about tornado potential down here in Florida. Well, we actually have a chance to hear thunder later on. Somebody asked the question, I'll admit it yesterday, do we have a chance for thunder snow? I said no. We don't have a chance for thunder snow. We actually have a chance for just plain thunder in South Carolina. But once this blast through. See this? See all this rain? Well, this is actually going to hit all those colder temperatures. Nashville is turning into chaos because branches are coming down. They're quickly coating things. So everyone who's saying this event's a bust, it's over, it's not. And I'm not hyping this up. I have to be honest with you for a second. The amount of people that have said that this isn't going to happen, this is going to be just rain, we've already seen the ice. And yes, we understand that the totals have been cut down because there's not a lot going on for the time being. But watch, see those darker greens? That is showing up to at least 1/4 to 1/2 inch of rain per hour. But notice the temperatures. That's not just rain. That is a heavy precipitation that's rolling through that could provide some quick freezing rain up to 1/4 inch, some gusty winds that's going to allow for a quick icing. And it's at that point we're going to have the best chance for power outages. So now's the time to play. We've seen a lot of sledding videos. After that, it's time to prepare that we could lose power. So we're not out of the woods quite just yet. After that, it's just plain and cold, 11 degrees on Tuesday, around 40 thereafter. So there it is. All right, we're going to be right back after the break. Another look at our forecast. Stay safe, everybody.
Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
If you have Medicare and Medicaid, keep watching to find out how you might qualify for extra benefits with a Medicare dual eligible special needs plan.
Maybe you're new to Medicare, or you're looking to switch Medicare plans during a special enrollment period. And that's why Aetna licensed agents are standing by, ready to answer your questions and help make the process of choosing a Medicare plan easier. And if you have Medicare and Medicaid, your agent can help you with an Aetna dual eligible special needs plan that lets you keep all of your Medicaid benefits, plus a dedicated care team to help you get the most from your benefits. And if you have a qualifying condition, you can get a prepaid card with a monthly allowance you can use on groceries, utilities, and other expenses. All you need to do is call.
Find out if you qualify for an Aetna Medicare dual eligible special needs plan. Call 1-844-514-8434.
I'm taking on RMS with Briumvi.
Briumvi is a prescription medication for adults with relapsing forms of multiple sclerosis. Briumvi is different. It's the only B-cell therapy approved for RMS that is given in 1 hour twice per year. Don't take Briumvi if you've had a life-threatening allergic reaction to it or have hepatitis B. Your doctor should test for Hep B before treatment. If you've had it, it could return, which may cause serious liver problems or death. Briumvi can cause serious side effects, including infusion reactions. Some may require hospitalization. Briumvi may cause liver problems, increase your risk of infections, and decrease some antibodies. Some infections may be life-threatening. Signs of infection include fever, chills, constant cough, or painful urination. PML, a rare brain infection that may be fatal or cause severe disability, can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or plan to become pregnant, as it's unknown if Briumvi will harm your unborn baby, or if you have symptoms of infection, liver problems, and about your medical conditions, medications, and vaccines.
Ask your doctor if Briumvi is right for you.
Hi, my name is Brian. Together with my wife, we own and operate Anderson Heating and Cooling. While proudly serving our country for many years, I learned just how important trust really is. Trust is one of our foundational principles at Anderson.
We will always get the job done the right way
and never charge you 1 penny above the fair price for a part, service, or replacement.
Trust was important then, and trust is still important now.
Let's do home to Anderson Heating and Cooling.
We continue to show you the impacts from this winter storm covering the Carolinas today. A lot of people making the best of it. Take a look at this. We've received several videos and pictures from many of you showing up your kids and your family enjoying the winter weather. We love seeing them. Thank you so much for sharing them. And of course, keep those pictures coming. We're going to take a quick break. We're waiting to hear from North Carolina's Governor Josh Stein. We'll be back with more here on WCNC Charlotte.
This is where we go.
What do you think are the advantages of having a gator metal roof?
We had a lot of problems with the asphalt roof that we had before. The shingles would blow off in the hurricanes, and this is the first time in like 8 years since the last little tiny hurricane that our roof hasn't leaked, and so the gator metal roofing.
Longevity, everything about it is a lot better than shingles.
Yeah, it's
I
been...
like it. I like the color. offsets, other than just getting black or brown shingles, it's like night and day. When it rains, I can open the window just a little bit and you can hear the tinkling of the rain on the roof, and it's very calming and relaxing. It just has been a really, really great experience, our Gator Meadow Roof. We have really, really appreciated it.
After a car wreck, your health should come first. You should see a doctor as soon as possible. If you don't have one, call us. We'll actually help you find a doctor. Some injuries don't show up right away, but can impact your life and family for years. See a doctor. Pay attention to your health. Gaps in treatment can hurt your recovery and your case. Call me, the lawyer who's also a doctor, at 1-800-MY-DR-TED or at drtedinjurylaw.com. Dr. Ted Injury Law, the lawyer who is also a doctor.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on a team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final whistle and start counting that cash. Hold up. You get early payout on parlays too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365.
In 1977, Ford F-Series became America's best-selling trucks. 33 million trucks later, we've kept that title every year since. F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 49 years and counting. And Ford, the most awarded brand for initial quality among trucks by J.D. Power.
Now get a 2025 Ford F-150 with 2.9% financing for 60 months, plus up to $4,750 total savings or up to $6,750 in total savings.
Thanks for starting your Sunday morning with WCNC Charlotte. Live pictures this morning from Blowing Rock as we are weather alert today because of this winter storm system covering the Carolinas and really much of the South. We have live team coverage for you. Thanks for being with us. I'm Lisa Washington. Our team is standing by with everything that you need to know. We're going to start right now with meteorologist Becca Birdsall because you've been tracking this now for several hours and you say there's a bit of a lull, but that doesn't mean that this is over.
Yes, we have more winter weather on the way, likely in the form of freezing rain, some of which could be heavy at times. So we still have a long ways to go before this forecast completely verifies. Now, right now, taking you over towards Lake Norman, you can see most of the activity has calmed down just a bit, but it is icy and cold, especially on those sidewalks and those roads. We're still seeing that action up towards the mountains, more of that sleet and freezing rain combo. The sleet is what you see in the purple and the freezing rain is what you see in the pink. Still have some areas of freezing drizzle and very light areas of sleet, but we've got more on the way. I want to zoom out and show you what we're watching off towards the west. We also have some strong storms that we're watching right now over towards portions of Alabama. Temperatures are very cold across the southeast, so even though it may be coming down as rain, it is freezing on contact with those cold surfaces in the 20s and 30s. So all of this moisture, guess what? That is what's headed our way, so we're nowhere near done. This is going to be an all-day long event. The heavier precipitation that will be arriving later on this evening, where we could pick up over a quarter-inch of ice accumulation. Temperatures have been very cold and have not budged over the past couple of hours. We are still mainly in the upper teens to lower 20s, 19 in Lincolnton, 20 in Gastonia. But if you notice, some of the mountains are actually warmer than the Charlotte Metro, Boone at 23 degrees. And it's because of that warm nose that we've been mentioning pretty much all morning and all week long. It's that area, it's that inversion above our head. So the mountains, because of their highest elevations, that's why they're seeing temperatures a little bit warmer than what we're seeing in the Charlotte Metro. Timing this out for you this afternoon, seeing a little bit of a break in the action, but still seeing that combo of freezing rain and sleet up in the mountains. Heaviest band moves in this evening, but by tonight, that freezing rain will start to taper off. Everything that fell today, well, guess what? Due to the cold temperatures for Monday, it's going to stick around for the majority of the day. It's also going to be breezy as well, which could lead to some lingering impacts that we're expecting. I'll break down how cold we're expecting to get Monday night into Tuesday morning. It's going to be the coldest day of the season so far in my full forecast in a few minutes.
All right, Becca, thanks so much for that. We should mention that we are waiting to hear from North Carolina's Governor Josh Stein to give us an update on this ice storm. When we see the governor up, of course, we will take that live so you can hear directly from the governor regarding the conditions with this winter system. In the meantime, taking a look now at South Carolina, the Clover Police Department posting these pictures earlier this morning. This is Main Street in Clover. The police department there is saying the square is completely covered in ice, and they are asking people to stay inside if possible and not to travel unless it's necessary. South Carolina, by the way, just activated its winter weather hotline. You can call 24 hours a day to ask questions about the state's weather response. You can get shelter information, road conditions, and safety precautions. That phone number, we'll give it to you twice, 866-246-0133. Again, 866-246-0133. Now, this is Sunday morning. We know that many of you would probably be heading out to church or to mass today, but as a result of this weather system that is not happening, many churches in our area have closed. In fact, as many as 70. I do believe that we have the governor. Is that correct? We're going to go to hear the latest from the governor regarding this system. Let's listen in.
And wintry junk on the roads. As temperatures get colder, that will only turn to hard ice. Fortunately, there's not many cars on the road. That's a good thing. We want to keep it that way. If you're an NFL fan, Conference Championship Sunday, you can cheer on Drake May. If you're not, find that TV series that your friend recommended and maybe you can binge watch. But stay home, stay warm, stay off the roads. The state efforts are hard at work. The state emergency response team is in full force. The North Carolina Department of Transportation crews are busy plowing the roads and applying sand and salt to try to make them have greater traction. We've had 3 brief interstate closures. All of the interstates have now been reopened. The State Highway Patrol is busy clearing the roads. They have removed 339 abandoned cars. They have dealt with over 400 car crashes. Again, please stay off the roads. The North Carolina National Guard has deployed more than 100 force packages. That's groups of anywhere from 4 to a dozen National Guardsmen and women. They are around the state and they are partnering with local governments, providing whatever assistance is required. I want to thank our federal and local partners for their collaboration. Yesterday, I requested the White House grant an emergency declaration. The White House, President Trump, responded quickly last night. We've executed that agreement today, and I appreciate their quick response. Local governments are hard at work making sure that they, of course, they're the closest to their own constituents. They have opened up 50 warming stations across the state, 45 shelters. If you have any need for either warming station, shelter, or other human service, please reach out to your county emergency management, go to their website, check out their social media. As I said earlier, the big concerns remain what they were yesterday. It's power outages and it's road conditions. If your power goes out, make sure you know where your flashlights are. Keep your devices charged at full charge so that if the power goes out, you can have them last as long as possible. Keep your doors and windows closed to keep the warmth in. Wear layers, sleep with multiple blankets. Pay attention to your physical conditions. We don't want people getting frostbite. We do not want hypothermia. If you have loss of feeling or color in your fingers, if there's uncontrolled shivering or disorientation, you should call 911. Stay off the roads. Black ice is going to stick around for a few days. Every night this week, we're going to get below freezing, so whatever precipitation is on the ground is going to turn to ice overnight. Secondary roads in particular aren't going to get treated as quickly. There are just too many of them across the state. So understand that road conditions will remain dangerous into next week. If you have to drive much slower than normal, give much more distance than normal so that you have more time to respond. Do not make sharp turns or a sudden stop. Last thing is check on folks out there who you fear are vulnerable. This is the time for us all to be good neighbors. Think about somebody who just needs to know, you just need to know that they're doing okay. That's how we're going to get through this storm together. I appreciate you all. And at this point, I'll turn it over to Director Ray.
Thank you, Governor. Good morning, everyone. So we'll first start with a weather update. I think key takeaways as we move through today is a major winter storm is underway across much of North Carolina and will linger into early Monday morning. We still have a bit more of time before this storm and its impacts fully clear the state. A winter storm warning, ice storm warning, and winter weather advisory also remain in effect across much of North Carolina into Monday. Since last evening, we've seen snow, sleet, and freezing rain all being reported across North Carolina, and by sunrise today, at least 1/4 of an inch of ice accumulation had been reported across our southwest mountains. Areas of snow and sleet that remain across the mountains are forecast to change over to freezing rain this morning, with the greatest ice accumulation expected along the southwestern mountains and portions of our Blue Ridge Escarpment. Freezing rain across portions of eastern North Carolina is expected to change over to rain throughout the day today. While we may see some lulls in precipitation through the day for some locations of the state, a final round is expected to push across the state Sunday evening and overnight. The greatest impact Sunday will continue to be from ice accumulations, where 1/4 to 1/2 inch of elevated flat ice accrual remains possible across portions of the mountains, our foothills, and into the Piedmont. Dangerously cold temperatures are forecast through next week, with low temperatures dipping into the single digits to near zero Monday night and into the teens and 20s through the remainder of this week. As the governor said yesterday, the White House approved his request for an emergency declaration. This allows for direct federal assistance to support emergency response, life-saving support, should the state require that level of assistance. There are 55 county emergency operations center activated across the impacted area today, with 72 local states of emergency in place. The state emergency response team remains postured to support our local communities, both in commodity distribution or in supporting local public safety response. As the governor said, in addition to the work that the power companies have done, we have base camps across the state for Duke Energy to surge restoration crews into impacted areas, along with mutual aid crews from both our electric co-ops and our partners in the electricities. To reinforce some personal preparedness information, as the governor stated, many communities across the state have opened shelters and warming centers for those who cannot stay at home. You can find that updated information, what's available in your community, by visiting your local government or local emergency management website and social media feeds. Additionally, for winter storm information and important links, please visit readync.gov/winterstorm2026. And finally, as a reminder, roadway conditions have deteriorated since last night. They will continue throughout the day today and into the evening. The safest thing remains to stay at home and let our first responders, the State Highway Patrol, and the NCDOT the ability to work safely. Thank you, Governor.
Secretary Johnson.
Thank you, Governor. Director Ray. Yes, I want to reiterate, we appreciate everybody's cooperation. It was great to come into the State Transportation Operations Center this morning and see almost no cars on the road other than plows and other DOT equipment they're working to clear the road and spread salt and sand across the state. This is a widespread storm with many roads have been impacted and are dangerous to travel on. We've got 2,500 employees working in storm response right now. They've already spread 32,000 tons of salt. I'm sure that number's changed since I walked in here, and it will continue to grow throughout the day. They've also already put in an additional 800,000 gallons of brine on the roads. We've got 1,300 trucks in operation, along with almost 1,000 contractors. So we're working hard to treat, today we focus largely on the interstates and major U.S. routes and 4-lane highways. The secondary routes will take some time. With lingering cold temperatures, it may be days before some of those secondary routes become passable. So I encourage everybody to use extreme caution before they venture out. And also check driveandc.com for the latest road conditions. The ferries, most of the ferries are operational. None of them are impacted by storm. There was some closures this morning due to fog. All rail travel has been canceled. Again, we encourage people to stay at home, stay off the roads, and allow our folks to do their best that they can to clear these interstates and other roads.
Thank you, Secretary. At this point, we're happy to take questions. If you have a question, please signify by the raised hand function.
We're not seeing anybody. Oh, no, sorry. Dawn, please go ahead and ask your question. Dawn, you need to unmute yourself to ask your question, please. Dawn Vaughn.
Okay, so we've been listening to North Carolina's Governor Josh Stein, as well as some state leaders, give an update on this ice storm that is really affecting most of North Carolina. The governor saying the NCDOT crews have been busy plowing the roads this morning. They mentioned that the conditions will be deteriorating as the system continues. There were 3 brief interstate closures, but they have all since reopened. But again, they continue to urge people, if you don't have to be out, that you do indeed stay inside. 50 warming stations, 45 shelters open across the state. We're going to take a quick break. We should be back here with more streaming and live on WCNC Charlotte.
Think you need a new roof? Think again. Save thousands with Roof Max.
Chevy trucks are as capable and dependable as the Chevy people who drive them. You probably know one. Your sister. Your buddy. The ones who always show up. They all have that little extra something. And maybe you got it too.
Start the year in drive. Right now, well-qualified buyers can get 1.9% financing on all Silverado 1500 models. Or get $7,350 in total value plus $1,250 trade assistance when you trade in an eligible vehicle.
At West Shore Home, we're making it easy to knock out your bathroom project right now with winter savings. All you have to do is schedule online at westshorebath.com to lock in free installation on your project. Plus, when you act now, get 18 months of no-interest financing. From tub to shower conversions, to walk-in tub installations, and even full bathroom remodels. Our crews of highly trained employee installers are ready to bring your dream project to life. Get started by visiting westshorebath.com for winter savings from West Shore Home.
When you have everything you need to get stronger, just around the corner, you can give everything you've got.
Just 30 more seconds.
With over 2,800 locations, there's always a Planet Fitness near you. Save $28 or more when you join for just $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends January 30th.
Planet Fitness is an official fitness center of the Carolina Panthers.
Here, matching bedazzled shirts are worn proudly, and phones are forgotten. Young ones are granted new power, and dad jokes are actually funny. Fireworks paint the sky every night, and hand-holding makes a comeback every day. Here, anything is possible if you can imagine it, and that's what makes Orlando unbelievably real.
I'm Mark Henry with Alloy Wealth. Catch Money Matters Mondays in the 4 p.m. news on WCNC Charlotte, where I share real financial insight you can use right away. And also join me for Living Large, my show all about turning those insights into an actual plan for retirement, from creating income that lasts to protecting what matters most. That's Living Large, every Sunday morning at 11 a.m. right here on WCNC Charlotte.
You gesture, the world responds. Any car that doesn't offer that sense of control is a car that stops short of amazing.
Get special offers on select Lexus NX models.
We are following some breaking news this morning. Take a look at this video. This is from Blowing Rock, where a restaurant went up in flames this morning. We're told this is the Bistro Roca restaurant in Blowing Rock. Thankfully, no one was hurt. It's not clear yet just how this fire started. We have reached out to officials to get an update. When we get more information, of course, we'll pass that along to you. In a restaurant in flames this morning in Blowing Rock. All right, let's check it. Cast.
Yeah, I want to take you live outside over towards the mountains. We've been seeing some of those ice and sleet covered roadways. That's going to be the threat as we go over the next couple of hours. So hourly temperature is going to be hanging on to the upper teens, lower 20s over the next couple of hours, but temperatures will all still remain below freezing. That means anything that falls today will stick with us as we go into your Monday. Better chance of heavier freezing rain coming especially late this afternoon into those early evening hours. Look what's headed our way. A lot of us seeing a break in between that winter weather and that sleet and freezing rain that we've been tracking all the morning long. But look how dynamic this system is. We've got a very cold rain and even some strong thunderstorms pushing through portions of Alabama and the panhandle of Florida. Temperatures are very cold here, so even though rain may be falling, with temperatures below freezing in some spots or getting down that as we go this evening, this is all going to be turning into ice. And we've been seeing some major problems in the pink there, especially over towards Middle Tennessee and portions of Nashville that are dealing with freezing rain and ice accumulations and tree limbs that are breaking onto power lines. That's what we have to prepare you for. We want you to prepare for the worst. We're not trying to scare you. We're just giving you the latest update that we saw mostly sleet this morning. That transitioned to some freezing rain. But we're seeing a break in between the action. May see some freezing drizzle as you step outdoors, but most of it is dry, just very icy and cold. That main coverage now extending over towards the mountains and foothills. We've gotten some of those highest elevations in the pink that is freezing rain, and in the purple in between Hickory, portions of Shelby, that is still some light sleet. So fast forward into tonight, we still have the potential to pick up over a quarter inch of ice, and it's really going to start to increase in coverage as we go to 2 or 3 o'clock. Notice those dark pinks there. That's where we see that heavier band of freezing rain move in. We'll carry that risk all the way through about 8, 9 o'clock before this system pushes off. But you can see some of the green there. Typically, that means rain, right? Well, if it's falling with temperatures at or below freezing, that is going to be turning into ice, and most definitely so as we go into Monday morning with all of us starting off below freezing. So winter weather impacts, again, the highest one right now is going to be those sleet and ice covered roads. This is making for some hazardous travel. We've already seen some crashes earlier this morning, but the second highest one is going to be the potential of power outages. And while we're not seeing that necessarily just yet across the greater Charlotte area, that is going to be a risk as we see that another band of freezing rain move in and gusty winds going into your Monday. So the breeze is really going to kick in with those northwest winds from the mountains, gust 30 to even up to 40 miles per hour. But I think we could see those wind gusts peak here in the Charlotte metro between 20 even 30 miles per hour. So what that does, half an inch of ice on a single power line, that can weigh up to 500 pounds. And the way freezing rain kind of sets up on a power line, well, it sags down, forms like a teardrop shape on that power line. And this weighs it down. And when we have wind, that's when wires can sway and collide, creating a galloping effect, which is why even after the freezing rain, if it leaves us today, we'll still have the potential for some lingering impacts and power outages as we go into the start of the work week. That wind is not going to be on our side for that reason, but also in terms of wind chills as well. Monday is going to be downright cold. Fast forward to 7 o'clock in the evening, feeling like 14 in Charlotte, but feeling like 10 below over towards Boone. That's going to be, so we get the coldest air of this season so far, approaching your Tuesday morning in this Jerry Hunt Supercenter 7-day forecast. Tuesday, we are expected to get down to 11 degrees with highs only in the 40s. So what you'll see as we go into the work week is morning temperatures below freezing, but afternoons with some sunshine will be warming up to the upper 30s, close to 40 degrees. This is going to allow for some melting of the ice, but it is anything that doesn't completely dry off will refreeze each and every night. That's what we'll have a risk for as we go throughout the work week.
What's under your home can get into your home. A sealed crawl space keeps out moisture, mold, and pests. Canty Foundation Specialist is your local, trusted expert in crawl space sealing. Call us today for your free estimate.
Canty can fix it.
Are you new to Medicare? Aetna can help.
I'm turning 65, but I'm not exactly sure when I need to apply for Medicare, or even how to do it.
Maybe you're new to Medicare, or you're looking to switch Medicare plans during a special enrollment period. How do you decide which Medicare coverage is right for you?
And that's why Aetna licensed agents are standing by, ready to answer your questions and help make the process of choosing a Medicare plan easier.
If you're turning 65, you may qualify for the Medicare initial enrollment period, which is the 3 months before, the month of, and the 3 months after the month of your 65th birthday. There are also special enrollment periods, including if you lose your group coverage, stop working, or move. Aetna offers Medicare Advantage plans starting at a $0 monthly plan premium. So call for your free Medicare coverage assessment today. Call 1-844-631-2638.
For 70 years, we've been builders, making homes for the dreamers. We've remained dedicated to making home ownership attainable for families everywhere. We're celebrating 70 years of innovation with new homes starting in the 70,000s, featuring Energy Star kitchen appliances and modern upgrades to deliver unmatched attainability 3 generations in the making. Start your story during our anniversary celebration with new homes starting in the 70,000s.
Style or substance? Somehow, it became one or the other. But there is another choice. Not stopping until you have everything in the GMC Sierra.
Or get a total value of over $8,000 on this Sierra 1500 model, plus get $3,500 trade allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle.
Water in your basement can cause big problems for you and the value of your home. Canty Foundation Specialist provides the best basement waterproofing solutions available. Call us today for a free estimate.
Canty can fix it.
11:56 now. I'm joined by meteorologists Chris Mulcahy and Becca Birdsall, of course, as they continue to track this storm. We're going to speak with them momentarily as we continue to bring you the latest updates on this winter storm. We know that many of you have generators at home to use if the power goes out, but if there are some things that you will need to know to keep safe if you're going to be using that, first, plug your appliances directly into the generator. Don't connect it directly to your home's circuits or wiring. This could put working power crews at risk. Also, you should never run a generator indoors. Now, if it is gas powered, make sure that you shut it off when you add fuel. Some other tips: don't overload your generator. Keep it out of the freezing rain and the sleet and make sure it's covered. Also, make sure it is away from your windows and vents to prevent any carbon monoxide poisoning. All right, Chris and Becca here now. You guys continue to track this, and you say it's not over despite this lull.
It's honestly only just begun. So Becca actually brought to my attention about how bad Nashville is. Like, it is a rink. Things are coming down. We're going to be live on WCNC Plus. I'm just letting you know, do not let your guard down. Later this afternoon, we have a lot more to come. There's already accidents now. I'm just letting you know, later this afternoon, stay weather alert, stay safe. Join us on WCNC Plus. Take care.
Oh, this is pretty good.
Welcome to Take 5 Oil Change.
Hey, how long will this take? I'm kind of in a rush.
Oh, just 10 minutes.
Get out! 10 minutes? Y'all are like...
A well-oiled machine.
I was gonna go there, but then it felt obvious.
Take 5, the stay-in-your-car 10-minute oil change.
Chevy trucks are as capable and dependable as the Chevy people who drive them. You probably know.
Welcome into the Live Impact News Center as we continue severe weather coverage here on WCNC Plus. I'm James Brierton. Our team of Live Impact meteorologists will be along in just a moment, and we take a look at our radar right now. You can see we're still expecting more ice and sleet across the Carolinas, and that will bring us the threat of power outages as we go on throughout the course of the day. But first, we want to go up to WCNC's Richard Devane. He is joining us this morning from Boone. And Richard, how is the situation there this morning?
Yeah, hey James, how are you? Hey folks watching us on the Impact Stream on this Sunday, things are doing pretty good. We've seen a number of crews out since even last night, yesterday afternoon, out working on the roads, keeping them cleared, removing as much of that accumulation as they can. They've been going out, and everything we hear from a lot of them is the fact that they'll do this for a few hours and then they'll stop and then they'll go grab something to eat. They'll do it for a few hours, they'll probably come back. So, you know, when you're up in Boone, there's only one place you come to eat, and I'm actually at that place. Hey, Rebecca's joining us from Troy's.
Hey, thank you.
So tell us, you guys service a lot of the crews in this area. Tell us about that.
Right. Yeah, we have the best community in North Carolina, and they're always here for us, so we're always going to be there for them. Huge thank you to our firefighters, our EMTs, our snow plow drivers. They all come in here all the time. They need the consistency, and we're going to be there for them. Got the best food, best staff.
I've been here many times myself. It's so, what does it do for you personally to just know, even when it's bad weather or something like that, you guys try to be here for everyone?
It's just the best place. You know, it's a safe hub for everyone to come meet up, and you get to see your friends, your neighbors, make sure everyone's okay. They get to just come in and hang out, and it's a great place. Everyone relies on it.
And we're looking at the roads. They look like they've been kept in good shape, huh?
Yeah, they do a great job here. They're going to make sure that everyone gets there safe, gets here safe, gets home safe.
And the bosses are back there taking pictures, and all the rest of the staff is back there taking pictures.
Well, they're the best bosses.
And the funny thing about it is that we were actually going to do, I said, let's do this for you guys at noon. And Ruben was saying we should do it a little early because everyone was in here, it was packed. This goes in waves and shifts. Folks are coming in now throughout the day. How tired is the staff going to be at the end of the day?
We do it all the time. If it wasn't too snowy, we'd have a line out the door right now, so we're used to it.
And just overall, just how are the conditions? What do you say to those viewers out there who might be wanting to come out? Stay home for the most part?
I'd say if you know what you're doing, come on over. I think that it's looking pretty good out there, and, you know, we'll be here for you if you're ready.
Well, we appreciate you, Rebecca. Rebecca's the best. She's been giving us information, talking about everything that's been going on all day. And the crews that we've spoken to have been saying they come over to Troy's, and we stay at hotels and places close by. We always come by here. It's the best place to eat. So, you know, I'm going to find some place to eat, James. That's the way I do it.
I mean, Richard, I was going to ask you before you went, what are you ordering there for lunch?
Oh, for lunch? Oh, my God. I just had breakfast, but I had... what did I have? Chicken fried steak and eggs, and then Ruben had the vegetarian omelet. And hi, folks. How are you guys doing? Having fun? Where are you guys from? App State? Chicago. Okay, so hold on a second, James. Let's pause. Chicago. This is a little bit. So turn this way and face him. So you're from Chicago? What's this? Yeah. So this is no big deal for you, huh?
No, this is light work. Yeah.
But how are the roads and everything? How are the conditions overall?
We think they're fine, but we grew up with blizzards, so yeah.
Snowboarding. Hold on a second. You said what?
We went snowboarding last night in these conditions. It was great.
It was great?
Yeah.
Okay. So overall, but these folks up here, they're doing a good job, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it looks real great out here.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But if you're not comfortable, don't drive in it, because I know people are scared of this kind of stuff. So.
Did you guys just drive down here? You've been down here for a while. What's the deal?
We live here now.
You live here now. Okay.
We visit them from Chicago.
You visit them from Chicago. Okay.
Yes, yeah, we visit them from Chicago.
You're visiting from Chicago. You live here now?
We are visiting from Chicago.
We're from Chicago originally, but we live here now.
Yeah.
These two live here now. They're the visitors. Okay. So you guys are Panther fans and you guys are Bears fans.
Oh,
Still Bears fans. Still go Bears.
I was trying to get it covered. Okay. Thank you so much for letting us invade your lunch. And she's been smiling all day, and she's on her phone trying to find us on WCNC.com. That's what you're doing, right? That's what you're doing on WCNC.com. Guys, I'm going to stop interfering with people's lunch. Let them get back to eat. I'll send it back to you, James. I can do this all day if you want, but I'm going to get back out there and tell you what the conditions are like. But the conditions in here, warm, friendly service, and the roads are passable. But if you don't have to be out, don't go out. Be safe and enjoy yourself.
Richard
Send it
Devane
back
for
to
us in Boone, where it is nice and warm and fun. Richard, thanks for checking in. You guys stay safe up there. Here's a live look right now at the Chevy Storm Tracker out and about on area roadways. You can see that icy surface there on the roads, and let's show you what it looks like out on the interstates. This is a still picture from I-77 near mile marker 17. You can see we do have one of those DOT helper vehicles out there helping one of those stranded motorists on the side of the road. So, of course, the advice has been just to stay put and stay indoors if you don't have to get out there on the road. But what happens if you're an essential worker, there's an emergency, there's some reason why you need to be out there on the road? The officials from the North Carolina Department of Transportation held an update just a few minutes ago. Let's listen to some of this here as we continue severe weather coverage on WCNC+.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining our call. My name's Athena Stanfield. I'm the Communications Officer for Division 9, and I have my colleague Jordan, and then I also have the Division Engineer from Division 9. That's Mark Crook. Some of you guys know him already, so I'll let Mark kick it off and give us what he has. And if you have any questions, please let us know. I would just say if you want to put your hand up, raise your hand in the chat so we can see the little icon, that would work. Or if you have any questions, if you want to drop them in the chat. Mark?
Morning, everybody. The Western Triad, Division 9, I think saw more sleet than anything else overnight, which was certainly better for tree and power line issues. Traffic does appear to be moving fairly well on the interstate. We've been looking at the cameras throughout the evening and morning. The main thing we're doing right now is, of course, we are anticipating more winter weather later today, and the temperatures in the teens, really below 20 degrees. Salt works fairly slowly. So we have salted the main roads, interstates, primaries, but as long as traffic is moving until it warms up a little bit, we probably won't salt again. But all in all, things are in fairly good condition for the winter weather that we actually saw overnight.
Thank you, Mark. And I am the Division 7 Communications Officer, so I can provide a little bit of an update as our Division Maintenance Engineer couldn't join us today. So he did inform me that they have conducted salting operations throughout the night and are continuing to salt this morning. As well, they are monitoring the weather and will move into the next phase, which would be clearing the roads up potentially later in the day. And we currently have around 341 contract trucks, graders, and then our own graders and trucks that are on standby and are being deployed in certain areas. So we also know that there is the roads are covered in ice and snow, so Division 7 just wants to let everyone know to try to stay off the roads if you can. Thank you. So those are the updates that I have. So are there any questions?
Real quick, Jordan, I apologize. I did actually get back to my office in time. So my name is Derek Dixon. I am representative of Division 7. I was worried I wouldn't get back in time to my office to jump on. So as Jordan stated, she stated it very clearly. Everything she said was true. And And not to piggyback, not to regurgitate everything Mark said, but pretty much everything in Division 7 mirrors what Division 9 is going through right now. We are monitoring the weather. We have a bit of a lull with the sleet and freezing rain for right now, but we are expecting more freezing rain later on this afternoon, this evening. So that will be the critical time as to which we will determine just how many trees will fall and how much freezing rain we will be receiving.
Reporting 2 inches, an inch and a half from Athens to Winston, 1.4.
Great, thank you, Derek. So those are the updates, and if anyone has any questions, feel free to raise a hand or unmute yourself.
And High Rock Lake. So your fire forecast today.
You're watching ice storm coverage from WCNC Plus. Coming up after the break, we're going to be checking in with our live impact team, and they're going to really explain to you the impacts that are still coming from this storm downstream. These are live pictures from Nashville, Tennessee. This is what our future looks like as this ice storm continues. We will be right back after this commercial break. You're watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. You're watching WCNC Plus, an extended weather coverage here. We have our meteorologists from the Impact team, Chris Mulcahy, Becca Birdsall, who have been up with you all morning long and are still awake with you at this lunch hour. Guys, what are you keeping an eye on right now?
Ooh, well, I have to say, because we haven't really had that much as far as our area goes, but the scenario we were talking about where you could have widespread freezing rain, Becca, all of a sudden you showed me images out of Nashville and your jaw just drops.
Yeah, these social media images of basically the ice covering roadways and also just covering tree limbs that have taken down power lines. Tennessee by far has the most power outages out of the country. We're looking at, if we go to that graphic, around 300,000 customers without power across the state of Tennessee. And I want to point out, Nashville is in Davidson County, and it is in Davidson County where we have 180,000 customers currently without power. And we were looking at the storm reports, Chris, pretty amazing amounts of freezing rain accumulation so far, and more falling.
Yeah, and we can't discount this because what's happened over here is they had the moisture. We've been so cold that it's been starved of moisture, and they're seeing that perfect storm. So they're right next to that rain, so it's at that perfect situation, and they're going to continue to see this. So Nashville is actually seeing the worst case scenario with this, and then you saw ice accumulation once almost up to about 1 solid inch, which would be matching where we had the 2002 storm here for the Carolinas. And I also see widespread tree damage. And then this county and right around city of Centerville, 75% of the customers in that county are without a power. Or is that the same one that we were just talking about? It might have been the same one, around the same. But regardless, I want to show you this. I actually reached out to somebody on social media. I saw these images. So Allie Lacombe sent these in from South Nashville. And what's crazy is this looks like it's in black and white. If you look really closely, there is a street sign. And here, I'll bring up the little tool here. That street sign is very much green. It just shows how much ice has been dumped as far as this. And look what it's done to some of those trees. It completely snapped them. That's why there are so many power outages across the area. This is what we were talking about for the worst case scenario that could happen. It just so happens that Nashville got it. But as we were mentioning, Becca, we're not out of the woods. We literally have a chance that we could get a quick 1/4 inch of ice associated with this later on this afternoon.
Yeah, that's why our message is so strong. We're not trying to scare you with these ice totals that we've been showing you all week long, but we had the potential to see upwards of 1/2 inch of ice because that's what it causes, and you don't want to be caught off guard. So you prepare for the worst, you hope for the best. This morning we've certainly had sleet and ice cover the roadways, making travel somewhat slippery and hazardous. But look what's off to the west. Huge band of rain right now and moisture. Temperatures are so cold here. Everything that comes is going to freeze on contact, so we are not out of the woods yet.
Yeah, because that's one thing. People are like, well, it's just going to rain. Well, what people don't realize is we're in the upper teens. We haven't been able to warm up. So once that gets to us, we are going to see a big change. So let's get right to it. Here is what we're dealing with right now. So, Becca, it looks like finally we're at 20 degrees, by the way. We're going to blast into warmer temperatures. It's 24 in Greer, but it looks like still sleet's going to try to move back in. But we are really at the point that things are really starting to dry out. But I want to get actually right to it. So our futurecast ice total is only showing up to about a 1/4 inch. So that's good news. We haven't seen the duration that Nashville saw, but what I'm concerned about, and I know you are as well, it's this window of opportunity, which you see really mid to late afternoon heading into the early evening. That's going to be a quick couple of hours that we could have some of those rain rates up and over a 1/4 inch per hour. So I hope that we do not see the scenario that Nashville has, but so many people are already saying, okay, it's over. Don't. Because it could potentially turn on us later on this afternoon.
Not over yet. I think that will be the highest chance we have for the potential of some power outages. And then when you combine, of course, the windy conditions we're expecting, or at least breezy conditions here on Monday in the Charlotte metro, that will be concerned because it's going to be a cold week, and whatever falls today sticks with us through Monday.
Yeah, and we've been updating this all morning long, that officially now it's over 800,000 customers with that, almost 900,000, but it's all these different red states that are showing anywhere from 100 to 500,000. You were saying there's one county that's almost outdoing the entire states, but you always look upstream. It's all right in here. That is still heading our direction, so we're still preparing for the worst. As of right now, though, a lot of people are trying to do last-minute sledding, and as I believe Jesse is out there in Concord, still staying prepared. So really just some ice on the roads, but hey, we're not done yet.
So we're here off of Weddington Road, and we've been out all morning now, this early afternoon, and the snow, the freezing rain, the sleet has really been coming in waves. But we've been seeing power crews stationed out. I spoke to one crew worker, and he just talked about like the biggest concern is really the icy conditions, the rain, and any frozen trees, limbs falling down and taking the power out. So they are stationed in different areas ready to respond, and I'll get into some video if you can get that out right there. But there's crews out here also plowing, clearing the roadways. We know primary roads are usually the first to be cleared, to make sure those are cleared for emergency crews if they need to respond to anything, to make sure those are ready to go, and then the secondary and neighborhood roads after that. Again, the officials really want folks to kind of stay off the roads again because of the slippery conditions. Out here in Cabarrus County, we also have an emergency shelter that is open for those who need a safe and warm place to go. This is the Concord Active Living Center, which is off of at Corbin Avenue Southeast in Concord. If you do go there, you just want to make sure to bring your cell phone charger, necessary medication, or any essential personal items. And back out here live, again, things have been really coming in waves, but we do have more icy and more snow and rain coming down later. So you want to make sure to be careful. Folks, shouldn't really go out unless it is something that is necessary, unless you have to go out. But if you do, make sure you have that emergency kit in your car. Give yourself extra time to get where you need to go and to warm up and clear up your car, because you will need it. You will definitely be going to your car and there'll be some snow and possibly some ice on there as well. Back to you.
To have this little lull. I know that my dog and my son are having a blast, even a little bit of ice. I've seen a bunch of videos of people sledding. Well, coming up, you have submitted so many questions. At one point, we were getting several questions per minute. We're going to try to answer as many questions as you can about this system, about what's happening, why we didn't see as much earlier, and what's to come as we head into next week. We'll see you soon after this break. Well, as we had mentioned, the Chevy Storm Tracker's out and about, and I'm going to have to ask, not really too sure where we're at right now at this point, no matter what. The worst thing about these extreme cold events is that you can also have carbon monoxide poisoning. You can have down limbs that can come down onto trees, onto houses, excuse me, from trees. But then just in general, you can have some really bad accidents. We saw a jackknife semi a little bit earlier on. Some of these roads are looking okay because the crews were able to get out there and treat a lot of them, but it's really just been so cold for that ice to really be active overall. But, oh, this is actually breaking pictures from Nashville. Nashville, I was about to say. This is the biggest cause of concern that Becca and I have really been trying to hammer home. The amount of messages that are coming in saying, see, told you there would be nothing, it's over. No, we are seeing so much going on. We are seeing fires over in Nashville, Tennessee. There's the incredible amount of down tree limbs. There's some of the images we mentioned, they look like they're black and white. Meanwhile, here, a lot of kids are having fun trying to sled on the little bit of sleet that we have, but we need people to know that that sledding is fun now, but by the end of the afternoon, this is not to scare, make you more aware that what we're seeing in Asheville, the worst case scenario, there's still a chance that we could see at least up to and over about a quarter inch or more over a couple hours, I think especially mid to late afternoon.
Yeah, we've got another band of heavier winter precipitation headed our way, which is right now pushing across the southeast. So that's what we're kind of going to be bracing for over the next couple of hours. We've got a brief break in the action now. The big story outside is probably that it's icy and very, very cold. Even a slight breeze is making it feel from about 18, 19, even 20 degrees in Charlotte down to the single digits and teens. So we've got questions. You guys have been so good about this all morning long. We are on hour 7, you guys, and we still have questions that have been unanswered or just more coming in. So Chris, I'll let you take it away.
Well, and so this is a tough one. It says, I live in a heavily wooded neighborhood, and we're just going to take these as they go, which, by the way, we've been asking questions all morning long. The most recent one here, I'll bring this up. Can I build a snowman? And sadly, the answer is no. This is from my 7-year-old sister, is what the person who wrote this in. The number is 704-329-3600. So if you're watching us, you can send us questions live time, and that's what we're going through right now. So that's the last one I mentioned. I said no for that one. But the most recent one, people are really worried about living in a heavily wooded neighborhood. And this one, I haven't heard this question before. What's the sound a tree covered in ice makes before it falls? I don't think there's really a big difference as far as this goes. It's just that the ice covering everything might even just soften some of the sounds, but I think it's going to be the same because sometimes these events are almost so quiet, something like that might even sound louder than it normally does.
Yeah, I can't say I've personally heard the sound of a tree limb falling or anything like that. No, you may hear like a slow crack just due to the weight of the ice. It's kind of like weighing it down, and eventually it just gives away. But I would love to know if anyone has experience with that. I would love to hear what it actually sounds like.
And that's the thing, all these different sledding videos I've been showing you, we've been featuring that. I love your photos I've seen so far. We also had Clayton Crowley said, is there a chance that the freezing rain coming in can change to snow in Hickory? This has been the biggest question that people have been asking. Is there still that chance that things change over to snow? And I have to say, it does not look like it. Instead, it's just going to be more ice. So let's bring up our future cast. Right here, I think that anything additionally we see, maybe there's sleet at first, but it looks to be all freezing rain that passes. But again, this window of opportunity, it's any time in the afternoon, but I think especially between 3 to 7 o'clock is where we have the highest chance for freezing rain.
Yeah, I think there's a misconception when you see temperatures below freezing and you're like, well, why isn't it snowing? Well, it all matters what's happening in the temperature profile. So where it's actually snowing from the clouds until it hits the ground. So above us, that's where we have that warm nose, that warmer inversion where temperatures are above freezing. So that's why it's been kind of this mixed bag of precipitation, a little bit of everything. And it's looking like that warm nose is going to actually thicken and increase in thickness as we go later in on today. So I wouldn't anticipate snow. I would anticipate more of the messy system that we're expecting, more of that freezing rain profile.
Okay, so this person actually wrote in at 10:48 because again we were receiving one every few minutes and said a new question as well. Also for fun, leave your name because we'd love to give you a shout out if you're watching us live. So let's take some from the top. With temperatures going above freezing overnight, will it melt overnight? This is actually the newest development that I have to say, Becca, is that temperatures, just because of the chance of that warm nose turning to all warmer air for that rain, we do have a chance of actually coming back above freezing, so that will soften some things. This is the newest change that I actually ran the newest data, and that's the thing. This has been such a big change overall coming up, so I think it will help things out in general. But if we get so much ice, like say if we get a quick burst, it can only do so much. It'll soften things, but it's what I'm most concerned about is the cool down heading into Tuesday. So I'll bring up those temperatures.
Yeah, by I'd say Monday late afternoon and evening, temperatures are going to go way downhill. We're talking the coldest air of this season. That record low for Tuesday is 6 degrees. I don't think we're going to hit that, but we're going to get pretty darn close.
Yeah, so, and when we're talking about these temperatures, 11 degrees. All of last year, we only hit a low of, I think, was it 15 or 16 degrees? Let's see, actually.
I believe it was 16.
Yeah, I think you're right, because these are our coldest temperatures that we've had so far this season. This morning we officially dropped down to 18, by the way. That's why it's been such a nightmare as far as the cold goes, and it's been too dry because of it yet. So Becca nailed it. 16 degrees December 15th, so this officially is the second coldest, and I have to say probably the most miserable morning that we've had so far. Same person also that asked the question, are temperatures going above freezing Monday afternoon? afternoon. Yes, they are, but as we mentioned, it's Tuesday that's going to be the worst. Let's see. How long will it last in Gastonia? So here, I'll bring this up, Becca, and I'll let you narrate it. Hold on one sec. All right, here we go.
All right, so I believe we have a little bit of spotty sleet out there and some freezing drizzle. So we'll have that heavier band of freezing rain likely start to move in close to around 3, 4 o'clock, really ramping up, I'd say, towards those early evening hours. This is a snapshot of around 6 o'clock. Right now, this newest model has most of this clearing off by around 7, 8 o'clock for Gaston County specifically. So it starts to leave that I-85 corridor after 7 o'clock, but keep in mind these are pretty variable models, take back an hour or two. So I'd say around maybe 8, 9 o'clock. Most of this will have already been swept off over towards Gaston County. We'll still have the cold stick with us, but temperatures may hover a few degrees above freezing.
Yeah, and that's the crazy thing about this is that we've been dealing with this dry air for so long that this is actually, I think, almost worse in a scenario that, yes, we could see less ice, but what I'm worried about is that people they're having a great time. I think that's awesome. But that's why I want anyone who joined us again to see this, that I just want people to take it seriously about what could still come after this because of all that widespread precipitation. The models, I don't even think are handling it. They didn't handle it over in Nashville because temperatures, once they get to that sweet spot about the mid to the upper 20s, that's where you can have some of the heaviest freezing rain. You would think 18 degrees, but it's almost too dry that a lot of it evaporates, and that's why the sleet was so fine compared to those fine, bigger ice pellets that we typically see.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a misconception that the winter weather is already over here. It's only just begun. We had snow, or we had a little bit of sleet mixed in with snow this morning, especially up in those highest elevations, a little bit of freezing rain combo. We've got much more on the way, so don't let your guard up. Still keep those precautions that we've been talking about pretty much all week long, and hopefully we can all get through this unscathed.
Okay, so by the way, that was Joel from Gastonia, and literally in the time that Becca was just talking right there, we just received about 10 to 12 different questions. So we are here for you. We're going to take a little break. We're going to come back with more questions and more live coverage because we're here for you. We're here to keep you prepared. Thank you so much for joining us on WCNC Plus. We'll see you soon. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, so this morning we had a little bit of ice. It could have been a whole lot worse. It's been actually a nice little relaxation because it was earlier, my man, Walker Lawson, was talking about the pain of these ice pellets hitting his face. So I want you to go back in time, talk about what we had, and also, man, because I know you have your weather certificate, so you're pretty much as close to a meteorologist as you possibly can be. I want you to kind of talk about that people can't let their guard down, that even though we've hit a little bit of drier air, we still have a good chance for freezing rain, a really bad chance to complete the day.
Well, yeah, earlier this morning as we were out here, we really felt just how cold it is out here. Again, as I had mentioned earlier in the show, you know, living in Charlotte pretty much my entire life, I don't think I've ever been in a winter event where it was this cold in the teens out here. It was freezing this morning. Not only that, but we've been having some wind gusts out here that have picked up throughout the morning, of course. So when that sleet / freezing rain, of course, was blowing at us, it was quite cutting, but it is surprising because last night, you know, we got out here and got situated and there was a little bit of freezing rain. Once we had kind of moved our cars around, it was a little slick to drive, but then when I came back out at 10 o'clock, we were seeing snow and sleet falling, and then I went ahead and took a quick nap for the night and woke up to this. Of course, we've seen more accumulation through the morning today as we were getting some heavier bands of sleet moving through, but as we've mentioned, the real big concern comes with this next band that will be moving through later this afternoon into the evening hours, because you have ice on the bottom, then you have this sleet snow mix that's above, which is primarily sleet, and then you're going to get this potential for freezing rain on top of it, and that's really going to compact this, especially if you have it on your vehicles in these parking lots that are primarily untreated. So again, we've seen some people driving out on the streets behind me, secondary roads that have not been touched at all in any capacity. So again, just best advice is to stay home today, obviously, and thankfully it's a Sunday, so not too many people have to go places, and a lot of districts have already closed for tomorrow. So best advice is just to stay inside and enjoy it from the window, maybe, because this isn't snowball making material. We saw one kid that's in this hotel trying to do the best she could with some sleet pellets out here.
All right, thanks a lot, Walker. Appreciate you, my man. All right, so we want to now shift gears over to my main concern, which should be our main concern, and that is still the chance at power outages. Now, a lot of people are saying, hey, no, it's over. No, we still very much have our best chance for freezing rain, which is now mid to late afternoon heading into the early evening. So I want to talk to Ben Williamson from Duke. Good day to you. So but my biggest question is, you have a lot of people on standby. We haven't had too much going. Kind of what's the plan going forward? Kind of what's the chatter, even though not much has happened, and especially with everything that's happening to the west already?
Yeah, I think you guys it's good for you guys to hear what you guys are saying, right? Our biggest thing right now is that this is far, far from over. We're sitting just under 8,000 outages right now, roughly across the Carolinas. Most of that, we're seeing the most impact, certainly in the western part of the state, south of Asheville. But again, we've still got many, many hours, like you guys have talked about freezing rain. So we've got crews that are already out where they can. There is some areas that the roads are holding up okay. And so we do have some crews that are already out making some repairs and restoring power where it's safe. But we do expect the road conditions to deteriorate and this ice to continue to build up, which is going to bring more limbs down, more trees. So we're going to probably see those numbers climb. And then when you talk about half an inch of ice, even if we don't have trees or limbs coming down on our lines, that can bring those lines down and snap those lines on their own. So I would just encourage everyone, if you still have power, that's fantastic, but use this time to continue to plan, right? So if you charged up all of your things yesterday, make sure they're all still charged at this point.
So we're all part of a community, Ben. So what are some things that you would like to say to people? Because let's say the worst case scenario. Let's say that all of a sudden we get this last minute ice on top of everything that we have. You guys are going to be very busy. What can people do and be mindful as you guys are doing the repairs, cleaning up the roads? What can people do to really make society run better and then also your jobs easier?
Yeah, I mean, I would say the first thing, and I'm just getting off an operations call. And what we're seeing, unfortunately, is a number of our outages being caused by hit power poles, people crashing into power poles or running off the road and hitting poles. And so that just reiterates the fact that please, if you can, if you do not need to be on the roads, please try to stay off the roads. We don't need to add additional challenges to this situation. So that's the first thing, concerning to see that that's an issue that our crews are dealing with. And then secondly, report your outage if you've got it. I mean, if you are in an outage, it really helps. We have an entire team dedicated to mapping damage. And if you report your outage, whether it's through our website or it's through our app, or you can text out to 57801, that gives us an additional data point that we may or may not have, and it helps us map out where the hardest hit areas are and where we can go and attack once it's safe to do so. Like I said, I mean, our crews, we do have some crews out right now making repairs where they can, but as the roads continue to deteriorate, we may have to put a pause on some of that. And so that's what folks can do right now to help us out.
And Ben, I can say you're already doing a great job, because there's a lot of hundreds of power outages that have popped up. I've been watching it all morning, and all of a sudden, next thing I know, next update, they're repaired. So I think you guys are doing a great job. The last thing I have is actually this little bit of a break that we have could actually be a blessing. What would be some last minute tips that maybe people are like, oh, I saw what happened over in Nashville, could happen here? What are some of the last minute things that maybe you would suggest to kind of save face? Because the biggest question I'm being asked is, if my power goes out, what about my pipes? What am I going to do about this? So any advice you have from Duke that people can do now to prepare before really the worst comes in the next couple of hours?
I mean, obviously, we're going to say at this point you need to stay put. But there are, like I just mentioned, there are opportunities here. If you still have power, make sure everything, whether it's chargeable flashlights, my family, we've got headlights that we charge. Make sure those are charged fully. Your phones, make sure that you're taking advantage of it while you can. To your point, if you didn't think about doing this last night, now would be the time to go open up the pipes, especially in those rooms and bathrooms that are on the sides, the very outer sides of your home. Do those little things. You can, if you have the ability to lay out some of that pre-ice salt, if you haven't done that already, it's a good time to maybe go out there right now where we've got a little lull, reapply that, right? Whether it's sand or some of that ice melt. These are things you can do right now, because again, I'm not going to try to play meteorologist. I'll let you do that. You guys are the experts, but I do think we're going to see some more freezing rain coming in, and we do expect this ice to get worse pretty quickly here as we go throughout the afternoon.
Well, Ben, thank you so much for everything that you do. Sincerely, it's been amazing how many times that I've gotten an estimation when my power is going to be back on. Oh, we're out for the day, and you guys get it done much faster. So keep on doing what you're doing. Godspeed, man, and be as safe as possible, okay?
All right, same to you and everyone else that's out. Thank you so much.
Of course. All right, so we're not done here. As we clearly just mentioned, we've been looking at a bunch of different cameras across the area. Here is downtown Monroe, and we've cleared out a lot of the roads. Not we. No, NCDOT has done a great job, also SCDOT in certain locations. But what I'm concerned about is that you still have a lot of these icy conditions, especially on the sidewalks. What's crazy, though, is a lot of the grass is fine, because the sleet was so fine that it actually just fell through the grass blades and settled right on the dirt. Meanwhile, it was almost a flash freeze that was here at the surface. And Nate Morabito has actually been out and about, and he saw this firsthand earlier this morning. And again, Nate, I'm going to say the same thing I said to Walker, is that it's nice that we have this little bit of lull. The amount of sledding videos I have seen for people actually trying to sled on this ice just shows how desperate we are for a snow day. But people are making the most of it. How have you been faring this morning so far?
Yeah, I mean, Chris, it's interesting because, like, the message early on was Sunday's not going to be like a play day to be out in this weather. I don't know if you can see somebody rode over here on this overpass. I'm in Matthews, have fun. So people are trying to make the most out of this situation. But at the same time, to your point, there are still concerns. And if you thought that the conditions might be deteriorating at this point, at least where I'm at, they really haven't yet. And we've seen a lot of people out driving on the roads. 45 is right behind me. In fact, I've seen more and more people. There are 2 lanes, on both sides of the interstate right now where people are moving through. It seems okay because they're driving in those lines there, but there are, the other sides of that road, not as good. And I think the thought right now from many people is that, well, this isn't that bad, right? And I think I'm glad to hear you all saying that we're not really through it yet. And, if we made it this far, right, why give up on all the preparation we've done? Let's just see what happens over these next few hours. I talked with Matthews Police Department earlier. No major issues to report. You know, I've seen a lot of people out playing in the snow, sledding. I even talked to a person who was coming back into Charlotte from Florida who landed at the airport a couple hours ago. No problem, no delays. You can see some people really speeding through here. And that's why I'm behind a guardrail right now, because I think, you know, this isn't the kind of conditions that you should be flying down the road on. I can speak from experience when I was up in upstate New York, going to college at Syracuse, coming back from Albany for an actual journalism class. I crashed my car in very similar conditions to this. It doesn't take a lot for you to slip and to slide and to end up into a guardrail. So I go slow now, and I'm not really messing around. You know, I've noticed in the last probably 45 minutes that something's dropping, and I don't know, you know, you're the expert, not me. Is it sleet? Is it snow? I'm not really sure, but it's been now very finely dropping. And you can see up in the trees here too that there's a little bit of white coating right now. Nothing really that we would be overly concerned about at this point. You know, I think there was some thought that if this wasn't sleet, we would be in much more trouble at this point. But the sleet maybe has helped us. It was snowing a bit earlier today. It was sleeting for a couple hours. It stopped for several hours. There's something moving through right now. But overall, at least right now, you know, no major concern. And I think, again, are we getting complacent right now before additional weather comes in? I hope not.
Brilliantly spoken, and all of a sudden I started having nostalgia when I was earlier in my career. I wanted to go see Mount Rushmore, and I tapped on the brakes a little bit too much, and never before have I done 3 full spins. We were okay, but boy, does your heart disappear when that happens. So I have a very similar example.
Yeah, I just avoid the brakes at all costs. And actually, you know, I was up covering the state capitol at the time. I had a news camera from Syracuse University in my trunk. And amazingly, that wasn't damaged. Thank goodness. I'm sure my parents would be pleased with that. But the car was totaled. Me and my classmate were fine. But again, it just takes a little because we got a lot of slush right now, particularly on like this is Pleasant Plains Road right here. It's a little bit slushy. And so you just want to be careful right now. And, you know, I'm hoping that, you know, we keep getting more of what we're getting right now and not that freezing rain you all keep talking about.
Well, and Nate, what you're actually dealing with right now is it looks like when we were looking at the radar that we have a little bit of sleet, snowflakes trying to mix in, but you're 21 degrees right now. So that's the official report that I have you. Nate Morabito, everyone. The man can do it all, and he's just as good as a weather reporter as he is at doing all the wonderful stories that he does. So, Nate, thank you for your investigative reporting that you do, and also thank you for trying to keep people safe on the roads as well.
You got it. Actually, 21 degrees is warmer than it was. So maybe that's a good thing. I don't know. Again, you're the expert. Maybe that's a bad thing. You tell me.
It is. So, plain and simple, before we go to break, it's been too cold. Usually, here in the Charlotte area, it's too warm for freezing rain. The opposite. We had temperatures in the upper teens. It was way too cold, too dry. That is changing as temperatures are on the rise, especially once we get to the mid to the upper 20s and that rain system starts to move in. We're actually seeing that moisture starting to finally pick up. Already off towards the west, we have 9,032, if I could read numbers, 636 total customers that are without power. And a majority of those are now around Nashville, Tennessee, and Tennessee in general. That is heading our way. We're not out of the woods quite just yet. I'm going to see you after the break with Becca Birdsall. We're going to answer your questions and show you truly what's coming. I hope that we do not get even a glimmer of what we're seeing over in Tennessee, but just letting you know, we're not done yet. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Meteorologist Chris Mulcahy, Becca Birdsall. So we have been watching an interesting scenario that it is actually kind of frightening what's happening over in Nashville, and we are actually starting to see newer reports even closer to home too.
Yeah, we just got this in. So we're looking at a local storm report over towards Hendersonville, North Carolina, that is up towards the mountains and just south of Asheville. About a ½ inch of freezing rain or ice accumulation. And this is an area that we were looking at for the most amount of power outages in North Carolina. So if you look at that, we've been looking at the poweroutage.us map indexer. So Hendersonville is in Henderson County. We have about 2,000 power outages there, but it's right next on the border, Transylvania County. Transylvania County is where we have over 9,000 customers currently without power, likely due to those ice accumulations that we've kind of been warning of, especially on some of those higher elevations. I want to add one note because Helene did a lot of damage to trees, and if you've been driving over towards the mountains lately, those trees are still heavily damaged and oftentimes leaning on one side. So the weight of the ice on one side can do some damage. It can take down some tree limbs. So I don't know exactly if that's what's happening here, but that is a concern. And you know what? We're not done yet, Chris, either.
Yeah, so you had officially said, so now it's 9,195 customers in Transylvania County, so hey, close enough. And right now, hey, it could be a whole lot worse for what we're dealing with, but Becca, the main cause of concern that we've been mentioning is look at the amount of rain over there. And people, most likely, you're going to look at this and you're going to say, oh, okay, well, it's just rain. What are we really worried about? We're not going to cool down that much. We kind of have like that classic almost cold air damming that's stuck in here because we are way too cold, that once this hits us, it's going to turn to freezing rain. So as I roll through this is my biggest worry here because we were showing some of the images, and let's actually go there. James Brierton was saying that we have some live looks that was happening over in Nashville because we are looking at the potential for widespread freezing rain. This is a very similar looking setup, especially around the 4 to 5 to 6 o'clock time frame, that we are seeing consistent freezing rain at rain rates anywhere from 1/10 of an inch to over 1/4 of an inch per hour. So if we have some of that video, I'm not sure if we still do before we have to get a break. All right, but all in all, Becca, I just want people that are watching to realize that this is not just all of a sudden past and gone, that we are officially done with that situation.
1 minute. We are outside of a fire in Lebanon. Take a look at what we're looking at. So this is what we pulled up to. It's an active fire. You can see the smoke still coming out of this house. It looks like, I'm going to guess, it's a total loss. And on top of that, as we've been here, we've seen these firefighters working on it. And if you take a look at this tree that's above it, I've seen multiple branches come down, narrowly missing. They're on a over there. And so, I mean, just a dangerous situation, and such a good reminder. I know so many people are without power right now that they might be using furnaces, fireplaces to heat their homes, and you want to do that in a safe manner because you don't want a situation like this happening. Again, we're watching crews go in and out in this freezing rain, but that fire is still going. I know it's been going on for a little bit. We were sent out here, I don't know, at least 30 minutes ago, and we've pulled up and it's still, the smoke is just still coming out of there. We are not sure if anyone's been injured. We haven't learned about anything like that just yet because, again, we got here 1 minute ago, but we're working to talk with some of the firefighters and get you the most recent information. But again, a really good reminder that if you're using a furnace or a fireplace, you're going to want to have proper ventilation and make sure to keep an eye on that. Lydia.
All right, well, that general toss back is that was a recorded segment. But all in all, Becca, so what's interesting, because you were talking about a ½ inch of freezing rain over there. We are also seeing, because Nate Morbido says, oh, I'm not sure what's coming down. I think he had a little bit of sleet coming through here. So even though we have a lot of dry air, we're starting to see this kind of fill in the gaps a little bit more. So I think things are starting to crank back up, especially as that moisture is getting closer to us.
And it looks like the worst is yet to come.
Yes.
Key message.
Be safe. We'll be right back. We just have to do an interruptions and programming over on our linear channel, which is WCNC Charlotte, NBC Charlotte. We'll be right back, and we'll be live streaming here on WCNC Plus, keeping you ahead of the approaching storm. Again, we're not done yet, especially later this afternoon. Stay safe. Meteorologist Chris Mulcahy here. We are not done yet. It was a nice little break. Saw a lot of videos of people having a blast, sledding, doing what they could. Not so many snowmen being built, but we have some active sleet and also pockets of freezing rain that are moving back in. So I gotta let everyone know, even if you look off towards the west, you might say, okay, rain's coming. No, we actually have moisture starting to fill in, and over in Nashville, Tennessee, they are looking at a disaster. This is some images that are coming from Nashville, and check it out. Look at those trees. That was over a ½ inch of ice. I'm not saying that we're going to see totals that high, but we do have the possibility. So it's over the next few hours, especially between, I think, 3 and 7 o'clock. That's going to be our highest potential for some of that heavier precipitation that will fall as freezing rain. That's mainly going to be off towards the west, so west of I-77, but there is going to be a passage that is going to affect the Charlotte area. I think the worst of the worst is really going to be between about 3 and 6 o'clock for Charlotte and the greater Charlotte area, with temperatures that are going to be all over the place as far as the upper 20s go to around the freezing point. That's the deal. We have been way too cold recently. We were hanging around 18 degrees for about 6 hours. That is so dry. With temperatures in the mid to the upper 20s, it's going to be more favorable for the freezing rain. So it's nice that we had a break. It's nice that we limited a lot of that precipitation, but we still have a layer of ice, a layer of sleet that people have been able to enjoy. This is not the fun part. This is what's going to cause some power outages. Luckily, we haven't seen this as long as some of our friends over in Tennessee. So just need to be a weather alert as we are continuing over the next few days. I am seeing a little bit of change as far as our temperatures go. We could be above freezing starting off the morning. That is a better sign, but if we do get this freezing rain, it's going to be tough to melt all of it. But look at the big dangerous cold that swings through here. Also, with winds picking up, we could have a chance for more power outages heading into your Tuesday. 11 degrees on Tuesday, only a high of 41 for the week. Take care, everybody. All right, welcome back, everybody. So we have, what hour are we on right now?
I don't know, Chris. That's the hour that we're on. I don't know. Actually, I think we're on, if I'm doing my math correctly, 8.
Okay. Well, Destiny Richards has also been out there just as long.
Yes.
But we can't say anything because Destiny, I remember getting pelted in the face just with just like Walker Lawson was doing. Destiny, you did a great job today. And also, one of my favorite things that you said earlier in the week is that when we were talking about sleet, you're talking about the ones that go tick, 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 tick. We definitely heard that this morning. It was a lighter variety, but that tick, tick, tick doesn't feel good when you're outside.
Yeah, absolutely. It sounded kind of cool when it was bouncing off of the trees and the bushes, but not so much on my glasses and my coat and also in my face and into my eyes. I've had some of they're not shards, but they felt like it getting into my eyes. But right now we're seeing that bouncing of ice pellets once again. It let up a little bit. When we first came outside about 10 minutes ago, it was, not really falling as hard. And then it started to again, and now it's kind of like a light, wispy falling of ice pellets again. So a lot of quick changes in a short amount of time. But we're here on Brixham Hill Avenue. This morning we've been showing, earlier this morning we were showing Johnston Road. This is a side street right off of Johnston Road. And while Johnston is drivable, but not the best conditions, side streets are going to be even worse. We've seen some vehicles driving normal speed, but there are also some that were having trouble turning out of some side streets just because it was still a little bit slippery to turn onto this road. So definitely not the best conditions out there. Take it easy. But this weather isn't stopping people from coming out and walking, getting out of the house. We actually caught up with a high school student who was out here on this very sidewalk. Here's what he had to say.
Don't get to see it a lot, so I just kind of try to enjoy as much of it as I can when it does come around. So I do like to go for walks and runs outside normally, so I thought, well, why not try to go for a run outside in this ice storm? Why not,
Yeah, he's also from Charleston, so definitely a new experience for him seeing this ice storm. And this morning we were also seeing just a lot of this, again, sleet accumulation over the freezing rain. And this just continues to look like blankets of snow outside. But remember, it is sleet accumulation. You're going to have to take some extra time getting that stuff off of your car. And like Chris and Becca have been saying, with more freezing rain coming, that's just going to be even more layers of that. So we're in for a messy afternoon. Of course, we'll keep you covered right here on WCNC Plus with everything that you need to know to stay safe. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Destiny, thank you for that report. Chris and I were talking. I've never been more happy to be inside in a studio tracking these cold conditions. We've been in and out, kind of checking the conditions outside, seeing what sort of ground truth there is. But that cold, it's been a while since I've experienced something so cold.
If we didn't have the sleet, I think I would have been more jarring when I saw, we had a wind chill at one point that was in the single digits here in the Charlotte area. 18 degrees.
It felt like it.
Ooh, yeah, I know. I just went outside a couple of times. So to our brave warriors out there, but one has actually been a little bit warmer than us up in the mountains overall.
Quite the dynamic system that we're tracking across the southeast. We actually have a tornado watch that has been issued from the panhandle of Florida down over towards the southern portion of Alabama and Georgia. Well, the rest of us are dealing with a mixture of freezing rain, sleet, and even snow further up. So as the system continues to work its way to the east, there is going to be a potential for a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. We've already seen a severe thunderstorm warning in Alabama for those 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So we're not going to have a risk for severe weather, but this system is going to bring in a heavier band of freezing rain. If you notice these temperatures, Atlanta at 33, Charlotte at 20 degrees, this may look green and like it's going to be falling as rain, and it may be, but temperatures are going to be freezing on contact with that very cold surface. That's why if you've seen the images that are coming out of Nashville, they're dealing with a lot of ice accumulation right now, and that is going to be the concern as the system continues to work its way to the east. I do want to get to our reporter, Richard Devane. He has been up in the mountains all morning long, and I know you were at the diner before. I hope you got some good breakfast. What is your update now?
Yeah, guys, good Sunday afternoon to you. We've been out here in Boone all morning, actually arrived yesterday. And we can tell you for the most part, the roads are in not terrible shape. We've seen road crews throughout the day. You can see there are a few cars out driving by. You don't want to go that fast, lose your traction. But we've seen a number of road crews throughout the day cleaning. As a matter of fact, one just drove by before our live shot, a few minutes before our live shot. They're just monitoring the roads. This is the case here. Now, we can tell you on this Sunday, there would be a lot more businesses open. A number of businesses, the majority of businesses, I can say, are actually closed. We have some gas stations that are open, and the roads, as we said, are passable right here on Blowing Rock Road, but other areas, 105 is a little bit more treacherous, if you will, and those conditions, as they worsen in the day, those roads would probably get worse as well. Now, one good thing, we're looking at trees and branches and bushes and things like that, and of course those power lines, we're not seeing much ice accumulation, but you know that magical threshold of 1/4 inch is more than enough to bring those power lines down. So that's what a lot of folks we talked to today say they're looking up at and checking out as well, trying to make sure that the power lines don't have any accumulation. You know, I mean, checking to see that they don't have a lot of accumulation, because that's the one thing that they would be concerned about. A number of folks we spoke to say they're prepared for this. This is what happens. It snows up here in the mountains. So you've seen the work crews, guys who do this all the time whenever the weather's like this. They say they do this. Of course, this is good news up in nearby Beach Mountain, where the ski lifts are going, and they will be going, I should say, when they have this severe weather advisory and everything passes by. Folks will hopefully be able to take to the ski lifts, because there'll be some good powder there. As for the condition, let me show you under the foot. Not too much powdery, but you can tell right under, as usual. We show you this all the time. That's ice below, so that's going to be one of the issues later today, as a lot of this stuff starts to melt now, even though it's a little bit below freezing. As it melts because of the cars and everything, there is a real concern as we see yet another truck going by that will be either laying sand a little bit later on, but right now they're just trying to clear away any accumulation. But we can tell you that as the temperatures drop through the night, less cars on the road, we should be seeing a lot of that ice, so that would make the morning commute for a lot of folks out here treacherous. We can tell you, speaking to emergency management, that's still about the same. No major incidents we've heard of. We'll keep monitoring and we'll keep watching as we tell everyone the same thing. If you don't have to be out on the roads, give folks a chance to keep them clear for you. Let Mother Nature work its course, and everything will be back to normal, hopefully very soon. That's the situation right here in Boone. Guys, we'll send it back to you.
All right, thanks a lot, Richard. Yeah, no, Richard was having the time of his life earlier. Now, yeah, it was interesting where he said it was like, actually, it's not too bad here. And then meanwhile, we're all freezing here in the Charlotte area.
Well, he was talking to people in the diner, and all of them were saying, oh, I'm from Chicago. And, you know, so they're used to the cold. Chicago actually had a wind chill of -30 yesterday morning. I remember looking at that, and I have never experienced anything quite like that. So while the mountains, yes, are cold and dealing with a combination of lots of winter weather, certainly not as bad as that.
See, and that's how crazy and complex this system is. And here, just let me delete what I had in here as well. I'll get this little lines out of there. I want to zoom out what you have, because the fact is that if you're talking about wind chills in Chicago, how massive of a system this is that you are affecting the snow this wide of a scope, bringing tornadoes in January down to the south. It's not too unusual, but having everything in between, this is why this is such a historic system, because it's affecting pretty much the entire East Coast.
And we're not done with it yet. No. This band of rain, we're still watching to come over. So the worst could be yet to come in terms of the freezing rain. We've still got more ice accumulations expected. Still a couple of hours away from that.
Okay, so since we're not done yet, travel is not advised. So let's talk a little bit more about how we're traveling around Charlotte. I believe we have Brett with cats up next. All right, so we've had a lot of preparations for everything. Everyone's kind of out playing for the time being. What's the mentality still at Cats as this event still has one last blast? I think it's going to be the worst of it.
Yeah, so we had to suspend all of our services today. The problem was this morning with, how cold it was in the 20s and teens. We were working with CDOT and the salt just was not working like it normally does because it was so cold. Now it's warmed up a little bit and we can see the roads are a little bit wet now, but we're looking at the forecast and saw that there's more freezing rain and ice coming this afternoon. So we decided to make the decision to suspend all of our services because the last thing we wanted to happen was send all of our buses out today or our trains out today and have that ice start to fall and then have people stranded on the streets, including our bus operators. So that's why that decision was made. I will say that if you are watching and you're in South End or Young University City, our trains are still running on the Blue Line. There's just nobody on them except for the operator because our trains have been equipped with an ice cutter. So those trains are going to be running to cut all the ice accumulation, if we get some more, off of the overhead system for the Blue Line. And that is so we can restart our services tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
So by 10 a.m., is there any precautions about the day after? Because we're looking at the coldest temperature we've had in over a year. We have 11 degrees right now with some of those wind chills in the single digits. What's kind of the plan there in general once we kind of get to that cold weather advisory criteria?
Yeah, so we're telling our riders tomorrow, even though we are going to restart service, to still expect some possible detours and delays. Right now, when we restart, the goal is to have the buses on those main routes like the Central Avenues, the Beatties Ford roads, kind of those routes, but the neighborhood routes, those side streets that aren't getting treated because they aren't traveled down as much, we're probably going to keep our buses off of those routes. So we're telling our customers and our riders to head to our website, and we have a whole page similar to like a school closings page, but a page where it would list all the route detours and where people need to go.
All right, Brett, thank you so much for all that you do. And yeah, this is one of the things we've been talking a lot about, Becca, is that this isn't just one day. There's lasting effects as we've seen there. So again, thank you so much, Brett. Hopefully we don't have to call you for a very long time for the next winter system. But what's interesting about the travel is that I think a lot of people are handling it well, but we did have that jackknife semi, and the roads still look awful regardless of a little lull in the activity.
Yeah, and we saw some crashes earlier this morning, and the roads were certainly slick. We also had Majestic Storm and the Chevy Storm Tracker kind of showing you what the conditions look like all across the area. So certainly some slick conditions out there. We didn't have any major issues in terms of major crashes or pileups, but of course we're expecting this band of rain that's going to likely freeze on contact with the ground over the next several hours, so not totally out of the woods yet.
So we are going to get to the full forecast. We really want to talk about it, and we're going to make sure to hammer this home. We are not done yet. Literally, Nashville has had fires. You are looking at trees that literally are drooping down like weeping willows because the amount of ice that we've had there. Last check, we had some counties, I think you said it was close to 200,000 out in one county around Nashville.
Yeah, that is directly in Nashville. So Davison County had the most power outages probably out of the country. The last I checked, it was around 180,000. My brother actually lives in Nashville, and he doesn't have power. So it's cold, and we still got more freezing rain on the way, which is only accumulating more and more ice. So I think this is when we kind of get more into the issue of people are trying to stay warm when the power is out. Not really a good scenario there, and I think it's going to take them a long time to completely restore power, especially in such a populated city.
So one person I love to call when I have a traffic question, because I know I did traffic for over 3 years here, is Jen Goodwin with NCDOT. So Jen, it's been an interesting scenario. We had some accidents earlier. I think people stayed off the roads. What I'm kind of concerned about is that we still have this last of this system. People said, well, it's another bust. Let's just enjoy the little bit of sleet that we have. What's kind of your mentality at NCDOT as we're still not done with this event?
Oh, please stay home. Please don't go anywhere. Like you said, this is not over yet, and we still have a lot of work ahead of us to do to get the roads cleared. And you've been showing cameras and showing the images of what we're dealing with on the highways. And I just had a phone call with our staff engineers before coming on the air with you, and so we have been working on this. We've been working on it really since Thursday when we did our pre-treatment of putting down over 180,000 gallons of brine solution on the roadways. And then starting yesterday, we brought in our crews to start working rotating 12-hour shifts to start our de-icing operations. And so now we're trying to use salt, calcium blend, and still brine to get everything off of the road. But of course, the temperatures aren't really in our favor. They are slowly coming up from what our folks are hearing. And so what we're going to do now is try to put some of that calcium blend down on some of the travel lanes on the interstates. And within the next couple of hours, try to start pushing what is on the travel lanes off the road. And so we might start to see a bit of a difference in the next couple of hours. And then tomorrow, of course, this is going to continue. Whatever doesn't melt and get pushed tonight is going to simply refreeze. And then we have the issue of black ice again in the morning. So people that might try to venture out tomorrow and go to work or just try to get out because they're not wanting to be cooped up anymore might still have some issues to deal with. And so that's why we're still strongly encouraging people to avoid any unnecessary travel so that our crews have plenty of room to work, because it's a multi-day effort.
Go ahead.
A great point there, and I'll just add that CMS has canceled all school activities for tomorrow, so again, that's another excuse to be able to stay home if you can. Is there an area statewide that, how is the state doing so far this morning and early afternoon? Has there been any issues? What is the update on that?
There have been some issues. There was a bridge over on the coast around the New Bern area over the Neuse River that had to be closed early this morning because there were several crashes on that bridge. And so I think out of an abundance of caution, local law enforcement there closed it until the crashes could be cleared and the bridge could be sanded and salted again. There's also, I think, up in the Tennessee, North Carolina border area off of US 321. Tennessee officials requested that we close 321 at the border because of some issues they were having on their side. And right now there is a crash on Highway 26 near the Green River Bridge. That's over in the Henderson County area. We've got a problem on I-77 up in Surrey County with an overturned tractor trailer. So there are still people trying to drive in these conditions, and we understand that sometimes travel is unavoidable, but it's very important to take it slow and to increase your following distance and to make sure that you have clear mirrors, and also not to use cruise control, and to make sure you've got a full tank of gas, and to let somebody know where you're going. And if you have to go out, to stick to the main roads that have been treated adequately as well, and that might see some traffic, if at all. And people do ask from time to time, how do you know which roads are going to get cleared when? Well, if you think about the roads that get the most volume and have the most connectivity, those are the interstates. So they get treated and cleared first. And then we work our way down to primary roads, which are like your 4-lane divided highways, like NC 51 or US 521, US 74, roads like that. Then we hit high volume secondary roads, and then the low volume secondary roads further out in the county, like a 2-lane road that you don't see a lot of traffic on. And we do some subdivision streets too, but those are going to be the ones that we get to at the end.
Some great information there. I did have one last question. For people who do have to travel out on the roadways, what is the best way for them to get that information that maybe the road that they normally take is blocked or a little bit hazardous? Where can people go to find that information?
Our website, drivenc.gov, that is always updated with real-time traffic information, and it actually has a little toggle button on it. You can click on to get a snow or ice icon on any county across North Carolina, so that will tell you if any roads are covered in snow or ice or partially covered in snow or ice. And we also have a quick clearance agreement with the Highway Patrol right now, so any vehicles that are abandoned on the highway for more than 24 hours are going to be immediately towed. That's just out of safety and out of an abundance of caution for any travelers. And so that's going to be in place until DOT and the Highway Patrol think it's safe to lift it. So if you're traveling, we do have those messages on our overhead message signs as well.
All right, Jen, we're going to let you go. I know how busy you are, but I just want to make one more final note, and that is that a lot of people have been asking why wasn't there snow melts or ice melt effective this morning, but we were so cold, about 18 degrees. We're about to be 11 degrees on Tuesday. I want you to talk to people forward thinking. What we had this morning was treacherous until you guys did a great job actually trying to soften some of that stuff until it became a little more slushy. What's kind of the note that you have for people for Tuesday, and then we'll let you go.
Well, I think at some point you can put everything you want onto the road, but at some point it does not have any effectiveness because it is too cold. But some of those areas we have treated more than once with salt, and that's why you're starting to see some of it melting. And we're going back over it more than once to try to activate the salt, and that's why we're starting to finally see some of it working. And also because the temperatures are coming up a little bit, and we think that the temperatures tomorrow are going to work in our favor even more, and that's why we'll hopefully start to see some improvement tomorrow. But we don't want anyone to let their guard down either, and just be reminded that stuff that's out there that melts will also refreeze. So this could happen, tomorrow morning, Tuesday morning into, midweek, just to be prepared for this to happen over the next several days. All right. Jen Goodwin, everyone, thank you so much. NCDOT. Hopefully we don't have to call you again very soon. All right. Well, okay. All right. Well, thanks a lot, Jen. We appreciate you. Yeah, no, Becca, it's really interesting coming in to work because we kept on talking about how cold it was. So it was almost too cold for really heavier sleep, but then it was also too cold for the ice melt to really work. Now we are kind of heading into that sweet spot that it's ideal actually for freezing rain. It's actually better to get a little bit close to that freezing point.
Yeah, I know on my drive home, I had freezing drizzle on my windshield.
Yep,
Thankfully, I was able to park in the garage, so I didn't have to deal with any sort of frozen windshields or ice scraper. But Majestic Storm has been out all morning long. She's been up just as early as us. Majestic, what is it looking like out there?
Hey guys, want to give you an update. Right now we are on I-85. We're on the west side of Uptown, about to go over the Catawba River Bridge, getting close to 485, and conditions really do not look great. I'm going to show you what we're seeing right now in front of our WCNC Chevy Storm tracker. You can see those roads there. You can hardly even see the lines, just really a sheet of ice at this point. We've been seeing a lot of plows going through, but I've noticed that once we got away from Uptown and a little closer to 485 and really outside of that loop, that's where conditions were actually getting worse and worse. So again, right now we are getting close to 485. Right now we're heading on I-85. You can see the accumulations on the road, and I think people have kind of been getting a little bit too confident and taking it too fast. We've seen multiple car accidents this morning on I-85, I-77, and the people who were just taking their time really didn't have any big problems. This is our view from behind us. You can see not a ton of cars out on the roads. We've been seeing that all morning long. That's been pretty consistent, so that's been nice to know that not a ton of people are out there. I don't think many people actually want to drive in this. We were actually driving a little closer to the station earlier, and we saw a group of kids that were actually sledding on the sleet, going down hills. So I think people are trying to make the most of it and staying inside, staying at their house, and kind of making it a snow day, even though this is truly an ice day. We've had to stop a couple of times and get the ice off of our windshield wipers because it's been so incredibly thick. And if we turn off our thaw defroster out the front, then all of a sudden the freezing rain or the freezing drizzle or precipitation will really freeze onto our windshield really quite fast. So we're still seeing a little bit of precipitation coming down, but as you can tell, I mean, those roads look awful, and this actually seems to be a place where we've seen a lot of people have issues. Again, just mentioning where we are. This is I-85. We are heading just past Sam Wilson Road, getting close to the Catawba River Bridge, going to be nearing areas like Belmont and McAdenville. And I'll tell you what, this specific spot right here has been the spot where we've seen the most accidents. People I think really just driving too fast and then spinning out, and multiple cars being involved. Several emergency responders also having to show up on a couple of different occasions. Again, it is not the best case scenario out there. It has actually gotten worse, I will say, as we've gone through the last couple of hours, especially over bridges, on-ramps, off-ramps. So with that being said, some roads do look actually okay, where you can see the black, but other roads you can't tell what lane you're in. You can't even tell anything because you have that accumulating sleet, you have the ice, and it's actually quite problematic. So that's what we're watching for now.
Welcome everybody to round 2 of that winter precipitation. So right now we are under that lull, but we already have temperatures that are starting to warm up and lower to the mid-20s. You might think, oh, we're warming up. That's great news. Well, technically not, because now we're starting to get a little more moisture as temperatures are on the rise. That is inviting a better chance for sleet changing over to freezing rain. And we've already seen a decent batch of it overall, especially further off towards the west, where up to a ½ inch of ice fell around Hendersonville. So temperatures are eventually going to warm up into the upper 20s. And I think everything is really game on between about 3 and 7. A lot of you might think is like, okay, it's already done. I already went sledding with my kid. We're icing with my kids. We're good, right? Well, not quite. So I want everyone to note what happened over in Nashville. If you haven't checked out the images, widespread ice across the area, up to an inch. I'm not saying we're going to see that much, but all this rain is not going to form as rain. Notice what's happening right around Atlanta. This is turning to freezing rain because it's not going to cool down right away. So we're still going to have a chance for that to come. Here's an example. This image almost looks black and white, but instead this is what happened in Nashville throughout the course of this morning, and actually seeing fires that are starting to pop up associated with this. So I'm letting everyone know that over the next couple of hours, we're going to start to fill in the gaps. I think it's really between about 3 and 7 o'clock that all that rain that we're looking at, which is heavy precipitation, is going to plow into these freezing temperatures. That's going to bring temperatures in the mid to the upper 20s, keeping everything as freezing rain for multiple hours. And I think some of these rain rates are up and over a 1/4 inch per hour. So we might be able to catch up for the freezing rain that we were supposed to get really steadily throughout the day in a short time period. That's not what you like to see. That's what happened over in Nashville, where history sometimes will repeat itself or even rhyme, and we're starting to see signs of that. So keep that in mind. Jerry Hunt Supercenter 7-day forecast also has temperatures really around freezing and above for Monday. That helps us out, but dangerous cold. 11 degrees with wind chills in the single digits on Tuesday. Watch out for those roads. Stay safe. I would really start to wind down your activities for the near term because round 2 is moving in the next couple of hours.
Welcome back here on WCNC Plus. I'm Colin Mayfield here for the foreseeable future. We're still watching the conditions outside. This is a camera through Monroe. You can see downtown looking decent. Crews have been out scraping those roads, trying to get all of the ice and some of the sleet that we have seen over the last 12 hours, if not more. We have Miles, who is out there in Monroe right now in Union County. And Miles, right now, is kind of the lull before we see another kick up in potential freezing rain and some rain that may come down here in the Charlotte area. So I'm sure the conditions haven't changed much for you. But I will say, as I was driving in and kind of out this morning, seems to be that folks are braving these conditions, which is fine. Obviously, keep the car under control as to how you can, right, depending on the speed. But yeah, a lot of people are getting out and about right now.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there, Colin. But let me go ahead and walk you through exactly what we're kind of seeing out here in Monroe. We've been seeing on and off a bit of a wintry mix, a combination of snow, but also a bit of frozen rain coming in and out throughout this area as well. And so, as you can see here, obviously it's been a little bit snowy out in this area. And while it may look like it's just a light coat of snow, it's what's underneath that is really kind of starting to be a bit of a concern for people really out in this area here. Let me show you exactly what I mean here. So we're just along the sidewalk here, and as you can see, it's very snowy outside, but as I try to dig through the snow, you might be able to hear it too. That's just how tough it is, and it's actually getting more slick, a little bit more icy here. And that's kind of the elements that we're dealing with right now at this hour. Now, and not just on the sidewalks here, just take a look on the roadways here. Colin, you mentioned it. Crews have been out here overnight into the morning. We've even seen them here within the last 10 or 15 minutes. Those salt trucks, those plow trucks trying to brush off a bit of that snow. But as you can see there are some people out here on the roadways trying to kind of brave a little bit of the current conditions at this hour here. But we're going to keep a close eye and seeing the progress as we're actually starting to feel a little bit of that wintry mix come down right now. Now, we did reach out to the city and ask how their status is when it comes to those power outages, since they kind of work on their own with that. They tell us that they haven't had any issues when it comes to any power outages right now. We also reached out to their emergency services crew. They have not dealt with an influx of 911 calls at this hour as well, especially when it comes to dealing with the wintry mix that we are seeing right now. Again, that could change as we're bracing for another wave of this wintry mix hitting this area. And we do know that there has been one other change as well. Union County Public Schools, they just reached out to us a couple of hours ago into our newsroom. They did announce that they have closed schools on Monday, and that includes not just the schools, but also any of those after-school activities, any athletic events. Those will be closed tomorrow, as we'll also see if there's been any changes with that beyond tomorrow as well. But right now, Colin, kind of seeing like we're dealing with a bit of that wintry mix as the snow continues to fall out here.
Yeah, no doubt. Great point. Union County Schools. CMS also out tomorrow, which we're not surprised about. We had been kind of talking about that at the end of last week, Miles. So appreciate you being out in the cold, my friend. Hopefully you'll be back in the warmth pretty soon. We are going to go to Anna King in a couple seconds here, who is in Rock Hill, South Carolina. I did come from South Carolina, and 77, folks, is really good. Doesn't mean you should get out and drive right now, but SCDOT crews have done a lot of work, especially along Charlotte Highway. And going through Lancaster County. They are understanding that there could be another batch of freezing rain that is going to make it into the Charlotte area. So I think they are taking, obviously, that advice and heeding it. And NCDOT just posting about an hour ago that there's been lots of questions about plows today. They run on scheduled, priority-based routes. So that's where you will see them primarily. If their blades are up, they're not slacking. They say they're likely headed to their route with any anti-ice resources or conditions that have different needs. So let's get to Anna King right now, who is out in Rock Hill. I know you're in the cold as well, probably seeing the same conditions, but as you heard me say, Anna, we're expecting some freezing rain, and that could really change things over.
Yeah, and that is definitely the problem, or will be the problem here, because if you take a look at what we're seeing here, many other areas are seeing like a nice layer that people of a wintry mix that people can, kind of play with. But this is just straight ice. It's not even moving. This is straight ice that I've been slipping on here as well. I also went to a couple different locations that many people are going to. They are, like you said, braving these elements and getting on the road. So I went around throughout the city of Rock Hill. I visited Walmart, who did close their doors at 12 p.m. just so that those workers could get home. But I'm here now at Publix along Cherry Road. They are open today until 4 p.m. So people who did try to get to Walmart but couldn't get there on time are coming over here. And like you said, SCDOT did a great job along I-77, just making sure that it's clear and safe for folks to travel along there. But the problem comes when getting off of the interstate. Many of the exits have curves. That's where a lot of people I've seen personally start sliding. So I would suggest slowing down and just being extra careful when trying to get around. Also, if you just take a look here, you cannot see these lanes out here. It's hard to even see the lines in the parking lot just because they're, again, covered by the ice. So you see right here, people are traveling, people are slowly turning these curves, so they're doing a great job. But just remembering to be safe and be careful while you're out here. I know a lot of people, they do want to run these last minute errands and just come out here and make sure they've gotten everything that they need throughout the rest of the day, but definitely just being careful is the main thing.
Yeah, that makes sense, especially, again, as we head into the evening hours. And I think people are getting a little bit more confidence and courage as they see the conditions aren't necessarily exactly what we expected, but that's the forecast. Things will change, and they can change. Anna, thank you so much. Before we go to break here, I want to let you know, it seems like the folks that were without power in South Charlotte, close to Matthews and Providence Plantation, seems to be like their power is back on. But as you can see, over in western North Carolina, there's more than 11,000 folks without power still in these frigid cold temperatures. So something to be aware of as we go into the evening hours, because that is something that I think we're still watching out for, is these power outages. So please, if you haven't taken preparations already, it's really almost all too late, but still do so if you do have some things that you need to get out and do. So be careful. We're not asking you to go out if you don't have to, but we'll have more for you here on WCNC Plus and WCNC Charlotte in the coming hours. We'll see you in 2. All right, folks, we're back here on WCNC Plus, our continuing coverage. And in fact, we're the only station in all of Charlotte right now with this continuing coverage, even though we are streaming here on WCNC Plus. So tell your family and friends if you haven't done so already. Bria Smith has been out in the cold for us for hours. She's in Gaston County. Bria, I-85 was a mess, and I was seeing that there was at least 5 accidents throughout the last couple of hours there. They've done a lot of work on I-85, on 77 as well. 485 as I was coming in, still a little bit dicey, but the conditions there, it seems like we're in this lull right now. What are you seeing? Are you seeing more folks making their way out on the roadways today?
Yeah, Colin, definitely did see a couple of cars go by. We saw some ATVs and even a dirt bike on the road. So people are on these roads. But I did just get off the phone about an hour ago with county officials who say it's important to know who to call when it comes to an emergency or if you have certain questions about road conditions or the weather. I'll have you take a look at this vehicle right here as an example. You know, Colin, this vehicle just was driving about 30 miles an hour, just lost control there because of the sleet, because of the snow. And this is an important reason why officials say an important thing to be aware of is when to call who. Now, county officials say they cannot answer questions about road conditions or whether it's safe to travel. They tell me they're remembering, or rather referring people to NCDOT, local law enforcement, or other officials for updates. They're unable to give information on plowing schedules or when roads will be clear. They do say you can follow city and county officials' social media pages, as well as the county emergency management for weather-related questions. Now, if it is an emergency like that vehicle I just showed you, a life-threatening injury, a fire, a serious injury, a medical emergency, a vehicle crash involving injuries, anything like that, downed power lines, that is when you do want to call 911. Now, officials are just urging you, again, that vehicle being that reminder that if you have an emergency to call 911, but if you don't absolutely have to, be outside to stay at home for your safety. And coming up in just about an hour, we'll hear from those county officials. Back to you, Colin.
That makes complete sense. And as you've been saying, and as we will continue to say, stay home if you can. There's no reason to go out. And in fact, just watch WCNC Plus. I know you probably can't keep us on the entire time. Bria, thank you so much. Appreciate your report there in Gaston County. Hopefully the conditions will continue to improve. As we know, some freezing rain is headed our way. So let's go over to Brittany Van Voorhees, who is in the Weather Center right now. And Brittany, yeah, we were looking at that rain that's making its way, obviously, across the southeastern United States. A lot of folks have been talking about it. I've been getting some text messages from people saying, you know, the storm didn't exactly pan out the way it should have. Well, that's good news, right? I mean, again, we're still not out of this. It's good news that necessarily we didn't get the type of ice that we were supposed to, right? But we still could catch up on that, which is going to be a big concern as we head into these evening portion of our day here.
Yeah, and what my response, honestly, Colin, would be to that is that's not necessarily the case. The biggest thing that I think was different yesterday than what we expected to see was it was a little bit later of an arrival time. And we actually, instead of going from sleet to freezing rain, we actually started with freezing rain and drizzle. I can attest for myself, for Brad, and all the people who were out looking at their cars yesterday. I mean, we were scraping the ice. Freezing rain did cause multiple people to slip. One of our amazing viewers, Kyle Stevens, who's a firefighter down in Steel Creek, was messaging me on Instagram last night saying that essentially the second that they were getting back to the firehouse, they were getting sent out on another call, and it was because people were slipping and sliding and hydroplaning on the roadways. So it's not that we didn't see the precipitation that we were expected, it's that it switched to freezing rain first, which now means that the ground is essentially slick. Under any sleet and snow that you see on any of the pictures that we're seeing, any of the maps, there's essentially a thin layer of ice that exists below it. So I would argue that this is actually worse because it's essentially going to be like an ice sandwich. Now, the lower end of that is a very thin layer of ice, right, versus getting up to a 1/4 inch. That didn't happen yesterday. But we have a thin layer of ice on the bottom. We have thick now snow and sleet, and then we're expecting more freezing rain to happen on top of it. So essentially, instead of going from sleet to freezing rain, it went from freezing rain and freezing drizzle to sleet to back to it, which again is arguably worse. We have some, of course, pictures that are going on right now across the area. This is I-85 at mile marker 21. That's near Cox Road. That's all the way over toward Gaston County. I mean, you can see very obvious conditions, slick areas on the roadways, some ice being picked up on the DOT camera. Anytime that you see sleet versus snow, one of a good indication of which you had, other than looking at the tiny ice pellets and seeing whether or not they're ice pellets or they look like snowflakes, is the fact that you don't see accumulation on the grass, but you see accumulation on like the sidewalk, things like that, because oftentimes snow will settle on the grass and allow for that fluffy, beautiful look, whereas an ice pellet like slate actually melts a lot quicker. You can see again a similar view here from downtown Monroe. Again, notice all the white that's still being picked up on the roadways versus like the green right next to this church here in downtown Monroe looks pretty nice. So again, this is not necessarily not what was expected. It did arrive later. However, we are still expecting that switch over to freezing rain. So yesterday, the day before, we were thinking sleet to freezing rain. Well, now it went freezing rain to sleet to back to freezing rain. And that's the biggest concern, again, at this point. Here's Charlotte Motor Speedway. I want to show you some views and vantage points from all across the area. Downtown Monroe and Charlotte Motor Speedway, at least the WCNC cameras that we own here at the station, are the only ones currently that actually are not iced over. And if you weren't with us yesterday, I know sometimes it gets maybe annoying when we kind of talk about what happened in the past, but the reason why I want to point this out is that this is what actually helped Brad and I realize that the freezing rain was getting to be so much worse was actually our live cams. We talk a lot about how radar and satellite are great for so many reasons, but sometimes if the beam shoots too high, it can miss a lot of what's happening in the mid-levels of the atmosphere, and that happens too because our radar site is so far away. So oftentimes we are relying on what we call ground truth, which is viewers, sending pictures or videos, or even like our actual cameras that we have. Well, what Brad and I started to notice was that as we started to get more reports of icing locally across the Charlotte metro, so this is out of the mountains and a little bit further south, we were seeing more sleet notifications, more sleet reports than snow in the mountains. And then eventually we knew ice was falling locally. But, again, when you look at radar, it was saying sleet, but on our camera in Kannapolis and then eventually on our camera in Monroe, we were noticing that the camera was freezing over. There was moisture that was freezing on contact. So that was telling us that instead of having time to refreeze like sleet and getting ice pellets in those areas, we were seeing straight freezing rain. Which remember, the difference between the two is that they both start as snow, they both melt in the mid-levels of the atmosphere, but sleet has a lot more cold air, so it has time to refreeze before it reaches the ground. Whereas freezing rain, it's in that warm layer for longer, so it just freezes on contact with the surface. So again, we had freezing rain, freezing drizzle last night, now sleet and snow, and eventually it is going to change over once again. This is what Colin was talking about at the very top of our toss here, is all of this moisture that still exists to the west. We have a lot of cold rain here. You can see near Huntsville, just east of Nashville, and then sleet and freezing rain over toward the Nashville area. Now, Becca was on earlier. Becca, you said that your brother lives in Nashville and is without power right now.
Yes.
Okay, so one of my best friends who also works in local news also lives in Nashville and is also without power. So essentially they saw, I wouldn't say the same setup, but it seemed like they saw a pretty quick transition from snow to freezing rain. The reason why we look at not just what's happening right now, what happened in the past, but also what's happening in the past with other parts of the country is that they essentially were under the same conditions as us. Very cold air near the ground, rain up top, right? It was not having the time to refreeze into sleet. So with them now seeing widespread power outages and a lot of moisture that still exists, and now the moisture that we have locally overcoming the dry air. Last night, or really yesterday afternoon, we were also overcoming a lot of dry air. In 1 hour, our dew point went from 6, which is very low, to about 22, which showed Brad and I that we were moistening the atmosphere. Well, now all of this is moist. If you've been outside at all today, you notice that even if it's not looking like heavy sleet or heavy snow, we are seeing a lot of moisture. Again, just the drizzle that it's existing. So that tells us that we're wedged in. We got a lot of moisture to work with. And so any of this mess that moves toward us is going to have plenty of moisture and plenty of cold air to keep that same freezing rain setup. So again, this is why we're concerned, is because we already have freezing rain that exists under all that snow and sleet that happened over the last few, let's think about what time I left work. Okay, so snow and sleet that happened over the last 10 or so hours, and then now we're expecting more freezing rain. Time frame right now looks to be arriving in our area between about 4 and 8 p.m. This storm system is actually moving very, very quickly. It's rapidly moving into the east, so we're going to be watching it around 4 to 8 again. I got some reports in some of these areas that some of the winds were reportedly moving at about 60 to 70 miles an hour, so it's racing, but it still has some time to get here. So again, right now we're still seeing some areas of freezing drizzle. That's what Futurecast is picking up. But notice how bright these pink colors get. Look at our legend. Light pink is light ice. dark pink is heavy ice. So here we are, 4 o'clock. It's starting to move into those western parts of our area, continues to push in. Notice how dark it gets right over the metro. And even as we approach 7 o'clock, notice our in-house model is trying to pick up on some of this green actually falling as rain, but notice the temperatures are at 30 degrees. So any of this still falling at 7, it's falling as freezing rain, and it really doesn't completely clear out of here until closer to about 10 o'clock. We'll have some snow on the backside up in the mountains, but that's not really my concern as much, because mountain communities, yes, they are going to get more ice than than they normally would. Not more than expected, but more than they normally would. But they're a little bit more equipped than a lot of portions here of the Piedmont to deal with some of that stuff. So I know Chris made this graphic earlier, but Colin, this kind of reiterates what I was telling you earlier. We have this thin layer of ice from all the freezing rain and freezing drizzle from last night. We got a dense 1-inch-ish of sleet and snow. And then if you put additional ice on top, that is just creating that ice sandwich. More risk of sliding. I had some friends asking me earlier whether or not I think that, well, first of all, if I thought this was a bust, and the answer was absolutely not, as I just alluded to, but was whether or not I thought there had been big changes with the forecast. I think the only change is I think there is a slightly lower chance of more widespread power outages. I still think that we're going to get a pretty good chance with that next line that's coming in, but widespread crippling, similar to what we had in 2002, maybe a little bit lower of a chance of that. But I am more concerned, honestly, about the slick spots on the roadways. I know that CMS did decide to not have school on Monday. We're having a remote learning day. I should probably confirm that before I say that. I just know that they're not physically going to school. James and Colin, of course, feel free to correct me on that. But I would say at this point, if you are a decision maker for schools, for work, whether or not people are going to work from home, they should not be coming into the office. I would not advise anyone, you at home, my friends, my family members, to be on the roadways unless they absolutely had to because of, an emergency situation. Not just Monday, but Tuesday morning too, as again, we're expecting another increase of about a 1/4 inch, if not more, of freezing rain, again, on top of what we've already had. 4 to 8 p.m., that is, I think, is going to be the bullseye with that next big swath. So 7-day forecast. I know we've been saying this for days now, but today's temperatures are staying bitterly cold no matter how you slice it and dice it. We're likely, lucky that is really, to get to 30 degrees today. We're in the upper 20s again overnight as we'll really be filtering in a lot of that colder air. Cautiously optimistic that we could see temperatures closer to 40 tomorrow afternoon, but even if it does melt a bit, we're looking at teens and single digits Tuesday, so unfortunately, Colin, it's not going to do much.
Awesome. All right, Brittany, some great information there. And of course, we're going to continue here on WCNC Plus right after this 2-minute break. We'll see you then.